Alrighty. Let's get started. So I've went ahead and I've gotten everything set up. So I have a decent setup for this character. I also made a ton of characters and then deleted them, so I had plenty of mats. But we have the full setup, full companion setup that I had previously done this season for Season 3, doing Uber Lilith and doing the Tier 100 dungeons. And now we are going to go journey out and see how well companions actually function. So the gear I currently have on, I managed to get some attack speed rolls from my werewolves and some raven size, I guess the size of the raven active skill. And I still need more crit chance, so I want to be looking for crit chance on a totem, crit chance on the amulet, crit chance on the rings, so that way I can proc pack leader more often. And I think that's really what's going to be the biggest issue. But let's go ahead and see what they do here. So they, look at that, they're actually hitting pretty hard. 93k for a hit right there. They're actually hitting pretty hard. Let's see what the Ravens looks like. Much bigger. Okay. So I like the fact that this is a lot larger. However, I will say this. It's quite unfortunate that you would have to invest so much into the size of the Raven's ability. But that is a pretty it's pretty nice to have a larger size Raven attack. But it seems like they're doing pretty well. I would kind of want to test this out in like a higher tier dungeon though. Let's go to the pit real fast. I want to do some pit with these companions. Where is it at? No, it's here actually. So my biggest worry is not necessarily like the companions will do damage, right? That's fine. My biggest issue would be, will the werewolves be able to live in higher tier content?
I cannot do that here.
That's my concern. Wait, who do I have to talk to activate this? Oh, let me go jump into a different tier real quick. Forgot to jump into world tier 4. I hate that it puts me in tier 2. Let's go to tier 4 real fast. That'll be and then we'll go into the pit.
Not while I'm in town.
So they definitely hit harder, even in tier 2. They definitely still hit harder. So let's go back to the pit. And we'll just start running pit until we start to get some resistance. I just want to see what they do for passive damage overall. And then I want to see how tanky the wolves are. So I have the aspect of Cyclonic Force to give damage reduction to my wolves. And there really isn't much else you can do in terms of damage reduction for your companions. Let's see how well they... I wish they would have made them more aggressive too, like they did with the skeletons. So they actually do pretty decent damage so far. This actually makes me wonder if you can scale the poison to where it's like ridiculous if I use something like Bane to scale poison damage. This actually looks pretty good. I mean, granted, we're not really in high tier content yet, but I've seen more crit chance. It might actually be worth scaling poison damage. We'll see. We'll just keep kind of pushing through these tiers. Ravens actually does the damage now. That's so funny. So I've made like several characters that I'm going to be using builds with. This is going to be the first kind of build I actually want to test out to see how far we can push it. And then I want to get the mace. What's it? I think it's called Flesh Render. I want to try out like a crazy defensive skill build. Man, I would love to have more movement speed. Also, the potions, the elixir changes have been amazing. I don't know if you guys have looked at a lot of the elixirs or how cheap they are to actually craft now. It's actually pretty nice. Let me go ahead and use this one.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
I think I'd want to go ahead and swap Debilitating Roar out for Trample, maybe just for some mobility. But this here is my overall concern with this setup, is that you're going to be fishing out for pack leader procs. And if you don't get pack leader procs, I wonder how well the overall scaling will be into the late game.
I must wait a moment.
I'd love to use something like Hal, but I don't necessarily know if I have the aspect slot for it.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's see what the wolves can do. Yeah, they hit pretty hard. And I have that on my necklace. So the wolves are... And that's actually really nice. I just wish we had more wolves. I wish we had more wolves. I feel like that's going to be the biggest issue. I still don't know why my stream is lagging. Why is it lagging? Alright, let's get rid of this stuff. Let's keep pushing through the pit. So it definitely feels nice. Like, they definitely hit pretty decent. But it still feels like you're limited in a way, just because you don't have enough wolves. And I think my overall concern too is like the fact that you still have to get up pretty close to enemies. So how long did it take for what? How long did it take to get the build?
I must wait a moment.
This is the PTR. Yeah, I'm on the PTR right now. But
I'm not ready yet.
it's a build I made for Season 3. And I actually have it in my... the build is in... it should be in the description of the stream. And it's I made a video for it as well. And this was a build I used to kill I completed all the content, but it's actually a pretty hard build to play in Season 3. Just because companions are still really bad in Season 3. But, I don't... My issue with the companions going into Season 4... I like how I like the fact that they're scaling better, but... you're still going to need to be fishing out pack leader procs for the build to function, so you're going to need really high crit chance. And you're going to be able to get higher crit chance and higher lucky hit chance. So that probably will be alleviated once you get a full setup on your build. Like you get the high lucky hit rolls, you get the high crit rolls, you get some masterworking going. But my overall concern would be the fact that you have to melee. So you're going to have to be really close to enemies. And then B, how well will your werewolf survive in higher tier pit? So I've already seen my werewolves take a pretty decent amount of damage, and they do respawn pretty quickly. However, if they keep getting one shot by bosses or something like that, it's going to be a problem. And the fact that you only have 3 werewolves is kind of makes a pretty big difference as well. It's not like you're a necromancer where you have like a ton of skeletons and mages as well. Yeah, I know. I seen that you said you're thinking about going a Druid. So I don't know if Druid Companion will be the best build, but it does seem like they work pretty well. I just wish they would buff the size of ravens instead of make you have to invest in... I don't think you'd want to waste any of your affix rolls on buffing the size of ravens. It's still a pretty bad overall attack, overall skill, I would say. So you're probably going to want to just focus right into your werewolves, like buffing up their attack speed, things like that. But again, the problem is we only have 3 wolves. And they do die relatively easily. Like, you can already see them taking quite a bit of damage. Like this werewolf here, his health is pretty, almost half health. And you could use Howl to kind of mitigate that, just to give them more HP. But then you also reduce your overall survivability. Like, you're losing a lot of survivability without debilitating roar. But if I take out the points that I have... oh yeah, you can't chain skills in here. I'll run this with Howl next. I just don't know if I have an aspect slot where I can equip it. That's the hard part. It's like having the aspect slot available. Because Druid has it doesn't have very many aspect slots to kind of go with. So every single aspect slot is pretty valuable. I need to get the Storm Companion pants. I want to test those out and see how well my werewolf's damage scales. Also, ideally, you would have a lot of companion ranks. I don't have companion ranks, like a lot of companion ranks on my gear right now. But I'll let my wolves kind of do some work here. So this is a 120 boss with the ravens and wolves with the passive attacks. So it's not too bad, actually. And then everything else added in. Seems pretty good. Like, it does seem pretty good. I'm definitely gonna say that. But I only have ranks to ravens right here. Obviously, the best thing would be having ranks to all like having wolves, ravens, everything right there. And then just having as many ranks to your companion skills as possible on all your gear pieces. I know your necklace can roll. I'm not sure what it can roll now. I'd have to look at the possible affix rolls at the Occultist. Let me go over here to the Occultist real fast. Let's see, anything good here?
Not while I'm in town.
Alright, so you'd want to have... Wow, they have just straight companion skills here. That's actually really good. I didn't know they had that. That's interesting. So definitely companion skills, definitely wolves. You don't need any resists. A druid has tons of resists, so you don't need that. You can also get lucky hit chance. I don't think you need the lucky hit chance because Claw already has a relatively high lucky hit chance. It's nice to invest in it, but I don't think you need it as much. You could probably get on other gear pieces. But definitely ranks to companions and then ranks to wolves. I don't know, you know, it would be nice to have poison creeper and ravens as well, but you're going to have to sacrifice, so probably companions and wolves. And then you'd probably want to go with like max health or something like that. Depending on how much tankiness you need. Can you get health on the helmet anymore? Doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, you can. I have max life already, that's why it's not showing up. So that's kind of nice. Let's check out the other ones. Alright. Defensive skills. So that's really cool. +2 to all defensive skills. You could probably just do Cyclone or something like that. I like these +2 to all companions, +2 to all defensive skills. I really like these. Let's see, so you want crit chance on your gloves. Definitely want crit chance. Definitely want, I'd probably say lucky hit. They have a lot of all resist rolls, but you don't really need all resist. Like I said, Druid has tons of resistances. You can make enemies vulnerable. Core skills. I would probably go... I probably wouldn't select out any of these just because of how important your lucky hit and your crit strike would be. So definitely you'd want that crit strike chance. Let me see if I can't roll some crit chance. Oh god. Let me see if I can't roll some crit chance over the willpower. Nice to see that my luck is still bad in the PTR. There we go. Okay. That 8 to 10% is so good. Well, that was an accident. Alright, there we go. Alright, we'll stick with that. And then let's see the pants. Let's see what the pants have on them. +1. I think this is a mistake. So this looks like it's a mistake here. I don't know why you would only get +1 to your basic skills and then +1 to 2 to all basic skills. I feel like this is probably bugged out or something. This should probably be like +2 to 4 on all your basic skills, and then this should be 1 to 2 for all your basic skills. But if I'm gonna make a Stormclaw setup, but I actually like the fact that basic skills is on the pants. Man, they said damage reduction was going to be more rare. They really meant we're not giving you any damage reduction. That's so funny. Okay, so nothing really here for your companions other than maybe just increasing your overall HP, your willpower, your durability here. It's not bad. Let's see the boots. Obviously, we want movement speed on our boots. Let's go ahead and get some movement speed going. There we go. So I think that's a double. Is that a double roll of movement speed? Beautiful. So, again, amazing change there. You can now have double rolls of movement speed. Man, this is amazing. Let's see. Max life, life per second, willpower. We'll roll off that life per second. So crit chance again, definitely here. But I want to see, because usually they have companions. Okay, so they removed it from here. So Call of the Wild will probably be one of the best ones, just because it gives your companions more multiplicative damage. But I love the crit chance, 10%. We're definitely going to go ahead and grab that up too. We'll go ahead and roll this max life. Now we'll roll this life per second. Nice. This is such a big change. Roll off this overpower damage. Let's check out these. Definitely going to want crit chance again. That attack speed's crazy. 15%. That's great. So let's go ahead and roll off this overpower. Yeah, it's definitely much friendlier to rerolls. I'm barely, like the amount of gold you actually spend. Significantly different. I didn't get to do a lot of testing yesterday because I was so tired. So there's a lot of things I didn't get to look at. So if it sounds like stuff you've already heard, it's just because from someone else, it's just because I haven't actually gotten to test it myself. What's the cap? I'm kind of wondering what the cap here is. Oh, 3,550,100 gold is cap for rerolls. That's still a little too high in my opinion. I mean, I wish it was closer to like 1.5 mil, but I can live with it. I think it's gonna be fine. It's crazy that I haven't gotten crit chance yet. Okay, 1.8%. See, now this is an issue for me. I don't know why they haven't changed that. They definitely need to change how much crit chance you get on your rolls. Should never get 1.8% crit chance on a higher tier item like that. It should always be like 4 or 5%. 2.2, it's just crazy. There we go. I'll just stick with that. That's fine. I'm good with it. And then this one. Let's re-roll this overpower. Get more crit chance. My God. Is my luck just that bad? I think I have some of the worst luck right now. Thankfully, this is just the PTR. Let me write that down. Let me just write down the crit chance on the rings. So I'm making a list of everything that I think needs to be changed. Give me just a second. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's check out the weapons. So nothing really too crazy on the weapons. Definitely want more attack speed, though. I think having the attack speed would be better than having anything else. So we'll definitely use attack speed. And then we have attack speed there. We don't need this. What can we get on our totem? So 10% crit on totem. And then we're good there. So just check out our stats. So 61.2% critical strike chance already without any masterworking, without any greater affix rolls. I already have 61.2% crit chance. So definitely crit chance this season is going to be ridiculous. I feel like you're going to have so many builds that are running close to, if not 100% crit chance. And I think that's really unfortunate because one of the key passes for the Druid is Earth and Might, which gives you 100% crit chance, and that's literally all that it really gives you. Gives you some Spirit Restored too, but the biggest part is that you get 100% crit chance for 5 seconds, which is going to be pretty much absolutely garbage given the fact that you can get close to 100% crit chance, and I haven't even masterworked anything. So I'm going to go ahead, let me write that down too for the Druid. Let me just write that. Like, Earth and Might is absolutely trash now. So that's several key passives that we have that are really crappy. So bad Earth and Might's garbage. Perfect Storm's garbage. Lupine Ferocity is garbage. So we have Beastia Rampage, which is decent enough. I wish the duration of the 2-second duration wasn't there. Ursine Strength and Nature's Fury, both pretty decent. Okay. Let's get back at it. Let's see what happens now. Now, mind you, they get my crit chance, so now my wolves have 61% crit chance. That's one of the biggest things I'm interested in. I also would like to, I think maybe even investing in some like life on kill, because I think your companions get that. Kind of just seeing how well they do for damage. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty solid setup overall. I'm going to test out Bane too. Let me test out Bane. After I finish this, I'm going to swap out one of my glyphs for Bane just to see how well it actually works. That extra poison damage. Because I'm pretty much full healthing a lot of these small basic enemies with poison. I almost think you could probably not even use the Aftershock. You could just probably get rid of Aftershock and Subterranean. Which is actually nice, because I honestly didn't like having to use those in Season 3. I was hoping to build a much more, like, pure companion build and not anything that has to do with, like, a core skill, like Landslide. So I think by the poison scaling the way it does, it's going to make it a lot easier to kind of peel off some of those offensive aspects. that you can then slot in something different. Because I actually don't think I need... I think I can pull off Subterranean here. I think I can pull off Aftershock. And I can slot in something different there. Maybe use... Bloodhowl then, get the crit chance up, get the attack speed up, get the healing up on my companions. And then maybe use something different for myself. Although I do like the reset you can get off of using your Subterranean and stuff. Yeah, see, even with this crit chance, look guys, even with the crit chance that I have, look how it's not resetting my companions. I'm literally attacking everything, and it's almost like it's bugged. Like sometimes it locks you out of your pack leader proccing. I know this has been a consistent problem I've had because I ran companions this season. I made a whole build for it. I killed Uber Lilith with it. I did tier 100 vaults and nightmare dungeons, and I definitely know that it feels like sometimes it locks your pack leader out or something. Something happens because you just stop proccing it completely. It does seem like it has this like awkward moment where it either takes you an absurdly large amount of time to get it to proc to the point where it's almost reset, or it actually has to reset by itself and then you can get it to proc again. I feel like they need to still buff up. Maybe I'll put that down. Maybe buff up pack leader to like previously I said they needed to buff it up before. In a previous video I made, I think they need to buff it to like 30 to 40%, not 25. So I'm gonna write that. Maybe buff pack leader. I don't know. It might not need it. I'll just put like a question mark. Because once you get maxed out crit chance, I don't think you're going to need it, but it does still feel a little bit off. Hey, good morning. So I'll say this, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like I'll show you the damage. So this is tier 25 pit. I just wish they were more aggressive. You see how they didn't attack until I attacked? I wish they were like they needed to make them more aggressive like the skeleton. So they do pretty substantial damage. I still feel like Ravens needs a buff. Like you shouldn't have to invest in Ravens heavily to actually increase the size of the active skill. So I think the active skill needs a buff overall in terms of its area of effect. I like the fact that you can invest in it, but I feel like it's such a waste to invest in it when you could just get attack speed for your wolves or attack speed for your passive on your ravens. But it definitely feels better. Poison Creeper feels better. I'm actually thinking that you could possibly spec out of like take off like Aftershock and Subterranean and just potentially scale the poison damage, because the poison damage feels pretty dang good. But here you see my wolves, like you see he's kind of dying already, and this is only a tier, what is this, 25 again? So I still feel like the issues that I'm always going to have with companions are three things. So pack leader, you're constantly having to basically fish out pack leader procs. In order to do that, the best way to do that is to use claw, because it has the highest lucky hit chance. which makes you have to get into melee range with all of the enemies, kind of putting you in danger. And then number 3, your wolves are not tanky enough. And I think that's going to remain to be a problem as I go into higher tier content, regardless of what I do. Because it already looks like they're, you know, this guy's half health, that guy's half health. And then number 3 is we need more werewolves. Like we need at least double the werewolves. There's no way that you can do high tier content with the amount of mob density that there is and not have more werewolves. And see, this typically wouldn't be a problem for bosses, right? Because bosses, it's not too bad. There's one boss. You know, maybe the damage they deal will just blow your werewolves up to the point where they're completely insignificant, which is a huge problem. But at least they can focus all your damage on one target. When you run into a pack of enemies like this, it's like they struggle because they have to focus. It's like, look, they're not killing anything. I'm going to have to use their active abilities to kill stuff, which again isn't necessarily a problem until they start dying, which then the werewolf active ability becomes useless. And because they can't prioritize targets like the shield guys, things like that become an issue pretty fast. And again, this is a pretty low tier like I would say this is low tier compared to what you're probably going to see in the final season 4. And look at their health. Like they're pretty close to dying. There's no way to sustain them outside of like potentially getting health on kill, I think will affect your companions, which is a possibility. And then Blood Howl. But you're so starved for aspect slots that sometimes I don't think it's, I don't know, getting Blood Howl on your build, you're having to give up a lot of other aspects. So overall, I think it's definitely going to feel better. And I do think that once you build out a companion build all the way, you'll probably be able to, you know, reach like a mid-tier pit level compared to whatever the meta kind of balances out with for the Druid. But I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to the top tier, like S tier build. And now that is barring anything that people discover that might be like a bug or something like that. But I think we need more wolves, and I think they need to be more tanky.
I'm not ready yet.
Because I do have Cyclone on the wolves too, so they are getting a damage reduction from the Cyclone. I have the aspect of Cyclonic Force to give them that extra elemental damage reduction and physical damage reduction, but it still just isn't enough. And I'd be afraid, like, once you start to scale into higher tier content, that they'll just get one shot by all the enemies. Yeah, I feel like 6 would probably be, you know, honestly, bro, like, I think that'd be like minimum 6. I think minimum 6 without like Stampede. With the potential to gain even. And that might be asking for too much. Maybe I am. I don't know. But I think 6 would probably be the minimum amount with the amount of mob density that there is.
I'm not ready yet.
I just want to see where we kind of level off at before they start dying a lot. And I also want to test out Bane real quick. Let me see my Paragon board. Alright, so I have Wilds in, and it's fully, like, this is on the Inner Beast board, which has a lot of intelligence nodes nearby. So this is probably the best overall, one of the best overall boards you can get for Wilds. So you see we have a pretty pumped up Wilds glyph here. But let me go ahead and take out one of these. I think Bane is int, if I'm correct. Get rid of Keeper because I don't have Storm Companion Pants. So once I get Storm Companion Pants, I think that'll be a better indication as to how well wolves will kind of scale. No, it's Dex. No, that's Tracker. What am I talking about? I think Storm Companion Pants will be interesting to use. There we go. So let's go ahead and see how well this actually functions with our Poison Creeper. Yeah, I think it would be nice myself to have shred as well, just for mobility, but it's gonna kind of feel, I don't know. You would probably have to invest in some resource generation at first until you are able to until you're able to sustain your resources without the need for resource gen.
What's left, you ask?
Scott, I don't really need any. Oh, here we go. Crit strike, poison resist. We don't really need resource cost reduction, but we can definitely take some more damage here. So if you're able to unslot your aftershock and your subterranean, then you can also unslot shepherd, and that will give you 3 slots that you can play with, and then you'll be able to make a. I'm gonna try it out, because if the poison does scale, yeah, basically you'll need like resource on kill, and I'm also thinking like life on kill would be really good, just to kind of make your companions tankier.
What do you need? I've been starting from nothing.
Let's see, maybe I can slot that into a weapon. What am I missing here? Let's just take a look at some of these offensive abilities here. Or an umbral aspect. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Dire Werewolf. I knew that wasn't going to be obviously the best shred setup, but I really enjoyed the movement speed and the theme of it all. And I'm excited to see some of the duration changes that you can get with the, and possibly have like infinite Direwolf. And I think Direwolf is going to be really good in Season 4, because I do believe that Tornado and Lightning Storm are going to be probably a lot of your higher tier builds in terms of what you're going to be able to scale into. Especially with the double cast on Tornado, like a Direwolf Tornado build is going to be absolutely insane, I think. For classes, Darkness, man, I don't know what the best class would be. I think maybe I see a lot. I think Barb is still insanely good. I think Necromancer is looking crazy. So probably, I don't know, man. It's hard to say right now, but probably, you know, maybe Barb or Necro. It is hard to say, though. Just go ahead and use Shepherds, and then we'll just keep kind of going. Oh, man, I'm going to tell you, there's so many things that I think are going to be really good. I think Pulverized Druid's going to be even better now. I just think that my overall issue with Druid currently is that the meta is going to be almost exactly the same. Like, there wasn't anything really cool. The one thing I did test out was the new Earthbreaker ring, and it's really sad in my opinion, because the brand new Earthbreaker ring sounds really cool. However, my problem with it, it does not work with Aftershock, and it doesn't work with Subterranean. Not Aftershock, but it doesn't work with Trample Earth, and it doesn't work with Subterranean. So you can't use Trample Slide to proc it, and you can't use Subterranean to proc it. The only way you can proc the brand new ring is by literally just casting Landslide, which is still one of the worst basic skills I've ever seen. It's just not good at all, in my opinion. And the ring has really bad affixes. It has like attack speed and the rest are really bad. No crit chance, nothing like that. We'll go with attack. Oh, here we go. Life per hit. No, life per... Let's see. Maybe we can get attack speed on there. We'll do critical strike damage. I think that's probably going to be the best. Oh, this is what's it called? Surrigar or whatever. Okay, so we're doing 125 monsters. This is where you access the pit. And I haven't done anything really min-maxing with this build yet, guys. So this is just straight up, I made the build, and I went basically right into the pit, and I haven't done anything else. So this is not how it would end up, like, perfectly. There's a lot of things I think I'm already thinking about changing. We're gonna like play this exactly how I would play it normally. Just kind of spamming skills. I think we're moving pretty decently. All right, here, there we go. Okay. This is one of those that you could probably use a macro for. Honestly, I don't use macros, but if I was a person, like if I used them, this would be a great build for macros. So you could just cast all of your companion skills at once without having to use every single button. See, the problem I have with the Bestial Rampage, and I love to run Bestial Rampage, the problem I have with the Bestial Rampage is that staying in that werebear form for that 2 seconds sometimes just feels so awkward. And if you're using your debilitating roar to keep you alive, you're basically wasting 2 seconds of your damage reduction just to stay in werebear form. And for me, that's pretty massive. Like, that's half of your debilitating roar. Now the cool thing is with all the changes that they've made, you can probably get a debilitating roar that cools down and lasts way longer. But you're gonna have to give up a lot of your affix slots for that. So, but now with the fact that damage reduction is not necessarily rare, guys, I don't know why they said rare, because it's not. It's gone. Like, it's not rare anymore. There's no damage reduction rolls. It's gone. So you can probably find it on some uniques and stuff, but I have not found a single piece of gear with a damage reduction roll on it. And I haven't found any of the manuals that give you damage reduction too. So I'm assuming that that's probably done to make uniques feel a lot better too. So now uniques might be your go-to things for, you know, extra damage reduction. Which is kind of nice, because before you didn't want to use too many uniques because the damage reduction, the rolls on them were pretty terrible. But now it might actually be pretty good. Yeah. It feels pretty good, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is amazing. Like, the companion. I would just want more werewolves. That's all I want. Like, double the werewolves. Oh yeah, bro. Darkness, you can have werewolves. So in order to get the werewolves darkness, you have to use alpha. It's this aspect right here. So you need the alpha. It's like a aspect of the alpha, and it basically turns your regular wolves into werewolves. And then you grab Stampede, and you'll get one additional companion for each of your companion skills. So you get one more wolf, one more poison creeper, one more raven, and that will give you the 3 werewolves. And then the rest is kind of you just build it out how you want. I would like to test this without landslide though. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, Nox. I'm still not sold. Well, see, the thing with this that makes it good, the poison scaling, is because now your poison creeper actually scales off your weapon damage instead of how poison typically scales. I don't know if they did that with poison across the board. So let's go ahead and replace this Shepherd's aspect real quick. We're going to replace that. What am I doing? Still getting used to the interface here. We'll replace that with the... Where's it at? Dire Wolf. I think it's Dire Wolf's aspect. No, Night Howlers. So we're going to pick this up and give our werewolves a boost here. And we'll go ahead and spec into that. See, I almost want to take Landslide out, but I'm a little bit worried that I might not get the procs that I want. Either way, we'd have to get rid of Debilitating Roar to do this. That's my other issue. So we don't have a bear form. So we need to find a way to get a bear form. Actually, I don't think that's a good idea at all. We need bear to get both of the buffs off of rampaging. Bestial Rampage. So never mind about that. That was not a good idea. Let's go ahead and change that back to something. Just change it back to something else. Maybe what we could do is buff up Shred. I don't know. Let's not change anything right now, I think we'll wait to change stuff until I see where this build kind of settles in at. But we'll keep Shepherds right now. And I'll just extract this stuff. Go to the blacksmith. Just keep going up higher and higher. So we're doing 30 here. And I want to go test this out in the Helltide. I want to try out the Hell spawn. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get rid of this landslide for this build. It just gives so much in terms of not just damage, but that potential to reset your pack leader. Yeah, that poison actually scales really nice. I figured that would happen. So again, that's that's one of the worries I have, like just having to be close up to enemies. But obviously, like I said, once you can scale up your debilitating roar more, we also don't have a form of unstoppable outside of metamorphosis, so that's a problem as well. Which is why I typically use trample. Just to give me that option to break out of crowd control effect.
I must wait a bit.
Now what we need is an overlay, guys. We definitely need an overlay, for crying out loud. Having to look up at that little tiny map in the corner of my screen is kind of annoying. It makes it where I end up running into walls and stuff all the time. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the overlays that take up the middle of your screen, but I think the top left-hand side of the screen, like a nice medium-sized overlay that you could fit right there in that top left-hand side that's completely empty, that would be pretty nice. Instead of this little itty-bitty mini map that you can barely tell where you're going half the time. This new zoom is really nice too. That extra 20% makes a big difference. I actually can't wait to try out some Lightning Storm setups. I feel like the fact that Lightning Storm has been buffed from Season 3 and then going into Season 4 with that additional field of view that we have is going to make Lightning Storm just crazy good, especially for hardcore. You're going to be able to kill enemies before they even react to your character, and I think that's probably going to be the best way to mitigate damage, in my opinion. Killing enemies before they can see you.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm using to help kind of alleviate that burden of proccing your pack leader. So Subterranean really helps out with Aftershock, getting those crits in to possibly get the lucky hits to reset your pack, to reset all of your companion skills. And the cool thing is once you get it to start proccing a lot, it's like a machine gun. You're just constantly casting your pack leader. That's basically what happens to the boss. So as you can see here, guys, that's my overall issue with companions. So bossing, no issue. Bossing feels fine. Moving through packs of enemies, that's where the problems can tend to arise more often than not. See how fast that boss just got melted, like in a second. And that's a lot of the issues I was having with my companion setup in Season 3. Like, killing bosses, no problem. Doing a tier 100 vault or a dungeon, tons of problems. And having that extra 50% multiplicative damage too. I almost feel like I'd want to run like maybe Insatiable Fury, not Insatiable Fury. What's the is it Insatiable Fury? The Werebear chest piece. I feel like having that might be useful. I wish Maul had a higher lucky hit chance. I would run Maul instead of Claw, but unfortunately they haven't caught on to that. But the attack speed does kind of help proc everything, so it's not too bad. I might try out Trample. I just feel like that extra damage reduction you get from debilitating roar is almost a necessity, especially now. Maybe stack out a ton of movement speed so you have a high mobility, and then just use your metamorphosis whenever you need it. And I just hope you don't end up having to run both Juggernaut and Disobedience to reach a decent armor cap. It doesn't seem like you will. And it also seems like you can get a ton of HP, like ridiculously large amounts of HP. So if you're planning on playing hardcore, I feel like HP is going to be a no-brainer there. You're going to have to like stack out tons of HP and then get as much DR as possible. Like anything that has damage reduction is going to be the best thing. Also hope they revert the change to heightened senses. I feel like heightened senses as well as quick shift, I feel like they should put it back the way it was. I don't think it's good the way it currently is. I think it requires too much effort to get the full benefit of the buff, and then the buff only, you know, it stacks, but the problem is, and this is the problem I have with a lot of stackable buffs, is that when the timer runs out, the entire buff resets instead of like, you know, you build it in stacks, but it doesn't go, you know, it doesn't clear itself in stacks. So instead of going one, it goes 1, 2, 3, but then it goes from 3 to 0. I wish it would go like basically the same way you have to build it. You lose one stack of the buff at a time, and that would probably be a lot easier to keep those buffs up, or just revert it to the way it was. I honestly wish they would just revert it to the way it was. Not a big fan of how they actually changed that stuff. Also, this storm, oof, just one hit from that little explosive guy. I haven't gotten to test that out yet, so I don't know. I'm gonna try to test as many things out right now, but for right now, I'm running the companion. I'm trying to test out my companion setup, and then I'm probably gonna move into something like lightning storm or tornadoes, werenados, just because I want to test out the double cast on tornado. I'll probably do werenado next, and that might be my farming build, and then I'll try to get some rabies stuff going. Hey, let's go do Uber Lilith real quick. I want to go see what a regular Uber Lilith feels like. No, I don't have the unique pants yet. I don't have a unique pair of pants, the Storm Companion pants. But I definitely want to try them out. I imagine Uber Lilith is going to die really fast now. Oh. I think having those pants will really be a big difference in terms of your werewolf damage. Oh yeah, Jesus. Well, bye-bye Uber Lilith, right? Oh my god, that didn't kill... Oh, wow. That's way too easy. I thought it would do more damage than that. I just wanted to see what the damage was going to be like. Oh, that's funny. Oh, they're not skulls anymore? They're just like little, little... That's it? They're not even skulls anymore. I'm not happy with that. I'm a Uber Lilith fan, so I killed Uber Lilith a lot this season. This is disappointing for me. I feel like this is just a little too weak, guys. Can't... Wow, that's sad. That's so sad. No, it shouldn't. Do we get a level 200 Uber Lilith? Like, what is that? That was so easy. That breaks my heart. Like, that. Why is that fight so easy? That's a fun fight. Oh, that's so sad. Poor Uber Lilith. Poor Uber Lilith, she's been nerfed into the ground. She's dead for now. She's gone. You know what I think it was? I think one of the developers actually tried that fight and like they actually played their game for 2 seconds. And when they did, they were like, "Holy cow, this boss is ridiculous." And they ended up making massive changes. That's pretty disappointing. I'm pretty disappointed in that. I really wish they would have just left it the way it was. I could be alone in that, but I actually did like the Uber Lilith fight. The mechanics of it. Not the fact that it doesn't give you anything. I actually wish it would give you more stuff. So let's go ahead and use that. Can't believe they made it so easy. Can I socket? Add a socket. Do I have any, Oh, I got one. Nice. Enchant this totem here. What am I missing? Subterranean. I think I'm missing Aftershock. Yeah, Aftershock. But we'll do that in just a second. Let's get that crit chance back here. Let's get 10% back on our totem. We'll take the 9%. And then put Aftershock back on there. And we should be good. Let me see if I have any upgrades here. Nope, nothing on the shepherds. And then let's try subterranean. What do I have there? Still 14. Let's try 95. I think that will be better. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Look how high our HP pool is. 26k. 26k. It's crazy. So let's go do the Helltide. I want to test out and see how easy this build can handle like a Hellspawn. And then I also want to see how well it can handle the Blood Maiden. Now, this is something I did notice in my first stream yesterday. It feels like, and I could be wrong, I don't know, you guys can weigh in on this. It feels like the Helltide, the cinder drop rate is lower. I feel like I'm not getting as many cinders. I might stop picking up items. If I ever need resources, I'll just make another character and then delete them.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll pick up the ancestral stuff. I don't really want to do these. I feel like these events still suck. They need to make the enemies spawn much more inside of those events. I'd imagine you can make a pretty massive Raven's active ability, but I just don't see the benefit of doing that. Like, it's nice to have it hit more enemies at once, but I feel like it's such a waste of an affix slot. I might write that down as something I wish they would buff out for the Raven's ability. They should probably make the Raven's active ability, the standard AoE of the Raven's active ability, the same size as your Poison Creeper. Because Poison Creeper is ridiculously strong. It's always been a really good active companion ability. Not just because it has a CC, but it also gives you that massive crit chance to enemies that are affected by it. In Raven, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that something like Ravens, which doesn't really, like, in my opinion, even if you look at the amount of damage it does now that it's actually been scaled up some, still doesn't do, like, a crazy amount of damage. It's not like it's deleting enemies in one tick of damage. It still takes several ticks of damage before it kills even a basic enemy. Like, it feels better, definitely, but I just feel like the overall skill needs a pretty significant buff. And they've buffed it so many times, and it's still just not good. It's just not good. It's like 4 ticks killed that enemy. 4 ticks of Ravens. Him standing in Ravens. And that's if they stand in Ravens. Oh, nice. It said I got a Baleful Fragment. If they move outside of Ravens, then it doesn't do any damage. Thankfully, most bosses are pretty stationary. They don't move too far, depending on where you're at. But I feel like Raven still needs a pretty sizable buff. It's like, you're not going to kill anything with that skill. And it has a pretty decently long cooldown. Like all of the companion skills do. But that's mainly because of Pack Leader, which kind of feels bad in a way. I agree, Patrick. And see, I've said that several times. I wish that Ravens was worked much more closely like Hurricane does, where when you cast it, it's more of like an AoE around your character. And then it moves with you, and it's much better that way because you're basically going to have to get into melee range anyway. And then your passives could be something different, right? Instead of like, you know, maybe you could have a passive that gives you damage reduction or blinds the enemy when you have Ravens up, or a passive that does something else like makes enemies vulnerable if they're affected by your Ravens. Did they just disappear? That sucks. I wasn't even paying attention. Let's go over here real quick and see if I can make it to that Legion event. But I definitely agree. I feel like Ravens needs the way the skill actually works needs to be changed completely. Either that or, like I said, massively buff the AoE. It needs to be much larger. And you shouldn't have to invest in it to make it much larger. Because I don't think there's a single person who can make the argument that you would want to have like a massive AoE version. You want to give up affix slots to buff up the Raven's AoE size. I don't think there's a single person who can make that argument. I mean, it would have to do, I would say, like 20 times the damage that it does currently for me to want to buff up that overall size of the Raven's ability. It would have to be something pretty significant. Oh my god, I keep forgetting that the game swapped out my buttons for companion for your horse. All my stuff got reset for the PTR. Like, look at all the minions. Like, look at all the minions they have on Necromancer. We need all of these minions. We need as many wolves like that. We need just as many wolves. We need just as many. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. Look at all those. Jesus. I always end up feeling like whoever is doing the Druid class, they don't know the class. It feels like they don't play the class. It feels like they don't actually like know what they're actually doing with it sometimes. I think the Earthbreaker ring, that new unique ring, is a perfect example of that. The fact that you can't proc that ring off of your trample slide or your subterranean aspect is kind of one of the biggest, like, it makes it almost useless. Like, landslide is not a skill that you want to invest in. It still does not function well. It hits barely anything. First off, landslide as a whole, like, there's something really jacked up about the hitbox. Because enemies that are smaller and enemies that are up in the air, like floating enemies like wasps or Varshan, those enemy types, it's really hard to hit them with the full damage from like a trample slide or a subterranean aspect. So I feel like there needs to be some tuning on the hitboxes for landslide. And then just the basic landslide ability by itself, I mean, it is just bad. It's just really bad. It barely hits any enemies. In a game where you have a pack of enemies flooding at you, especially in higher tier content, you have tons of enemies coming at you all at once, and you're casting landslide, and it's just like two little pillars that pop out of the ground and barely hit anything. Like, the skill is bad. And all that ring does is basically turn your landslide into a really bad Ursine horror aspect. It just does not function the way it should. They should make that ring useful for when you do trample slide. I don't care if it made it ridiculous. Like, that's the whole point. I think I seen a video of Rob earlier using Dust Devils, and he's like filling his whole screen full of Dust Devils. Like, we need something like that, for crying out loud. I want to fill my entire screen full of landslides. And then they can nerf it before they launch Season 4. But I feel like it needs some fundamental changes in order for landslide to be viable for the endgame. And the ring is pretty much useless because it doesn't work with Trample Slide and it doesn't work with Subterranean. In my opinion, and I'm sure my opinion could be changed by further testing and utilizing certain builds, but I don't think it will be. I think just the fact that it doesn't work with Trample Earth and it doesn't work with Subterranean is making it where it's not really useful. And you would have to buff the size of your landslide. Like, you would have to give up precious affix slots to buff the size of your landslide. I don't think that would be worth it. I honestly just don't think it would be worth it overall. And it's making me feel like it leaves me with this kind of feeling that the meta for Druid is going to be exactly the same as it was in Season 3. And pretty much the same as it was in Season 2, where you're basically just using Were-Nado, Boulder Cane builds. You're using Lightning Storm now because of Season 3. And, you know, those are probably going to be your top tier builds. And then everything else is going to kind of fall in line behind that. And again, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. So, upon further testing, right? Because honestly, the new Endgame, when they kind of didn't add any, they added new stuff to the game, but they didn't really expand upon the Endgame. They just replaced the Endgame. So previously, the Endgame was doing nightmare dungeons, doing, you know, your uber bosses, things like that. Now the Endgame is going to be doing uber bosses in the pit. So nightmare dungeons are now going to basically be kind of a step into the Endgame. And doing Duriel and stuff is a step into the Endgame. So it's basically like replacing the Endgame, not expanding upon the Endgame. And so now every single build is going to be it's going to be based upon how high of a tier you can reach with the pit. And how fast can you kill tier 200 bosses. Also, something I think they need to do here with the Helltides, make your Cinders carry over to the next Helltide. There's literally no reason for them to delete your Cinders from Helltide to Helltide, considering that now you basically have Helltides up 100% of the time. So I don't necessarily know why they haven't made that change yet. I feel like just carry your Cinders over from each Helltide, so that way you don't lose anything. Like, no player progression in terms of like Cinders and opening up chests, stuff like that should be deleted just because you ran out of time. I would definitely like it to be just exactly like Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest worked out really well, and I think it was perfect the way they had it designed, and they've continually, basically, what they've done slowly is make your Helltides into Blood Harvest. And it seems like they just want to, like, inch their way into it for some reason, when they should just fully commit. Just fully commit to the Blood Tide, to Blood Tide. Like, make it exactly like Blood Harvest events. So Helltide is basically carrying your Cinders over, you're working together with other people to summon bosses, everything. Just make it that exact thing. I don't know why they're kind of tiptoeing it. Oh yeah. This guy's gonna die so fast. Oh no, don't come over here. Don't get out of here with your stupid... My man comes over here with his Dust Devils. Ain't nobody wanted your Dust Devils over here. I was trying to solo that. I was doing pretty well. And then they showed up and ruined it. 2 barbarians running around with these Dust Devils. They do tornadoes better than Druid does. Honestly, if I can say one thing, I feel like Druid has no identity now. I feel like Druid is, you know, companions. Necromancer does minions better than Druid does companions. Barb now does tornadoes better than Druid does tornadoes. I think that's hilarious. Sorcerer does lightning better than Druid does lightning. I don't know what we do, guys. I'm not certain what we do. We shapeshift. We shapeshift. That's for sure. That's what we do. We're shapeshift now, I think. I don't know what the identity for the class is. Feels like it just kind of doesn't do anything really well. Comparatively. And that's not me saying the class is bad. I'm just saying overall. Maybe Boulder Cane. Yeah. No, well then Ball Lightning is probably still better. But we'll see. I definitely want to try out a Wear NATO build. I think a Wear NATO build could be pretty fun.
I'm not ready yet.
And I definitely need to upgrade my gear so I don't run around so slow. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Lacerate, mainly because it holds your character in place. I don't like that. Anything that cuts my mobility down and makes it where you kind of, you're basically waiting to... I just don't like the way Lacerate functions. It's definitely not my cup of tea. I don't like the fact that it holds you in place. I wish that they didn't hold you in place. I don't know how they could fix it. But it just feels like it doesn't really make it where the game is fun for me. I couldn't imagine making a build like that where you're constantly, you know, fishing out for your lacerates, then you have to use lacerate with a pack of enemies. It only works for that pack of enemies too, so like you'd have to have it for every single pack of enemies. So you'd have to spam it constantly, then you're constantly sitting still. I don't know. I'm sure it could work. But I will not be the person probably to make that build just because it does just seem uninteresting to me. And the fact that they buffed one of the most overused ultimates on the Druid, Petrify. Like, they made Petrify so ridiculously good, I don't know why you would use anything else. You just cast Petrify and then kill everything. Like, why would I want to use... And I'm not trying to bully Lacerate, okay, but... Why would I want to use Lacerate when I could just cast Petrify, cast Lightning Storm, everything dies, I keep moving the entire time. Cast Petrify, cast Tornadoes, they all die. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't... It's the same reason why I wouldn't want to use Cataclysm. Why would I use Cataclysm when it basically does barely any damage and, you know, it doesn't really affect the enemies? Like, one of the best aspects of Petrify is that you CC all the enemies. And not just that, but they've also have a built-in, you know, aspect of it that affects bosses. And now you get a 10-second cooldown on Petrify if you use it on a boss. I just don't know exactly. It just feels like there's no point to use anything else. And again, I could be wrong. That's not like a hard, fast opinion. I'd be glad to be wrong about that. Because my favorite thing about the Druid class is all of the aspects of the class. Like, it should be one of the most flexible classes in the game. You should be able to make so many different viable builds for Druid. But ultimately, I feel like every single season, outside of builds that have been completely bugged, which has been most of the popular builds for every season for Druid, it's been just buggy builds. Like, there really hasn't been a shakeup in the meta. It's always been, like, the most dependable build has been Wear NATO. Lightning Storm, now that we have the Ascetic Wraps. Pulverize has been pretty consistent, and I mean, I don't know. Like, you can use Boulder Cane now, but even that can be a bit clunky just because of how it's affected by Waller enemies as well as suppressor enemies and wind walls too. It's still fun to play and it's still really powerful, but it is kind of annoying. And the fact that they've removed a lot of our damage reduction too, I think is going to be a big deal. I think a lot of builds will feel pretty bad if you can't build them out to be pretty tanky overall. Like, a lot of the Druid builds heavily depend on you getting in close to enemies. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of them, but I would say the more unique builds, like Boulder Cane builds, rely on like Shred and getting in melee range. And if you're really kind kind of glass cannon built, I don't think it's going to be fun. You're just going to die a lot. Hey, good morning. How are you doing? We're just kind of building out this companion setup and testing out the damage overall. I don't have this completely set up optimized perfectly, and I don't think I will for the PTR. I just kind of want to get a general feel for it. But overall, we're moving along pretty well. I like the damage so far. I still feel like the same issues apply. Your wolves need to be tankier. You need more wolves. But it's definitely better. It's definitely better. And the damage definitely scales better. Especially the poison damage from Poison Creeper. Nice. We got a ring down here. I think being able to stack out crit chance the way we can is awesome. The amount of crit chance I have without actually investing in like masterworking is pretty crazy. I had like 61% crit chance. I want to kill some bosses, man. I wish they would have gave us a ton of bossing materials. Yes, even this is like Blood Harvest, man. Now we have like events inside of... I like the fact that you get boss materials from killing random enemies too. But this is just basically like Blood Harvest. You have these events now, which I like these events. That is not a complaint. I just carry cinders over at, you know, it's no point to delete them between held sides. Yeah, they've definitely cut down the amount of cinders. There's no way they didn't cut down the amount of cinders you get. I'll probably try to upload a, maybe you can upload a video format to the forums. I really don't want to write out every single thing in the forums for... I'll probably take the time to do it. Okay, so we have a Hellborn Elite here. We'll hold on to that because I know that's going to be a part of one of my builds. So not no, but that's not. So no, they're definitely doing a lot more compared to Necro. I think they're not even close. I don't think they're even close in my opinion. Necromancer is like, if Necromancer's a 10, Druid's probably like a 5 or a 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, but I will say they definitely do damage. They definitely have that extra damage. You're feeling that. I feel like with all the crit chance that they've added too that you can get to your character, it's made it where Pack Leader can be reset more often. But the fundamental issues with our companions still exist. You're still fishing out Pack Leader procs. You're also, your wolves still are not very tanky, and they die relatively easy, and we need more wolves. See, it's not just the fact that Necro can have 13 active companions, it's the fact that they can have 13 active companions that actually take up space in the environment and can pull aggro from enemies, right? So they're all of their companions function to pull aggro off of the off of your character. So we can have up to 9, right? We can have 3 ravens, base 3 ravens. We can have 1 poison creeper and 2 wolves, and then when we have stampede, we get 1 wolf, 1 poison creeper, 1 raven. The problem is that only 3 of those companions, or 2 if you don't have stampede, only 3 of those companions can actively pull enemies off of your character. And those 3 companions are incredibly paper thin. Like, they still die really fast. And the thing is that the new Endgame, and I was saying this earlier, right? They didn't necessarily add Endgame to the pre-existing Endgame this season. They replaced the entire Endgame. So your Endgame is no longer doing tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons. Your Endgame is no longer just doing Uber bosses. Your new Endgame is doing level 200 bosses and doing high tier pits. Now, what is high tier pit? I don't know yet. That's going to be based on the meta for the Druid. Like, whatever the highest, the S tier build is for this season, whatever that pit level is, probably like maybe 10 to 15 pit levels off of that, would probably be considered a sweet spot for all of your other builds. And I don't know if your werewolves will be able to survive in those tier, that high tier of a pit, because they're already having survivability issues if I was to just let them kind of do their own thing. And not just that, but their overall aggression, like how fast they move to an enemy, that aspect of the companion is pretty lackluster compared to, I would say, compared to a necromancer. And I don't have the unique pants yet, but honestly, companion movement speed is the most useless skill I've ever heard of in my entire time of playing video games. So I have no idea why they think that's a reasonable affix. I wish they would just give your companions movement speed. What's up, Clark? Because no matter what, your companions still follow you. Like, it doesn't matter how fast you move, your companions still follow you. It doesn't matter how fast they move, they'll always be behind you. And they only attack when you attack. So companion movement speed is absolutely useless. But they definitely do more damage, I will say that. The poison scales a lot better off of your poison creeper. Ravens actually does damage. But I would have to, like I said, we're going to have to climb up into higher tier pits to really have a good opinion, a good solid opinion as to whether or not your companion is going to be viable for, I would say, top tier in-game content. Also doing a level 200 boss. We need to see how tanky they are when going up against a level 200 boss. Because if your werewolves just get deleted every 2 seconds, they're going to be completely useless. Like, if you're... it doesn't matter how much damage you put on your werewolves or how fast they can attack or whatever. If they get deleted every 2 seconds by the boss's primary attack or whatever, it's not going to matter. Like, so in my opinion, Clark, I think the builds that are going to be looking the strongest for Druid overall are going to be Pulverize again. If you're looking to play Werebear, I think you're going to be happy with Lightning Storm. I think you're going to be more happy than Lightning Storm than you think, mainly because of the change in the field of view. I think pulling the camera back 20% is going to make Lightning Storm really shine, because you're going to be killing enemies before they even react to you, especially with the fact that now we get like massive amounts of crit chance. So your Lightning Dancer bolts are going to be killing packs of enemies super fast. I mean, you're going to be hitting enemies like in another room, and they won't even be able to kind of react to you. So I think Lightning Storm is going to be really powerful, and I think Were-NATO is going to be really powerful. I think those three, like Were-NATO, Lightning Storm, Pulverize, and you're probably still going to see a really strong, a much stronger version of Boulder Cane build, because you can now have a chance to summon multiple boulders with your Shred Boulder Cane setups. So I think that will also be a really good build. But for builds like Shred, Boulder Cane, I would say that would also heavily depend on how much survivability you can build on your character, because you inherently have to get into melee range with those builds, and because of that fact, it's going to make those builds a lot more susceptible to damage, like especially one-shots and higher tier pit content. So you might end up just playing like ranged builds all the time. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that could be possibly the... Oh, Wear NATO's always been a thing, my man. Wear NATO's always been good. Wear NATO has been... I would say Wear NATO and Pulverize have been like the bread and butter for Druid, like the overall in terms of like reliability. Those two builds have always been really useful for the end game. But I think the biggest impact as to build viability is going to be the difficulty. I think the difficulty change, I think reducing the amount of damage reduction rolls we have on our character, that really is going to be a big determining factor in my opinion. Because even if a build does a ton of damage, if you die all the time, you're not going to want to play it. It's not going to be fun.
I'm not ready yet.
And honestly, I think the way they did Changeling's Debt, like Pulverize, is going to be pretty powerful. All you have to do is poison an enemy, and you get like, what is it, like 40 plus multiplicative damage off of Changeling's Debt with your werebear skills. There's not a single outside of Shepherds. There's not a single multiplier that Druid has that's better than that. It's giving you a huge amount of multiplicative damage. It's absolutely crazy. I'm also going to try, the one thing I do want to try though, I want to try the new flesh render build. I want to see how well the defensive skills actually deal damage, because I think there's a chance that you could make a defensive skill setup that blows enemies up, almost like innate bulwark in season 1, where you just, you know, you basically spam bulwark and kill everything around you. I'm thinking that there's a chance that you could possibly do that here in season 4. So once I get that unique item, I'm going to test it out, and I'm actually kind of interested in that, because that could actually make a close melee build kind of setup feel really good, because you're constantly spamming like debilitating roar, blood howl, you're spamming out your innate bulwark, and you're just doing tons of damage. So I'm definitely going to try that out. Yeah, well, those are really nice. I gotta stop picking up yellow stuff. I keep doing it because I started out the game, but now I'll just make a character. I'm gonna stop picking up all the rare items. So we got frost boots, got our pentinent grease, we got our Pangor gauntlets, Gorger gauntlets. Okay, we got a 180 there. We'll get rid of this one. 12% crit chance too on our gauntlets. That's really good. That's weird though. Okay, so they didn't update the unique items. So that's interesting. So your gauntlets now give you 10% crit chance, guys. But your unique gauntlets give you 6%. So they didn't update the gauntlet affixes. 10% attack speed, 18 all stats. I wonder if that's a bug. Did anybody read that in the patch notes? It doesn't look like they updated the unique item stats. Well, this one isn't. I don't know if that's so for Stormclaw, Tim, I think Stormclaw, see, here's the thing with viability. It's hard to determine viability before we know what the in-game meta is going to look like for the Druid. However, with that being said, I think that Stormclaw is going to be possible. I think that Stormclaw is going to be fun to play. However, I don't know how tanky it's going to be with the new, removal of all the damage reduction affixes. I thought initially that they weren't going to remove all of the damage reduction affixes. They were just going to make them more rare. However, it actually looks like they've basically removed every damage reduction affix. So I think that's going to be a bigger factor in melee builds. So melee builds, and I just said this, so for melee builds, I think it's going to be a pretty big factor as to their viability in terms of like how tanky you can make them. And if it's not that good, like if you end up basically dying all the time, most everybody is going to play a more range-oriented build, like Lightning Storm, like Wear NATO, things of that nature, like Pulverize. I also think there's it's bugged out your basic skills. So on your pants, you can have 1 to 2 basic skill ranks, and then you can only have 1 basic skill rank for each of your basic skills. You can roll that. I think that might be a visual bug or something that they're probably going to fix before launch of Season 4. So I think you're going to be able to build a really solid basic attack build, but my overall issue with Stormclaw in general is that basic attack damage never really scaled too well to begin with. And you honestly would get more damage out of scaling up, say, like an overcharge aspect and just utilizing that on your Stormclaw setup. I actually did it this season in Season 3, and I got a lot more out of that build than people have gotten out of using all of their basic skills. So I don't know how well it's going to work, but I will say this. We don't know what the seasonal mechanic is going to be for Season 4. And with the new seasonal mechanic, if it's much like, if it's as powerful as Season 2 was with the vampiric powers, that could potentially change how we play every single build going into Season 4. So it's easy to speculate right now on the PTR for like, oh, well, the companions, they're not really that tanky, or, how tanky is your character going to be, or is this going to work? Is that going to work? But if the mechanic is as transformative as Season 2's mechanic was, in terms of like, overall survivability for your character and, resource generation, things like that, that could definitely shake up the meta in terms of what's viable and not viable. Or I should say, what's top tier and what's not top tier. Because I think there are going to be plenty of viable builds. It just depends on how you determine viability. Like, is your opinion of viability a build that can obliterate a level 200 boss inside of 5 seconds? Or is your idea of viability, completing the mid ranks of the pit and maybe being able to kill a tier 200 boss within a minute? It all depends on the individual. So there's a lot that we still have to kind of figure out here. I don't want to give you like a solid answer because I can't. Like, there's nothing I can really say. But it does look like they will be decent. But it looks like a lot of things will be decent. I honestly hope that their next campfire chat, they tell us what the Season 4 mechanic is going to be. I just feel like, because the same team that made Season 2 is making Season 4. And if we have a similar mechanic like vampiric powers, it's going to really change the way things play out, I think. The only thing I will tell you, Tim, in my opinion, that will definitely be good, and again, this is like a 80% chance, right? There's always, I won't say definitively 100% they're going to be good. I think Lightning Storm is going to be really good. I think Wear NATO is going to be really good. I think Pulverize is going to be really good. And depending on how tanky you can make your character overall, I think Boulder Cane builds that include Shred Boulder Cane, I think those builds will be really good as well. But everything else, you know, I think it's to be determined. Like, this companion build, I think, will be dependent on how well it scales into the late game in terms of, like, your werewolf survivability, things like that. There are a lot of builds, I think, that will depend heavily on that, especially like something like a Stormclaw build, where you're dependent on your character's tankiness to really deal out that damage. You have to get up close and personal. You have to be, you know, you're on top of all of the enemies, and also all of the enemy AoEs, everything that's going to happen, you know, you're right in the mix of it. And that's probably why I love that build so much. It's my favorite overall Druid build, and I will be making one for Season 4. But, you know, you could end up dying every 2 seconds. And if you die every 2 seconds, you're going to be like, I'm not playing this build. This is the most annoying thing I've ever done. You know, it's like you're not going to be interested in that. So I need one. Okay, did I open up this chest and I didn't get... So I did not get a Baneful Heart. That's interesting. I thought you got a Baneful Heart every time you opened up a... opened up one of the Living Still chests. That's unfortunate. I think the biggest hit to my, like, the biggest hit for me, guys, and I was really hoping it would be in this season because I love it, low-life bulwark builds. I really enjoy making low-life bulwark builds, and the fact that they took damage reduction while injured out, and I don't, like, I don't know if it's, I think it's out completely. Man, that's really sucky. I love making low-life bulwark builds. I wish they would have left at least that. I feel like low-life bulwark was fun, man. I mean, as fun as, like, building defense on a character could be. I gotta stop picking up all this stuff. Let me go back and delete everything, and then I'll be more focused on not picking up rares. So what I wanted to... This is a nice change too. All these changes where they've basically made everything closer to you. You're no longer running all over the place. That's really nice. Honestly, I don't even think you really need to look through all this stuff. Just kind of junk it all. Keep my Pain Gorger. Let's go ahead and send that to the chest. And what manuals do I have? Earth augments. I need to get more of these. It's gonna be a lot of grinding. We'll go kill Actually, I don't know if I want to use any of my items. I kind of want to wait till I get a level 200 boss. Maybe I should wait. Just so I can kill that. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Buff Raven AoE. That's what I wanted to say. Buff Raven's AoE. At least this isn't like the Blood Siphon event where it just pulls your whole health. Just sucks all your health out of you inside of a second. I kind of want to keep running the pit just to see how far I can go too. Also, I don't think the double cast landslide works for your trample slide or your subterranean as well. I think the double cast, you have to double cast landslide. I was testing that out on the first stream and it never looked like I ever got a double cast off of landslide. You know, I know a lot of people wanted a loot filter, but I think, honestly, in my opinion, the way they've structured out the item drops, I don't even know if you need a loot filter anymore. Like, it doesn't feel like you get enough of the greater affix rolls. It feels like what you're going to do, right, is you're going to basically grab up as many legendary items at first as you can, and get the base rolls on your build set up, and then you're just going to be farming like crazy to greater affix rolls. You're not even going to pick stuff up at that point. I think unless you're just doing it to, get some crafting materials, you're not really going to be picking stuff up to look at it. The only thing you're going to be looking at is greater affix rolls, and you're not really going to get a lot of those. I would say, like, all at once. It's not like you're going to get a full inventory of greater affix rolls, so I actually don't know if you're going to need a loot filter. And the way that they've structured a lot of the affixes, it feels like you don't even need, like, you're going to basically be able to roll the affixes you want on your gear, and then the real difficulty is going to be tempering. Because I feel like tempering, because there's a limited amount of times you can temper, that's going to be the real kind of, the real grind. Because there's a chance you could potentially brick your item. Like, that's the... I think that's probably why they've made affix rolls so easy to kind of obtain now, is because with the new tempering system, you're probably going to brick quite a few items before you get, like, the perfect setup on your gear piece. Maybe not quite a few, but you might brick a couple. And then you're also talking about, the basically the best in slot items would be, like, greater affix rolls on, both of your, on like 2 or 3, I don't even know if you can get up to 3, but at least 2 of your affixes, and both of those affixes being something that you really want. So if you manage to brick your item through tempering, you're probably going to be pretty pissed off. I could imagine people making posts on Reddit about that, like so many posts, just like they brick their item, they've maxed out their tempering rolls, and they're pissed off. I could definitely see that. I could see a whole video dedicated to that, like multiple videos dedicated to people bricking their items through the tempering stuff. I think maybe they need to add more chances to temper, like maybe 10, maybe 15. I don't know. That might be too much. It might be too easy at that point, but I couldn't imagine someone getting like a perfect setup on their gear piece, and they temper it, and it just completely nothing that they want rolls on that gear piece. I mean, it's only 4 affixes, but I was tempering earlier trying to get a werewolf attack speed, and I definitely ran through every single one of the affixes and did not get a single roll of werewolf attack speed on a couple of my items. So that could be part of the enjoyable gear grind, but that could also be something that people cannot stand. Man, you're just getting tons of elixirs, guys. I think that's one of the biggest changes they made to the game that I don't think a lot of people are going to realize until that, you know, not only did they make elixirs way better, but God, they are just super easy to get now. Like, especially with the crafting materials being bundled herbs, and all you really need is like other materials that are relatively easy to farm that you never really had a problem like a shortage with. You're going to be able to make your elixirs that you want. And a lot of these elixirs are really powerful. Getting like crit damage and crit chance, and big change right there that I think is going to make a... Now the only thing I hope they do is eventually add unique versions of your potions. Like if you could unequip the standard health potion and equip something different. I've played that in quite a few ARPGs, and I really like that stuff. What is this? How many of these are there? Let me go up here. See if there... I might just open up both of the mystery chests, and hopefully I can get like one or two of the baneful fragments. I did not get one out of the other chest that I opened, the other living still chest. That was the first time I hadn't gotten one yet, so that's kind of unfortunate. I thought you would get them 100% of the time. Let's go get this tortured gift chest. Come on, horse. I gotta get that flesh render, man. Man, I gotta remind myself, change the buttons on my horse when I get off stream. Change the buttons back to how I normally have it. What in the world? I didn't know I had items over here. Oh, this is a blood siphon. I didn't even notice that. We have a blood siphon event going on here. It's not as bad. It's honestly not that bad compared to the blood siphon event with blood harvest stuff. It's a pretty manageable bleed. Well, it's getting a little worse. Oh my god. Yikes. Barrier, anyone? We need a barrier. Barrier solves that problem. We're definitely going to be investing in a barrier for most of our builds. That's another thing with Druid. I feel like every build is going to need like Mending Stone. Like you're going to need Mending Stone, and you're going to need Earthen Bulwark. With the changes to Mending Stone, I feel like it's going to make Bulwark so valuable to make you much more tanky. It basically doubles your effective health pool. Especially now that diamonds give you like a ridiculous amount of barrier generation. Diamonds give you like 11% barrier generation. Did I get one? Yes. Baneful Heart. Okay. So now we'll go open the other one. Hopefully we get another Baneful Heart. And then we'll summon the boss. And then we'll test the damage. And then we will go and we will do pit. And then once I reach the tippy top tier pit, I will I'll swap out to a different build. Start working on a different setup. And I guess Tree of Whispers. I gotta do Tree of Whispers to get most of the manuals. I don't know. Or do Nightmare Dungeons. I think I heard Wadijo say something about that. Like Tree of Whispers or Nightmare Dungeons.
I'm not ready.
Dude, hardcore is gonna be insane. I'm excited to play some hardcore. I'm ready to play some hardcore. Yeah, this is definitely way better than the landslide setup that I had earlier. Haha! I no longer run from them, they run from me. So we're getting quite a few little greater affix rolls here. It's like the, I think I have a couple in my inventory. We'll have to sort through them. So I think the next setup I'm going to use, once I kind of get this to the highest tier pit that I can, I think the next setup I'm going to use, barring I don't get a flesh render, so I can test out like a defensive build setup, I'll probably try out where NATO set up. I am kind of interested to see how many times. The only problem is I need a Tempest Roar and all that other stuff, and in order to get a Tempest Roar, you gotta do Duriel, and in order to do Duriel, I have to farm Duriel mats, and just a lot of stuff to do for something, for a PTR. I wish they would have gave us, like, unlimited mats for bossing. It would make a world of difference to how much we could actually test stuff. Because there's just so many different uniques you need for the Druid. Like, you have to have them. Let's see, did we get a heart? We did. Okay, good. How many minutes do we have? 8 minutes? Let's go summon the boss. Where's the boss at? Like, close to the middle of the map? Does it show up here at all? We got 8 minutes. We got plenty of time. I just have to find out where the boss spawns. I hope they put that onto the map. What? Confront Doomslayer. I think it was somewhere up here, right? I don't know. We'll go up here. Summon the big boss. See how many people come. See how many tornado barbarians come our way. We'll run some bosses too. Slay the Blood Maiden. There she is. All right. I really like this event, man. I like everything about it. Like this giant blood egg in the center. It's pretty cool. Everybody can kind of come and join in, get some of the rewards from doing it. Like I'm gonna be partying so much with you guys. Every single person. Anytime you guys want to party up for anything, we're gonna be partying up for season 4, doing everything we can, pushing pits. I don't think I'm going to really focus too much on the Gauntlet. Maybe the first week I might entertain the Gauntlet just because, you know, you got to blast to 100 and get your character set up really fast, stuff like that. But after that, I don't think I'm really going to focus too hard on the Gauntlet. Until they do some, like, fundamental changes to the Gauntlet, I'm not really too interested in the Gauntlet. I just don't like the shrines. I don't like all the shrines. It makes build viability kind of pretty bad. You're just basically running shred. Everybody's running shred. Oh. Be careful for that. That will one-shot you. Yo, this is so good. Be careful. Don't kill everybody. She's like staying over there. Where'd she go? Oh, get out of that. I can't. Is this thing just gonna keep spawning the circles? Come on now. Got her stunned up. All right. There it is. Oh, I thought she was dead. There she goes. No? Yep, okay. So many enemies are spawning. I like it. Let's get rid of these yellow items. Okay. Cup the blood. Alrighty. Not too bad. That was kind of fun. Definitely better than using my landslide build. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, my man? Let's see what we got here. I would like an indicator in your inventory as to which one of these were your so this is the thing I'm talking about. So with your unique items, you see we got our damage reduction there. So this is gonna make unique items way better, but I still would not use Soul Brand, I don't think. But I wish they would put in a marker on which one of these was the greater affix roll. So that way you could see it easier and you wouldn't have to sort through this. I'm gonna write that down maybe. Mark. Inventory. That way you wouldn't have to sort through it. You could just go right to it. Not that one. That was just lightning resist. Max life. So we got lucky hit and crit. That's pretty good. I like that. Actually, the other one seems a little bit better. So we'll just go ahead and get rid of that. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll toss that in my stash. So that way my next build, I can use that on something. That way I'm not looking for a bunch of stuff. +2 defensive skills, +4 spirit. Max life, overpower. Nope. Okay, that's good. Put that one in my inventory. And then, look, anything else? Okay. Alrighty. Just get rid of everything else. So let's go ahead and push the pit, and then we'll probably swap out. Oh, I'm doing pretty good, brother. How are you doing? And the Druid so far looks pretty much... My overall opinion on the Druid so far is that it's basically going to be just like Druid for every season. Like where NATO is going to be good. Lightning Storm, now that it's better after Season 3, is going to be good. Boulder Cane possibly could still be good depending on how high the difficulty scales and how tanky you can make your character, because you have to get in melee range with Boulder Cane builds. I think a lot of your builds that are ranged builds are going to work really well. I wouldn't say it's trash, but it definitely needs a lot of different changes. Like, we need more werewolves. They need to be tankier. That's the first two things that have to happen. I feel like Ravens needs to be buffed. Like, the AoE size of Ravens needs to be buffed still. I like the way the poison is scaling now. The fact that you have to move into melee range is going to be pretty painful, I think, for your character, depending on, like I said, how high the difficulty scales. But yeah, I feel like Companions definitely still needs more. Even, I like the damage is there. I like the damage. The damage is nice. And I haven't optimized this build, obviously, but the damage is definitely there. I just feel like we need more wolves, and they need to be more tanky. A lot more tanky. Oh yeah, of course. I'm actually writing every single thing down here on a piece of paper, all the things that I think that need to be changed. So if I can just go over them with you real quick, guys, since you're here, you guys can give me your feedback on this. As I go through these points, this is what I've collected so far. So starting out for Landslide. So Landslide, I feel like Landslide, the skill itself, the hitbox is off. I feel like they need to fix the way that Landslide hits enemies. I've noticed that when you use Landslide, if you're hitting an enemy that's flying, like floating in the air, like Wasps or like Varshan, sometimes your Trample Slide or your Subterranean aspect will completely miss them and do very, very little damage. So definitely fix whatever that issue is there with Landslide. The new Earthbreaker Ring does not work with Trample Earth, and it does not work with Subterranean. So you have to directly cast Landslide to get any benefit out of the Earthbreaker Ring, which makes it pretty much useless because Landslide, the skill itself, is pretty useless. It still doesn't hit many enemies. It still, you know, when you have a screen full of enemies coming at you, Landslide just does not, it doesn't do much. So they need to buff that skill a lot. I would say they need to fundamentally change the way the skill functions, and then Earthbreaker will be better. Yeah, it doesn't. I've tested it, so I don't think, I know Earthbreaker doesn't work with Trample Slide, and it doesn't work with Subterranean. And it doesn't seem like the double cast for Landslide works on Trample Earth or Subterranean as well. So it basically doesn't give us anything new. Like, I don't really think, unless there's some dramatic changes, I don't think anybody's going to be running a landslide build in any serious way into Season 4. But we don't know what the mechanic for Season 4 is going to be, and I could be completely wrong, obviously. So, Veiled Crystals, this is going to talk about Veiled Crystals. I think it's too costly to swap your aspects and stuff for Veiled Crystals in the early game. So everything requires Veiled Crystals. Your tempering requires Veiled Crystals. Your aspects require Veiled Crystals. And it requires a lot, like 75 Veiled Crystals. So I feel like they need to drop the overall cost for your aspects, especially for early game. Like late game, it's not going to matter. But early game into the mid game, you're definitely going to be filling it. It seems like Cinders, they've cut the drop rate on Cinders. So I feel like the drop rate, they need to revert it. I definitely see a significant decrease in the amount of Cinders I get. And then I also think that Cinders need to carry over into the next Helltide. I'm going to write that down. Because all they are doing right now is tiptoeing into Blood Harvest event. That's what they're doing. Like, if you look at what Helltides are currently, they are basically Blood Harvest events from Season 2, and they're just tiptoeing slowly but surely into making it a complete Blood Harvest event. So, obviously, the next thing they need to do is make Cinders carry over to the next Helltide. I did notice that we're still getting 1.8% crit chance possibility rolls on our rings, so that needs to change. If that's not a bug or a placeholder, they need to make sure that we're not able to roll 1.8% crit chance. Let's see, Earth and Might. So Earth and Might is our passive, key passive that gives us 100% crit chance. That is absolutely trash now because of how high you can stack your crit chance off of your affix rolls. Just without tempering or anything on my character, I have 55% crit chance. I had 61 because I had everything, so you can get 10% crit chance rolls on your items. So that, I feel like our key passives, like Earth and Might is trash. Perfect Storm is trash. And then Lupine Ferocity is trash. All three of those key passives are absolute garbage. I feel like Pack Leader still needs a buff, probably around 30 to 40%. Raven's AoE needs a buff. Even though you can stack out Raven AoE size, it doesn't really matter. Why would you waste anything on that? And then possibly a marker on your greater affix rolled gear pieces in your inventory. Something to separate them out so you don't have to sort through your entire inventory stash to find your greater affix roll. So that's what I have so far. Those are the changes that I would make. There's a lot more Druid changes. I'll probably make a complete video, like a comprehensive video on everything that I would change. There's a lot about, like, I would rework this entire boon system. I think it's boring, but they're not going to do that. So, key passives. 3 out of our 6 key passives are completely useless, in my opinion. I don't like the way they changed Quick Shift and Heightened Senses. I feel like they need to revert that change. I don't think they need to have that. Actually, either they need to revert the change on Quick Shift and Heightened Senses, or you have to basically stack out these buffs. They need to make sure that the buffs only fall off one at a time. Like, buff stacks should fall off one at a time, like you gain them one at a time. Yeah, I feel like there's quite a few things I'll probably come up with by the time I'm done. So let's go ahead and go to doing some more pit. So that's what I have so far. Let me write down companion. Let me see. Werewolves need more. And More tanky. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna do my very best, man. I'm gonna really try to, you know, I'm gonna make videos obviously about it, but I'm definitely gonna write it out in a complete forum post. I'll probably write several posts, maybe one each day. Take the time out to write one each day on the forum, and make a video overall. See, this is my problem with Ravens. Like, it just doesn't do anything. Even now, you're seeing, like, the damage start to fall off. And I know, like I said, I'm not optimized. But look at it's just nothing. It just doesn't do anything. And it has, like, a huge cooldown. It has a huge cooldown. In fact, the same things are happening where it looks like the poison's starting to fall off. Well, maybe not. Not so much. The poison still seems like it's hitting. It didn't seem like it was in just a second ago, but now it seems like it's hitting a little bit better. But Ravens it just does not... I don't know what it is about Ravens. If it's something that is the way the damage scales overall with it, I don't know what it is, but it just does not really hit. Like, it doesn't even do anything. You seem like their health bars still... Their health bars barely moved.
I'm not ready yet.
I also think they should take the duration off of Bestial Rampage. Like the 2-second duration. Just not good. You have to you know, swapping back and forth between Werebear and Werewolf is fine, but staying in Werebear for 2 seconds sometimes feels a bit clunky, especially when you're trying to use your skills quickly. And our damage is definitely still decent enough, like... I need to farm up some Duriel runs and go do some Duriel. I need a Tempest Roar, I need Tebow's Will. I still think Tebow's Will is going to be the best in slot pair of pants. I mean, it still gives so much. Like 20% multiplicative damage plus the resource generation. Now also the damage reduction you're going to get. And it has a massive damage reduction roll on it. I don't see why you wouldn't want to run Tebow's Will. They nerfed it, but 20% multiplicative damage is still really good. I felt like 40% was crazy, but... You know, 20%, that's all they took away from it. It's still going to be the best pair of pants, in my opinion. Especially, like I said, with the damage reduction changes. It has, like, I think it has max life, too? Like, I like resource generation. I like the fact that they added resource generation. But the thing that pisses me off is that Druid needs resource generation right away. Like, there's no reason why Druid and Barbarian should not have resource generation right off the bat. I know that the classes previously haven't had that, but I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It needs to have it. Like, Druid should have built-in resource generation. Barbarian should have built-in Fury generation. I don't know why they don't want to give them that. I don't feel like I want to invest in resource generation for the character. By the time I reach the late game, I can mitigate resource cost by so many other ways that why would I want to use an affix roll to give me resources That's another thing I'll probably go ahead and write out there too. They just need to give us resource gen. Because I'm just going to use a pair of Tebow's Will, man. I'm just going to use Tebow's Will. And then everything else, you know, it's going to give me unlimited resources just by having Unstoppable. And with Metamorphosis and everything, I'll always have Unstoppable. What? Okay. Can I respawn? Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
So the wolves have more damage now, actually. Love. So the wolves have more damage now. They need to be tankier, and we need more wolves. It's that simple. Like, we need double the wolves, and they need to be tankier. I think ravens are fine. I think the active skill, we were talking about this earlier, I think the active skill for ravens should function like Hurricane does and revolve around your character, but in a larger AoE. And it should probably, like, they need to scale the damage to some degree. I don't know what it is. Oh, sweet. I got a Dolmen Stone. Pretty good one, too. Also, I haven't seen any of the unique items. I don't think their affixes have changed, so I think that might be something. Unique item affixes. I don't know if that was in the patch notes for, like, known issues, but... we'll see. I'll read it. I'll read everything before I post anything. Okay, so for hybrid wolf bear, bro, like I was saying, I said this earlier, the issue I think that needs to change right now, number one, bestial rampage, they need to remove the 2-second duration. So you should only have to swap from werewolf to werebear and werebear to werewolf. Now, if that meant that they reduced the amount of time you would have the attack speed and increased damage, I'd be fine. Like, if it was 10 seconds or 7 seconds and you just had to swap back and forth constantly, like more consistently, I'd be fine with that. But I think they need to remove that 2-second requirement for being in werewolf and werebear from bestial rampage. And then I think they need to revert the changes on heightened senses and quick shift. I think this is really bad. It takes... You have to basically build these up, and then they all fall off at once. So either one of two things. They need to revert the change and just add movement speed to heightened senses and just add a duration to quick shift. Or they need to... your buff only needs to fall off 1 stack at a time. So you build the buff 1 stack at a time, it should only fall off 1 stack at a time. And I think if they just made those two simple changes to these three passives, it would really change the way that werewolf, werebear, quick shift builds would feel. I still think they're going to be viable. I just think that there's going to be... it's going to feel really clunky. Yeah, so I don't think they would need to nerf them if they gave us more, though. Like, look how many companions the Necromancer has now, and they're all powerful. I don't think that they would need to nerf anything, honestly, in my honest opinion. Like, they would not need to nerf it. All they need to do is just give us more wolves. It's not even... they're not even, like... I don't think they're going to be overpowered by any measure. I really don't. Because, not just because of the fact that they can die, but also because of how they work in the game. Like, companions are still pretty passive. You have to attack things. I don't know. I just feel like companions, you still have to rely on them to catch up. They have to be there to deal the damage. You know, I don't think it's really going to make them overpowered. But I do think we need more wolves, and they need to be tankier. Those two things are definitely true. I mean, you're constantly fishing out pack leader procs too. It just feels it just feels really bad when you don't get pack leader procs. If you're not getting pack leader procs, you're basically dealing no damage. And pack leader sometimes feels like it doesn't want to reset.
I must wait a moment.
But yeah, I feel like the damage is pretty decent. I feel like just giving us more werewolves would be great. I just can't stand how bad Ravens is, honestly. Like, those are just normal enemies. It just literally... And it has such a long cooldown. 15 seconds. And this is multiple stacks of Ravens. And I even have a helmet that gives me more Ravens ranks. There we go. Yeah, that they have to change the heightened senses in quick shift, man. And see, this is where it doesn't really feel bad. Like on a boss, it doesn't feel bad. You can just focus all that damage on one enemy, and on the boss, it feels pretty good. It just needs to be some changes for how it functions against multiple enemies. Granted, that's not even a top tier boss there. Let's try out a tier 100 nightmare dungeon real quick, or at least a 90 something whatever. Let's go ahead and craft up a sigil. Let's see how it feels to do like a high tier. There we go. Oh, and by the way, the sigil changes, guys, amazing. Look at this. You don't even have all these crazy affixes anymore. Love it. Love those changes. No more crazy affixes. No more dealing with that nonsense. Willpower, max life, and cyclone. That's actually really good. I'm going to keep this for a different setup. Let's see, anything good here? Okay, the rest of this stuff can go. Let's see what a tier 100. Did I just use it? I think I used it. Where'd it go? There we go. All right. Yeah, the sigils are so much better like this. By the way, I appreciate all you guys tuning in to my stream, guys. I really do appreciate it a lot. Yeah, so this is a tier 100, and it definitely hits. But again, this is not the end game anymore. So I just want to reiterate that as much as I can. I don't want people to think like, so they did not add to the end game. They simply replaced the current end game. And that's not me hating or anything. You guys, I love the game, but they did not add to the end game. They simply replaced the end game with the pit and with tier 200 bosses. This is now like doing a tier 100 nightmare dungeon does not matter whatsoever. Like if you have a build and it does a tier 100, congratulations, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Like you're gonna have to be able to clear way higher content than a tier 100 nightmare dungeon. So it feels pretty good though. Like this is what would this probably be, like close to like 50 or so? Yeah, I figured like volcano killed me. But it feels pretty good so far. It's like this would probably be like maybe tier 50 or something like that pit. But definitely needs more damage reduction though. I think having a T-Bow's Will would feel pretty good overall. So I'm going to be doing some Duriel runs, it sounds like. Kind of funny. I'm just going to be doing what I was doing before. Duriel runs or Andariel. At least in the early, or I should say mid-game. In the mid-game, you're probably still going to run Duriel and stuff. But not quite as much as you were, because you'll be able to do other things for similar stuff. I just hope people don't have like some wild. I feel like a lot of people, like I feel like a lot of new people who are coming to the game are really going to have a nice time. But I still feel like a lot of people who are like veteran players are probably going to not get as much out of Season 4 as what the hype seems to be. And I could be wrong. Like the mechanic, like I said, we've yet to see the seasonal mechanic yet. But I feel like if you're just doing the pit constantly and you're just killing like tier 200 bosses, that's not like a ton of variety. Like it didn't add it's basically the same thing as doing nightmare dungeons and doing uber bosses, but just more difficult. And again, I'm not trying to be too hypercritical or anything. That's just literally what it is. I'm very optimistic about it. I just don't think it's a significant change in terms of like the overall in-game rotation. Like what are you doing at any given moment? And unless they make some significant changes to the Gauntlet, I don't think there's going to be much fun with the Gauntlet just because of how it's designed around shrines and stuff. I think shrines need to go in the Gauntlet. I don't think those need to be inside the Gauntlet whatsoever. I think shrines need to go, and I think there should probably be two different variations of the Gauntlet. Like a high tier variation that's like really tough monsters, and then like a kind of a starter variation for people who are just kind of getting into the game. Like having the tier 70 is fine, but you know, there needs to be a higher version of the Gauntlet. Or else, you know, not many people are going to want to play it. I think taking the shrines out would do a lot, especially in terms of build viability, because right now for Druid, the only thing you want to run is Shred. That's it. You just want to run Shred and a bunch of Shred. I'd really like to get a Tempest Roar out of here. That would really be nice. Because then I would swap right into doing Lightning Storm. And then from Lightning Storm, go into Tornado. But even in this tier, you see my wolves, like they still take a decent amount of damage. And because they're melee oriented, they're getting hit by all of that damage right there from like an elite enemy. They're not necessarily smart either. They tend to stand in AoEs too. Where's this last one usually at? I think the last one's usually over here. Also, Uber Lilith was nerfed into the ground, so Uber Lilith is really bad now. Kind of sad about that. I said that earlier. That boss is just... she has been hit pretty hard with the nerf. Okay, so we got some... now they give us Distilled Fear and stuff. I don't know if that's supposed to happen like that. But now we get a Sigil and Distilled Fear instead of items. So tier 100 dungeons, not really that useful. You're just going to want to run the pit. The pit, the pit, the pit. Over and over and over again.
That got most of it.
Plug my phone in real quick. Okay. Let me upgrade some of my stuff too. I feel like I have enough crafting materials. I feel like it's pretty expensive though. Oh, it's the wrong person. That's gonna take a minute to get used to where the blacksmith is now. Repair it and then upgrade. Also, it seems like you have to have all 5 affixes on a piece of gear before you can masterwork it. So this is something that people were speculating on before. I know I heard it from Rax, one of the things he was thinking about. And it was something that I was thinking about as soon as I seen this. So people were thinking that you could possibly masterwork a piece of gear with just 3 affixes on it. So that way you could be more select. I guess you could have a higher chance to get like a perfect set of masterwork on crit chance or something like that. But now working with the system, it actually seems like you have to have all 5 affix rolls on a piece of gear before you can actually masterwork it. So I can't masterwork this piece of gear or any of these pieces of gear because they don't have 5 affix rolls, but I can masterwork the ones that do. So that's another way that the gear grind could be potentially annoying. So that's something to be aware of when you do start farming your items. Also, I was saying this earlier, there's a potential to brick your item. Like say you get a greater affix item, like you have an item that has 2 greater affix rolls and you go to do your tempering on it, you could potentially brick it. So if you're, say you want damage on a ring, right? You want your offensive aspect, you want something really good. You say you want damage, right? So you start rolling your damage. Well, you get 2 free ones. And say I didn't get damage, right? Say I got like damage to crowd control enemies. And then I rolled it again. And I kept getting the wrong affix. You'd run out of your temperings. You can't temper past the amount that you have. Obviously, that's what they said. But There's a, like I said, you could potentially brick your item and basically get rid of it at that point if you do not get what you're looking for. I wish you could also have 2 offensive stat rolls, but it seems like you can only have 1 of each. And this lucky hit one needs to go. Like, this needs to go yesterday. What is this called? This resource? I want to... Does it have a specific name? No, it's just a primary lucky hit. We'll say that on rings. The primary resource... on lucky hit... needs to go. Or it needs to be buffed massively. Again. And then to masterwork requires 5 affix. Okay. So that's just something to be aware of. You could brick your item, and then you also have to have all 5 affixes. Once you have all 5 affixes, then you can actually masterwork your gear piece. So just as you can see here, I couldn't masterwork it before. Now with all 5 affixes, I can masterwork it. So let's go ahead and add 5 affixes to everything. We'll have an offensive, and then we'll do... let's see, werewolf. I actually like the werebear, the grizzly rage duration. So the grizzly rage duration is really nice. 22% is really good. I feel like it's going to make your dire bear and dire wolf really good. That combined with metamorphosis will make it where you can have your dire wolf, dire bear up 100% of the time, as well as have unstoppable 100% of the time. Petrified duration, 45% petrified duration, guys. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Lightning storm duration, though, I don't know what, like, why would you want lightning storm duration? I don't know why you would want lightning storm duration. That one I don't understand. We'll do elemental surge. Looking for physical damage. There we go. And then our totem. Same thing. And then there's more critical strike chance, guys. Storm critical strike chance. Like, we're going to have so much critical. And this is a big one. Look at the affix rolls. 85% damage to close enemies, 95% damage to distant enemies. Your Thunderstruck node for your storm skills like Were NATO and your Lightning Storm is going to be massive. That multiplier is going to be so massive. And you can have that on your totem, and you can have that on your weapon. So yeah, guys, it's crazy. Like, you're gonna have some crazy amount of damage here. Let's go ahead and temper that. And then we'll do another one of these. See if we can't get more. Lucky hit to deal, what is that, cold damage? Yeah, well, I'm fine with that. I don't really need to change that. We'll go ahead and do it. We'll see if we can't get the... we'll get more physical. Oh, there's some poison. 23k poison damage. We'll see what that does. I think that should be everything. One more on here, and then we'll start upgrading our gear. Okay. Now let's upgrade it. Let's see what happens when we get it to 4. 3. And then one more. I don't know which one it actually affected. And now there's a 70%. I don't like that. So a lot of grind that you're gonna have to do. Where do you break down your resources? That's what I want to know. Where can you break these back into smaller? Sure, it's somewhere. Let's just do more pit. I couldn't imagine getting like a greater affix roll, like a perfect setup for your greater affixes, and then you just brick your item through the tempering. That would suck, man. You know, honestly, there could be a crazy Stormclaw build with these lucky hits on your weapon. Could you imagine doing like storm damage, like the lucky hit to hit a massive storm damage proc? I feel like you would be procking that multiple times. Honestly, when I take that into consideration, I think maybe Stormclaw build could be really powerful. It makes me kind of want to make one right now with those lucky hit values that you can get. Like, could you imagine proccing that over and over again? Like 40% chance. That's a pretty high lucky hit chance too. To apply a specific amount of damage and it has no cooldown. You pull everything in with Petrify and you're in Erda's Ring. And then you just blast it down with basic attacks, just proccing that over and over again. And you have like, if you did two storm skill ones where you're doing like massive amounts of lightning damage, and then you add in the fact that it's going to be buffed up by your Thunderstruck node, get like that big fat multiplier on top of that. All right, now I need to make a Tempest. Now I need to make a Stormclaw setup. Now I definitely need to make one. I need a Crone Staff. You know what else is pretty good about these changes to the uniques? Now you're absolutely going to want to run a Mad Wolf's Fleet, because Mad Wolf's Fleet has damage reduction. Before it was like you didn't want to run it because you didn't have damage reduction. Now it has damage reduction and max health. So Mad Wolf's Fleet is like super good. It went from being not too good to being incredibly good. I'll have to look at my Stormclaw setup, and then I will start building into the Stormclaw setup. That's what I'll do next. Set a Lightning Storm. I think I have most of the items that I actually need. I just need a Crone Staff. So I need to kill Varshan. You see how my pack leader's not resetting? Like, it just, I don't know. It finally reset, but just those few seconds of not dealing damage, it's really noticeable. But eventually you should be able to get a 100% crit chance and lucky hit, like, through the roof, so I think it will be negligible at the end of the day, but can I summon Varshan yet? 1, 2. I don't even have a Malignant Heart. I don't think I got anything good. They also buffed up the overcharged aspect, so
You will not find me getting squeamish. The hammer sings on your return.
let's go ahead and open the next one. I probably need to just stick to farming mats up right now to bosses. Honestly, like, doing the pit is kind of cool, but it's not really, like... I need to get more items to test out more builds. And the only way to do that is to target farm bosses. Is ready for PS5 the update version? This is the PTR. I don't know what you're saying specifically, but if you're asking if this is coming to console, no. So the PTR is only for PC Battle.net users, and console will not have an opportunity to play the PTR, unfortunately.
I'm not ready.
But in a month, in 1 month, we'll all be enjoying Season 4. So I'm gonna try to make just make as many builds as I can, so that way I can give as much feedback as I can to the developers. If you guys have anything whatsoever that you'd like to mention too, that I can write down, that maybe you think would be good ideas, you know, just think about it really hard and then just kind of put it out in the chat, and I'll write it down. And I'll kind of mull it over, see what I think about it overall, and I'll put it in a forum post or something like that. But also remember, guys, if there's something that you see and you're a console player and there's something you specifically see during the gameplay or that you would like me to kind of like go through to show you guys, or just to look at it for yourself, and you can't, you know, it's just something you're interested in, feel free to mention it, and if I have the time to do it, I'll go and do it if it's something I can do really fast. And then you can post on a forum post in the forums for Blizzard as well, like things that you might think need to change. Yeah, I know, man, I know it does suck not having it for console. I wish they would have had it for every single platform, man. I know it's, but see, I don't think a lot of people realize how difficult it is to do things for PC as well as Xbox and PlayStation. I don't think they actually give enough credit to a lot of the companies that are trying to make games for multiple platforms. I think it's just, especially live service games that you have to update constantly. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump through. And I think that's probably a big reason why you didn't get to have a PTR on the Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, no problem, my man. Absolutely. So right now I'm just kind of going through the companion setup, but I will probably swap it up pretty soon here, within the hour. If I just need to farm up some boss materials, so I'm gonna take some time out after this pit, farm up some boss materials, try to go do some Varshan, try to do some Galvanic Saint, and then I'll be able to do some Duriel runs. I'll probably party up with some people to do some Duriel runs, just so that way we can get the items that we need. I need a pair of Tebow's Will, and I need a Tempest Store helmet. Like, those two things I definitely need. I have several characters I already have made. They're all labeled with the build that I want to use, so I think my next build will be a Stormclaw build. I actually thought about it there for a second and realized that the Crone Staff takes up both of your weapon slots, so you won't actually get to use the lucky hit for the, which actually means you might not want a Crone Staff. Okay. Maybe you could make a basic attack build without the Crone Staff. Okay, that's what that was. Oh, there's waves. I didn't even notice that. There's like Lilith waves coming out. Okay. That's actually pretty cool. That was all those different... Okay, so now we're in like the high tier pit. Or the mid tier pit. I don't know. Like different boss waves and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Life per second, willpower, impairment reduction. We'll hold on to that. We'll toss out the rest.
I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Okay, let's go do some... So we're going to have to pay attention to the world boss, and we're going to have to pay attention to Legion events. We'll have to do Tree of Whispers quest. I really don't want to do Tree of Whispers quest. Maybe I can just do the dungeons. Like blast through the dungeons and pick up the Tree of Whispers. That'd probably be the best bet. How long on this Helltide? 7 minutes? We're going to do some Tree of Whispers. We'll mix that in with every other little event out there. See if we can't get a bunch of bossing materials.
I'm not ready yet.
Because I also need to get ascetic wraps. I need ascetic wraps as well. So I need just about everything.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet.
I feel like I'm going to stack out crit damage now. I might get something to make enemies vulnerable, but at the end of the day, I feel like stacking out crit damage. Just because of how high your crit chance can be. Especially on Druid, we have like 3 or 4 different multipliers for our crit damage.
I'm not ready yet.
I really want to upgrade my boots. How much movement speed do I have? Yeah, I definitely want to upgrade my boots. I definitely want a better necklace too. I need movement speed on my amulet. Oh, we got a temper manual. Nice. Which one is this one? Lucky hit. To slow, immobilize, stun, or freeze enemies. I'm glad that's in a manual that I'll never use. I'll never use that. Yo, I'm never gonna use that. The biggest problem they have with crowd control abilities coming from the player is that they can't affect bosses. I've said this time and time again. Hey, what's up? Good morning, Mike. The Druid, so I'm playing my companion so far, and the damage is there, but it's the same issues that Druid has. The wolves, the tank ability of the wolves, we need more wolves. The wolves need to be tankier. And, you know, with the change in difficulty of the game, I feel like the overall tankiness of your character is gonna be one of the biggest factors as to how good a companion Druid will feel, because you have to get into melee range to reset your pack to use pack leader. I mean, that's the most efficient way to do it, as Claw has the highest lucky hit chance. So far, I mean, it feels okay. I can't really... I've gotten up to, what, 40 something on the pit. Right now I'm just trying to... I'm going to be doing some Tree of Whispers, like anything I can get to get boss summoning materials, because I want to start swapping out of this build. But I think that the overall builds that are going to be the most successful in Season 4, without knowing the mechanic for Season 4 currently, are going to be like your Were-NATO build, your Lightning Storm build. Pulverize is probably going to be really good. And then a lot of your melee-oriented builds like Shred Boulder Cane or Stormclaw that's going to be heavily dependent on how tanky you can make your character and how good it will feel scaling into like higher tier pits. Because high tier pit in level 200 bosses is now what the meta is going to be basically built upon. Everything else doesn't matter. Like Nightmare, like a tier 100 Nightmare dungeon, that doesn't matter. Gauntlet is really just kind of a throwaway. It's fun to maybe do once or twice, but you're not really going to be focused on that throughout the season. Everybody's just going to be trying to push the highest tier possible of the pit, and they're going to be trying to do level 200 bosses. So it's hard to say yet because I haven't gotten there. But once I do, I'll probably feel a little bit different. Possibly. Maybe. Let's see. How much time on the world boss? 7 minutes. I think we can do the slums real quick. But it seems, you know, I thought they wouldn't take out so many damage reduction rolls, bro, to be honest. But they literally took out everything. So something I was really hoping to be able to do was use like low life bulwark setups, but that's not going to happen. Cast Wind Shear Tornado. I think I already have that one. I have a list of things I've written down that I'll probably be covering in a video I make today. I'll also be making a post out on the forums with a lot of the stuff that I've written down here. And then I'll probably give a complete review of the Druid class at the end of the PTR and all the things that I think need to change with the Druid class.
I'm not ready yet.
Because I wasn't really wowed by the patch notes. When I seen the patch notes, I was kind of disappointed. I felt like Druid really didn't get anything special. And the Earthbreaker ring, it really was a disappointment. It doesn't work with landslide. It doesn't work with trample earth, and it doesn't work with subterranean. It only works with direct casts of landslide. And because of that, it makes it feel really bad. And Landslide itself is just a really bad core skill. With a pretty awful hitbox. Like, it doesn't seem to hit enemies that are, like, floating in the air or enemies. It has a hard time hitting smaller enemies, things like that. Well, see, with Pack Leader, I agree. I felt like, I've been saying that for a while now. I feel like Pack Leader needs to be somewhere around the 30 to 40% chance to proc on a lucky hit. But I will say that getting crit chance in Season 4, if they don't nerf what they currently have, seems to be like it's going, you're going to be able to get like 100% crit chance, or pretty close to it. It's ridiculous the amount of crit chance you can get. So I think ultimately, when you're finished with your in-game build, you're going to be able to proc Pack Leader pretty consistently. The problem, I think, is going to be more or less that your wolves are going to die. Like, I feel like your wolves are going to get one-shot by anything and everything in high-tier pit and doing level 200 bosses. And that will probably be the biggest problem. And then you're basically just spamming Poison Creeper and Ravens at that point. You're just spamming those two. And so you're not really running a companion build as much as you're running a really crappy Landslide build. So I think a lot of it has to do with how poorly designed your wolves are. They definitely need to be tankier. We definitely need like twice as many wolves minimum. Like 6 wolves minimum, and I think it would feel a lot better. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that are going to affect your wolves and their ability to survive. There's just a lot of stuff that I think needs to be improved upon for a companion build to be, I would say, not necessarily viable, but competitive. I feel like it's going to be viable. Granted, viability is different for every person, right? But to be competitive with like top tier builds, there's a lot of things I think that need to change. How much time on the boss? 2 minutes. Good. Let's go turn this in. But again, like, I could be wrong. Like, once I stack out everything and I get everything that I want on my build and I have ranks to companions and ranks to this and ranks to that, I think that there is definitely that opportunity. Because you can get plus ranks to your wolves, and you can get plus ranks to your companion skills. So all of that's actually really nice. Wow, you're getting Distilled Fear too? +1/+2 to Digigrade Gate? That's actually pretty cool. Although, I mean, it's not... Actually, it's not cool. It's actually really bad because Digigrade Gate is not really the great passive. You definitely want the movement speed. But it's nice to see that you can have that. Digigrade Gate is still pretty bad.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Okay, let's go to the world boss. And then we'll run over to the Legion event. Hopefully we'll get there. We should be able to get there on time. Now let's watch a barbarian kill it with Dust Devils. I feel like these lucky hit passives here are really good. Like 40% chance to deal 26k physical damage. Yeah, bro. Dust Devils look crazy. Everybody was worried about Barb. I'm telling you, that class is broken. Hands down. Always broken every season. Except for season 1. I will say that. After season 2, season 3, probably season 4, Barb is going to be really crazy. Yeah, it's already dead. Jesus. Bye. Oh my god. Like, that's so ridiculous. Golly, it's so ridiculous. Some of the coolest world bosses, man. World bosses are some of the coolest enemies in the game, and they just die. I hope they change that. It'd be wonderful if they would just make it where you could actually, like, engage with the mechanics of the world boss to some degree. Like, holy cow. Just burn right through it. Completely destroyed it. Let's see. I think we'll go ahead and roll this helmet and see if we can't get ranks to wolves on there. And then change it out to Cyclone. Yeah, definitely. Like some tormented versions of world bosses. Like, let's... with massive loot drops, like it just feels so bad that they die so quick. They die so fast.
I can fix it. The forge is always
Let's go over here real fast. Just swap around the get +4 to wolves. Even with all these affixes removed, I still feel like I have bad luck with these things. Yeah, we need more affixes to roll. Like, there definitely needs to be more affixes that roll here. Because just 2 seems to... I like... Man, what... I should be able to get... Can I not roll it or something? Yeah, it's right there. Huh, that's strange. Maybe I can. Let me see real quick. At least you're not using a lot of veiled crystals for this. I'm starting to feel like I can't even get it. Shouldn't take this much.
Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
I guess I can't get it. Can you... You must only be able to have like 1 companion roll then. Maybe you can only have 1 companion roll. Well, that kind of sucks. Okay, well, I guess you can't have like multiple rolls. So you can either have +2 to all companions, or you can have +3 to 4 to wolves. So I guess +2 to companions would probably be the best. Let's see if we can't get that on this helmet. I thought you would... I don't know. I thought you could possibly get all of the skill rolls there, but... That's unfortunate. +5 to ravens. I guess that's better than +4, right? +4 to wolves. We want all companions. Oh, wow.
Another happy customer.
This is some pretty bad luck, right? Oops, that was an accident.
A good business and well. Let's have a look.
Good lord. Is it really that hard to get plus ranks to companions?
Good, Daddy. Hand it over.
I'm just gambling like crazy here. Can't be that difficult to get companions here. I've gotten Ravens, Creeper, and Ravens. There we go. Oh my god. Holy cow. Wow. Oh wow. That was something. Is that the highest like, is that the best roll though? Because I'd almost want wolves then. I guess +2 is it. Definitely not +3. Well, that's fine. We'll do a +2 to everything. That's brutal. Poison Creeper, I think you can increase the range on it, but I don't really see what benefit you would get out of it. Like, it's already pretty large. Like, it already has a pretty decent size AoE on it. So I don't think you really need to increase it. Let's temper it out real quick. Oh, I don't have it. I think I have yeah, I don't even have. Yeah, Poison Creeper duration there, and yeah, that's it. So you got duration, and that's probably just duration on the poison. So you probably just want Wolf and Raven attack speed. Raven size is useless. Wolf attack speed is probably the most important aspect of it. Where do you break this stuff down at, though? That's what I want to know. Where can you break down your masterworking stuff? Unsocket socket. Has to be somewhere around here. Maybe over here at the Alchemist. Crafting materials. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Just make a bunch of these.
See you again soon.
Oh, and they stack. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and use all these things real fast. Alrighty. And then maybe make a 18 of these. There we go. Now we can actually upgrade our gear. Holy cow. Instead of farming the same. I hope they make that system a little bit easier. Let me write that down. Make it more efficient, I guess. I don't know. Okay. That's going to be annoying if I have to do that every 2 seconds. So we have this. Let's do this one. It's pretty expensive, though. So we have Raven size to 59.5%. All right, that sounds good to me. Our ravens are now extra big. I wish we could see our ravens on the screen, and when they said raven size, it just gave us like big ass birds. That would be hilarious, bro. Like just having like massive ravens flying around you. I'd love that. Poison creeper duration. Okay, can I go to the blacksmith? Just massive ravens just flying around you. I swear, I feel like my imagination is so much better than theirs. Big roll of willpower. Just give me movement speed. Give me movement speed. That's all. I'm telling you, bro. Could you imagine you have like a big giant flock of huge ravens flying around your character, man? It would be the funniest thing ever. Like, you just have these big giant ravens. It would look like the birds off of Elden Ring. Yo, that would be the craziest character. You have like the birds off of Elden Ring that can one-shot your character, and you just have a whole flock of those things, and they just run through the entire pack of enemies, just destroying everything. I would definitely put that in the game. Like, if I was a developer, that would be in there tomorrow. I don't care. I don't care how overpowered it was. You just have a bunch of birds flocking, killing everything. Yeah, exactly. Were ravens, a were creeper. I don't know how the were creeper would look though. Like it's like a bigger root. It turns into Groot. Just turn your poison creeper into Groot, and he'd just be running around smashing everything. Oh no, I'm gonna trademark that. Turn your roots into Groots. I like the conversion rate on this. Little shop, bro. Little shop of horrors would be dope. Just walking plants. Yo, that'd be insane. Just snatching people up, just snatching enemies up and eating them. And they could like spit them back out like for channeling damage or something like that. That'd be pretty dope. I could just imagine you could like gobble up a boss. Like you just snatch a boss up with one of your little plants. Just one shot the boss. What did I ran out? I ran out of stuff. Okay, back. Let's go back. Let's go. Let's go back over here, guys, and let's go ahead and break this stuff down again. This has definitely got to be made to be more efficient. So we'll make them. At least they're stackable. At least they are stackable. I will give them that. Let's go ahead and just turn all of these. We'll just be good with that. What is this? I'm playing Mortal Kombat right now, when you have to test your might. All right, bang. Whew, I tested my might right there. I broke the brick.
I cannot do that here.
Now let's upgrade our totem. So I like the conversion rate. It seems like you get quite a bit. However, I will say, I wish it was a little bit more efficient. I definitely don't like tapping the button rapidly. I kind of want to use this amulet because I want the movement speed. I want to re-roll this to movement speed. Let's go over here real quick. I get tired of moving slow. Make sure we can get movement. Yes, movement speed. My kingdom for movement speed. There we go. Thank you. Oh, come on. You could give me more, though. You could give me more. Oh, troll. You want to give me more movement speed. You want to give me the max roll of movement speed. 13 again? Wrong necklace. Give me movement speed. Alright, I'll take 14. You win. Let's temper in some movement speed on that. This is the only good thing. So now we have a 3-in-1 chance to get movement speed. And we got it. Perfect. I'll take it. And then, what can we have for defensive stuff? So nothing there. Utility. More wolf attack speed. All right. That's fine. Perfect. Okay. And then we will go ahead and masterwork that real quick. And we should be moving a lot faster. Thank you, Jesus.
I can fix it.
Willpower. All right. Ooh, look at that movement speed. We're zooming now. Thank you. And the rest of this stuff we'll just toss out. The rest of this stuff we'll just toss. I'll put this, I guess I'll set this amulet in the chest. And then I'll destroy everything else. Wasted a lot of time there, but I kind of just wanted to have more movement speed. What do we have for bosses? Can we do bosses?
How can I help?
Let me get rid of these.
Can still use these.
So it looks like also they just took out that the aspect slot here for our inventory. So maybe they'll bring that back, but I don't know. So we can do one Zer. We can do I think 2. Got some living still, and we can do 1 Varshan. Let's go craft up the
I must wait a moment.
no, wrong person. Let's go craft up some sigils, and then we'll go do bosses. Oh, I'm just 1 away. Okay. Oh, it feels so good to move faster. Now if I could only get a Mad Wolf's Glee, it would be perfect. Oh, I forgot to imprint my werewolf. I'm just running around with regular wolves. Nobody wants regular wolves. We want werewolves. I wish they would get rid of this whole part here, honestly. This is kind of a... I don't know why this boss has to have such a long pathway to get to the boss. See if we can get some ascetic wraps. We already got the pain gorger, so we don't need that. I'm missing my wolves. My werewolves. Yo, that lucky hit, you see how much damage that actually does? I almost wonder if you would rather build a basic attack build without the crone staff, to be honest. The only thing I will say, you could probably make a pretty crazy Storm Strike build. And you wouldn't have to have the crone staff. Well, there we go. We got Storm Companion. And look, guys, the most useless affix you've ever seen in your life. Companion movement speed, guys. Companion movement speed. So we're fully equipped now. We are fully equipped. We have it all. We have the perfect setup for our companions here. Now we just have to go back and turn them into werewolves. I'm actually pretty happy that we got that. And then I'll go and swap out for my Paragon board. Let's swap out the poison. Turn it back into Keeper. Because nobody really cares about the Poison Creeper, right? No one cares about the Poison Creeper. We care about the werewolves. The werewolves are the most important part. And if we had a bear, if we had a grizzly bear, that would be beautiful. Like, that's what we really want. We want a big grizzly bear, and we want werewolves. We don't want poison creepers. Ravens are fine. I don't really care too much about poison creeper. Bang. So now we got lightning wolves. We have... Did I swap over Keeper? Make sure I swapped over Keeper. I did swap over Keeper. So now our companions are dealing the damage. Hey, do you guys want to see how pathetic Uber Lilith is now? It's going to be funny if I die by saying that. But, I fought her earlier. Oh my god. She's so sad now. It makes me... I love killing that boss, too. I don't know. If you check my channel, I use every single build. I kill Uber Lilith with it. And the fact that the boss is basically crippled makes me a bit sad. It does make me sad. Let's go ahead and give ourselves more health. And more armor. Well, we'll go diamonds, honestly. We need some diamonds, I think. Yeah, we need to buff up our HP just... well, not our HP, but our resistances just a little bit. There we go. And I think the rest of the stuff can go. So now we have our wolves. We are fully set up. Let's see where we at with our skill ranks. So our wolves are 11 of 5. I thought I had more than that. Oh, no. That's because I don't have ranks to companion skills. So they have kind of... It's interesting because I used to be able to get a lot more ranks to companions, but now, because of the changes, I actually have a lot less ranks to companions. So on my helmet, I could get ranks to wolves, ravens, and poison creeper. And on my amulet, I could get +2 ranks to all companion skills, and I could also get it upgraded from there. So now you can't get that. And so you don't have quite as many ranks to your companion skills as what I could have previously gotten. However, companions are stronger, so we will see. We will go kill Lilith. I also think it's funny that they call these Storm Companion pants, but it only affects one companion, and that's your wolves. It's almost like they should be called Storm Wolf pants and not Storm Companion pants. Yeah, I know. Win the bear, bro. Come on now. We need a bear like yesterday. How could you, like, no one cares about a poison creeper, if I could be honest. I know there's some people out there who care about the poison creeper, and I'm not trying to be mean about it. But people care about a giant bear, a grizzly bear, and some werewolves. That's all I want to have. I don't care about ravens. I don't care about a, you know, I don't know. Maybe a I'd like a anything, like a mongoose, a elk, something outside of poison creeper. It's ridiculous. Poor Lilith is so weak. Poor Lilith. She can't do anything. Oh, and this doesn't even one-shot you. Look at that. It barely does anything. It just tickles your character. It doesn't do anything to you. Poor little wereboar. Exactly, bro. A giant wereboar would be pretty impressive. Have you ever seen that movie? It was I think it was made in Australia. It was like about a giant boar. Poor Lilith. Well, Lilith is absolutely just not even scary. Not even remotely scary anymore. My metamorphosis decided to bug out and just metamorph me into nothing. I'll just throw my ravens right here. She'll jump down and die by my ravens. There's Lilith, guys. The poor Uber Lilith. She's so difficult now. I can't understand. And she still drops nothing. Maybe I should write that on my paper. What did you do to Uber Lilith? That's so sad, man. That is so sad. What's the point in even having that boss anymore? Like, what's the point? What's the point? That's something I really was, I was like, I killed Uber Lilith this season with a companion build. And then now it's like, oh, you killed Uber Lilith? So did I. We all killed Uber Lilith, and we did it with no problem. Uber Lilith is gone. Unless they give us a 200 variation of Uber Lilith. I'll put that on my paper, like, why did you change Uber Lilith? Dude, Stormwolves look so good, man. This is probably the coolest looking, like, companion in the game. And I love the way it changes, like the Stormwolf active skill, where they just teleport to the target. What's up, my man? Hello, my son. Good morning. And a really bad Zenith ring. plus 1 to heighten senses. That's all right. I don't think so, because all the tormented versions, you have to have summoning materials, so I don't think there's a tormented version. I really hope they go back and revise that boss. I don't think the mechanics were the problem. I liked the mechanics. I think it was just like there was no... Once you actually understood the fight, a lot of it had to do with like just people panicking, not really like paying attention. They kind of freak out. They start running all over the place. I don't really think there was anything wrong with the fight. I just wish they had made it rewarding. Did you reward me with a better... Oh, no. So, just so you guys can see why this ring is so trash. This ring is absolute trash. We'll go ahead and socket, equip it real fast. Watch what happens. When I use my subterranean aspect, or if you use trample, it doesn't work with it. So, there's no damage over time that pops up. You actually have to equip the skill. You actually have to equip the landside skill. And then you get the damage over time. But why would you want to use this trash? Can someone tell me why you would want to use this? Like, it just doesn't really... I don't know. Disappointment. Disappointment. Alright, let's teleport out of here. I'll still keep it, though. What's up, Jay? It's going pretty good, man. Pretty good. Some disappointments here and there. I have a whole list of things I've written down. So, we just fought Uber Lilith again. I went ahead and fought that fight again. Just makes me so sad. Uber Lilith is such a disappointment. But, overall, I'm pretty happy. Like, a lot of great changes, man. A lot of great changes, but... They're definitely... Druid, I feel like this season, they missed the mark on Druid. I feel like they missed the mark on Druid by a wide margin in Season 3. The fact that we're still using Shepherd's Aspect and Stampede to do all of our damage is just really sad. I don't like this meta. I'm going to keep these pants marked. But I'm going to write down... I've got a bunch of stuff written down. I'm going to be posting it out on their forums. I'm going to be making a video today kind of going over everything that I feel like it needs to change so far. And then I'll probably make a video about the companion builds and how I see it to be in its current state. Let's see, what bosses can we do? Let's go do Varshan, and then we'll go and do Zur, and then I think that's all we can do for right now. I'm liking these Stormwolf companions, though. They definitely, I like how they function. Let's hope we can get a Crone Staff. First kill Crone Staff would be nice. Or a Mad Wolf Squeak. Nope, we get another ring. Of course we would get a ring. Why do we want a ring? We don't want a ring. We'll keep it, though. With the Dust Devils? Yeah, bro. It looks... well, listen. They're probably going to nerf that. I highly doubt that they're going to keep that in the game, bro. But it should still be good. I would imagine it should still be good, but I don't think that they're going to keep that like it currently is. If they did, I think it would be a mistake. It's too powerful. They have to, like, there has to be some kind of, like, balance. There has to be something that, like, things can't just go around killing everything in one hit. Like, that's just, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense that that would be the case. You can't have, like, a screen flooded full of dust devils that wipes out every single thing in the blink of an eye. I'm not saying it isn't fun, but for how long? Like, there has to be some kind of, you know... Yeah, a lot of things on Barb look good, man. I'm not going to lie. Barb still looks really good. It looks like they just changed, you know, things over from Hoda to now, like, Bleed Barb and Dust Devils and stuff like that. So, Necromancer looks really good. Barb looks really good. I really think Druid just looks like the same Druid from every season. Although I am interested to use the Flesh Render unique, I want to see if I can make a crazy defensive skill build that just does wild amounts of defensive skill damage. You're just constantly, you know, roaring and howling and using innate bulwark. I want to see if that will work. I'm also interested in a Storm Strike basic skill build. Where's this stupid boss, man? I pass it up, man. I never fight this boss, guys. I never need to fight this boss. Never drops anything that I want. I think I fought this boss like maybe 5 or 6 times. Oh my god, it's too much. Like, why do we need to run all this way? Well, it's for anybody now. Wait a oh, no, no, no. I don't want tormented. I just want regular. 45 exquisite blood. Oh, I got a... Of course. A butcher's cleaver. Okay. Thank you, game. Everybody wants that. That's what we want. We want a butcher cleaver. Okay, so we need more... How many of these do you need to summon Andariel? And where do you summon Andariel? Where is Andariel summoning at? Is it over here somewhere? Where is Andariel? Is it over here? Ah, there you are. Well, I want to see how many shackles it takes. Yeah, now I feel like any build, anybody fights any bosses, because you can, you know, summon Uber Andariel and Uber Duriel. And now with 200 bosses, you're gonna want to summon, you're gonna want to fight everything so you can get that Uber and level 200 Andariel boss. So, oh my god, I keep tapping my trigger to do the sprint with the horse. There we go. Let's go ahead and see what this is. See how many shackles it takes to summon this boss. Hopefully it doesn't have a long winding pathway. It takes forever to get to the last summon.
I'm not ready yet.
Nice. So 2 dolls and 2 shackles. Why did I not get a doll? I thought I killed Beast in the Ice. Does it not have a 100% drop rate on the dolls? Yeah, I mean, Hoda needed to be nerfed, but it's not going to matter if they nerf Hoda and everything else is broken too. You can't nerf things and then make something else broken. Like, you should only nerf broken things. And then, you know, focus on making something that's not really good more useful, but not broken. Just, I mean, what's the point in that? Why even balance it at that point? Just leave everything that's broken in the game. Alright, I guess we're going to do Helltide now. We'll just, we'll do Helltide and keep farming stuff out. Yeah, they definitely should have gave us boss mats, man. They should have gave us boss materials. I feel like without boss materials, we're going to have to do all this farming. And I need a Tempest Roar, and I need all these other, you know, items. Yeah, I mean, Barb just has so many aspect slots. There's just so much of that class that makes it really powerful. Like, I would literally swap out all of my spirit boons for like 1 amulet slot. 1 extra amulet slot. I would swap out I would give the entire spirit boon system away for 1 extra amulet slot. I wouldn't even care. Like, that 1 extra amulet slot would help me so much more than these useless spirit boons do. Look at my wolves just running through. And this is, again, another perfect example of why you need more wolves. Just look how long it takes these wolves to clear through a pack of enemies. That was my poison creeper, by the way. Like, that's why you need more wolves. You need more wolves. There's no way around it. Like, yeah, I know, bro. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, it really doesn't make any sense. We have now this season, Druid has 3 completely useless key passives that there's not even an argument for them to be used. And the 3 that we do have are like not even, I mean, they're good, don't get me wrong, but there's just so much that needs to be changed. And with the changes they made to like quick shift and heightened senses, I'm not a big fan of that either. I feel like they made those changes and it really made those passives not that good. Yeah, there needs to be. I feel like that they need to have an ultimate that needs to directly involve companions. Like I feel like we need an ultimate that gives us a grizzly bear, and I feel like the ultimate bestial rampage should just apply to companions. You should not need to take an aspect slot up for that specific buff. I feel like bestial rampage should automatically apply to companions. I feel like it's a good enough passive, especially if they remove the duration requirement to be in werewolf and werebear. You just shift it back and forth. I feel like it's a good enough aspect that if they did that, it would be perfectly fine for a companion aspect. They just should automatically apply to companions. You shouldn't have to use an offensive aspect slot to get any benefit out of a key passive. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. Man, they should have gave us mats for bossing, yo.
I'm not ready yet.
Where are the enemies at? Where's the mob density?
I'm not ready.
Where are the enemies? Yo, they said they improved mob density, but I don't know, man. I feel like they should improve it again. Like, more mob density. Certain areas just feel like a wasteland, like there's nothing. Yeah, I feel like they could just remove Lacerate and give us a big bear. My idea overall was that they could remove Lacerate, give us a big giant grizzly bear companion, and then turn Grizzly Rage into Dire Rage and just let it affect both werewolf and werebear. And you would just pick which one you wanted. Like Barbarian picks what weapon type affects its skills. You just basically open up a small little UI and you select like, I want to be a dire wolf, I want to be a dire bear. And then you could replace like different aspects too, because now you wouldn't need those aspects to affect your werewolf at all. So that would be my change. I would remove Lacerate, make it a giant grizzly bear companion, and then I would make Grizzly Rage into Dire Rage and make it affect both werewolf and werebear. And what I would do with Direwolf is I would make it have insane levels of attack speed and movement speed, and Werewolf would have like, and then Dire Bear would have damage reduction and flat damage. That's how I would do it. That is exactly what I would do. I would want my Werewolf to attack so fast that it would break attack speed caps. Like that's how I envision Werewolf. That it just hits so fast that it breaks attack speed caps and you're just like smashing stuff with the attack speed. How much more time? 47 seconds. Guess we don't really need to hit the campfire, but we can. Mucus egg. I need another mucus egg.
I appreciate that.
Maybe I can get someone to do a 1x drill rotation. What do you think, guys? Yeah, it would just be really nice if they would stick to the consistent theme between werewolf and werebear, like attack speed and movement speed versus damage and damage reduction. But because they're all over the place with it, like Maul should give you, instead of boosting your fortify, it should give you more damage. Instead it gives you fortify for no reason. And then werewolf, instead of giving you like, instead of the aspect, that one direwolf aspect, instead of it giving you attack speed, it just randomly gives you resource cost reduction, which basically pigeonholes every single person into making a Were-Nado or Were-Lightning Storm build, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. They're all over the place with the difference between werewolf and werebear, when it should just be attack speed and movement speed versus damage and damage reduction, and just stay consistent across the board. Like, it's okay to deviate in some areas, yeah, that's cool, but like, it should just be consistently everything major: attack speed, movement speed, damage reduction, and flat damage. So that's my opinion on it. That's how I feel. They're all over the place with a lot of stuff on Druid, though. Like, even Companion, Storm Companion Pants just affects your wolves, and it only affects your wolves and turns your wolves damage into lightning damage. But then you have like 3 different damage buckets. So your ravens are dealing physical damage, your creeper is dealing poison damage, and your wolves are now dealing lightning damage. Okay, good luck scaling all 3 of those, right? It just doesn't make any good sense. It's just all over the place. And then you're look with Storm Companion Pants on. Look where my companions are at. They're behind me all the time. They have more movement speed, right? They have this movement speed. 44% companion movement speed, right? But where are they at? They're behind me all the time. They don't run out to attack enemies. They're behind me every step of the way. So what the hell good is companion movement speed? What point of, like, what's the point of that? It doesn't even make any sense. Like, the companions follow behind you the whole time. And if I want my wolves to go to something, they teleport when I use the active skill. Other than that, they're just kind of running around. Look at them. Look where I am, and look where they're at. Like, they're just kind of moseying around, doing nothing. Like, to me, those things are fundamental design flaws that they have to fix. Like, the wolves in movement speed, it just doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't do anything at all. Exactly, bro. That was when I was reading the Necropath. I was like, that is so good. Adding aggressiveness to the companions, making them actively, you know, go out and seek the target and attack stuff. That is a perfect way to make, like, I don't care if they engage in combat before I do. I'd rather my wolves engage in combat than just be sitting there waiting for me to attack something. I would prefer that in the long run. Sure, it could be annoying sometimes, but at the end of the day, it's much better than having your companions just mosey behind you and then having an affix that's just useless. Like, this is your companion unique. This is your only companion unique. It only affects your wolves. It gives you an affix that does nothing. And the Storm Howl ability doesn't do anything. They barely cast it, ever. Like, they rarely cast that ability. Chances are they're going to stand there before longer than you're going to have a chance to have them cast anything. And I'm going to lose 312 of these cinders because I was talking. That's okay. But that's the biggest issue there. Like, you can't make a companion build and your companions are just sitting there walking slowly behind you the entire time. And you only have 3 of them, and they almost move together, like after the same target a lot of times. And they get clumsy and they'll get caught up on each other and they won't really do anything. So, I don't know. That's my 2 cents. Ultimately, you're waiting for them to deal damage, and when you're waiting for your companions to deal damage, you might as well be using a build where you don't have to wait for the damage. So it just pushes you in that direction, right? You're going to want to use something different because why would you want to use... It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Seneschal construct, right? The Seneschal construct, you can make a really broken Seneschal construct, but why? You'd have to wait for it to do its damage when you could already deal all that damage with your own setups. I didn't even get the doll. So when I killed the beast in the ice, I didn't even get the doll. Let me go ahead and make another... I want to go see if I can get the doll from the beast in the ice real quick. I hope that's not a percentage chance to drop, like... That would not be very good. I mean, yeah, right? And bears are not fast. Like, bears run really slow. That's... And they look like Johnny Bravo with fur. So, I don't know. There just seems to be, like, some... They need to, like, tune up the companions. You see how, like, slow they are? Moving behind me? I'm all the way up here, and they're all the way... They were way back there. Another tempering manual.
I'm not ready yet.
I want to say, and this is another problem with the Druid. So many builds on the Druid are unique dependent. Like, I need a Crone Staff. I need a Tempest Roar. I need those things for my builds for me to actually get to use the builds. If I don't have those items, I can't use that build. So it's like I'm going to get another Storm Companion pants here. And I can't even... Oh, no, this is Temerity. Oh, no, Tacits of the Dawning Sky. So... These actually might be more useful now, by the way, guys. Anything that breaks caps on your resistances, probably going to be more useful now because you're missing so many items. Not items, but damage reduction rolls. We're going to keep this amulet because I need movement speed. The rest we're going to get rid of. Actually, that one's pretty nice. Get a big lucky hit chance there. I prefer crit chance, though. Cold resist. No one needs cold resist. Okay. So, like, I'd like to move into another build right now, but I don't know exactly how I would do that without having those specific uniques. Like, I could probably build a Human Lightning Storm build. But everything else I need stuff for. Yeah, I could probably make a Human Lightning Storm build, but I definitely need to get some Tebow's Will for that. Oh, no. Let me go ahead and put these bossing materials in the chest. We'll go ahead and put these. And I didn't get another doll. You guys see right here in my inventory, I didn't get any doll here. So I don't know if that might be a bug or something, but I didn't get a doll. The new ring is absolutely terrible. So the affixes, willpower's fine, attack speed, lucky hit to slow an enemy, and spirit cost reduction. So one decent affix there. The attack speed, I mean, for landslide, do you want attack speed for landslide? I don't know. I'd probably rather have crit chance. I'm just that guy who likes crit chance. So not the best. I like the willpower though. The 10% willpower. The other, you know, attack speed could be fine. The other two, not that good. I don't think you're going to need spirit cost reduction. That's why I don't think it's that good. By the time you get to where you're going. Especially not if you're using... What does landslide even cost to use? Let's see. 30 spirit. That's less than less than tornado. Less than pulverize. Less than shred. So... And you don't need spirit cost on shred, pulverize, and, you know, most of the time when you're using tornado, you're using wear NATO, so you don't need spirit cost on that. So I don't know why you'd want spirit cost on landslide. Yeah, I've checked it, bro. It doesn't work on subterranean. It doesn't work on trample earth. It doesn't work unless you directly cast landslide. It doesn't work on nature's fury procs. You actually have to have landslide equipped, and you have to cast it directly for you to get the benefit of the ring. It's really bad. Yeah, it's absolutely hot garbage. Incredibly bad. I'm really disappointed. That was the first thing I tested out, man. And I was really hoping that you would have like these crazy fields of AoE damage and just AoE damage popping off everywhere, and you'd have like landslides proccing everywhere. But no, nope. It only works if you cast landslide directly. So it's absolutely garbage. And unless they change, they would have to fundamentally change the way landslide works. Like when you cast landslide, it would have to work like trample slide, where it moves out in a larger set of columns and rows. Me too, bro. I was excited. I was like, okay, we're going to get something cool for landslide finally. Like, we're going to have a crazy trample slide. We're going to have a crazy subterranean. It's going to be popping off AoE everywhere. Things are just going to get straight up melted. The first build I tried was my hardcore landslide build I made for Season 3. Didn't work with any of it. I used Shred on that build with Nature's Fury, so you get those free landslide procs off of Shred. Didn't work with that either. The only way you can get it to work, you have to have it equipped and you have to cast it directly. And then it's just like a bad Earth Sign horror from Pulverize. It literally doesn't do barely anything. Because the only thing that will actually make it do damage is when you get landslide procs on it. And that percentage chance is so low that it's like negligible. It doesn't, and it looks so cool too, man, because when you use Nature's Fury with it and you proc it, why is this still open? Oh, I just haven't closed the gate. Anyway, when you use Nature's Fury with it and it procs the ring, if you get your Lightning Storm to proc at the same time, it's like raining Lightning Storm bolts on top of the AoE. It looks really cool, but yeah, it's pretty much useless. Pretty much useless. Without knowing anything more, like a crazy bug or some kind of build that will make use of it a lot better. Yeah, it's pretty much pretty terrible. I kind of want to just start making my Lightning Storm build. Like, wait. Just go ahead and make it. I'm kind of over the companion build. I really do enjoy the companion setup. Maybe I'll just push the pit a little bit more. I just don't want to. I don't want to keep farming out Hell Tides with this setup when I could use something that's faster. that isn't dependent. I'm gonna push some. We're gonna push some pit, see how far I can go on the pit, and then we'll swap over to a lightning storm. Start doing a human lightning storm setup, and then probably transition into something different. I mean, that's how I feel with the druid, at least. That's how I feel, Cosmin. I feel like you add something, but you don't really think past adding it, and you end up with like this kind of useless thing that doesn't really do anything. For the druid, other things really work. Like this season when they added the ascetic wraps for lightning storm, it was amazing. Like that, and that's probably what made me so hopeful for the ring. Because when they added the lightning storm, when they added that extra bolt to a single target on crit strike and you had more lightning storm, I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly what lightning storm needed. But this ring, not so much. Yeah, so Mike, lightning storm I think is going to be insanely good. So not only with all the affixes that you're going to be able to boost up your lightning storm damage, the crit chance is out of this world. Like, you can get so much crit chance, it's ridiculous. But then also with the change of the field of view change, you're going to be lightning storming enemies in another room, and they're going to die before they even have a chance to respawn to you. Like, it's crazy. You're going to get so many lightning dancer. It's basically like running around with a lethal shrine all the time. Like, that's how it's going to feel. You're running around with a lethal shrine on your lightning storm all of the time, and you're just going to melt everything. Lightning storm is going to be crazy. Where NATO, in my opinion, is going to be crazy. Pulverize, I've said this a couple times, pulverize is going to be good still. And then the rest of anything melee is going to be dependent on how tanky you can make your character, because ultimately, like, you're going to have to get into close range with enemies, and if you don't have enough damage reduction, they're just going to melt you before you can melt them. Especially now that we don't have like low life bulwark builds that we can use to be like super tanky, and those were really useful on melee characters. Like low life bulwark builds were great for Stormclaw. They're great for landslide builds because you have to get in close quarters. And they're even great for Boulder Cane builds. I think Boulder's going to be really good because you have that double chance to summon a Boulder. But again, like, if you end up getting blown up by just jumping into a pack of enemies in a high tier pit, I don't think people are going to use it that much.
I must wait a moment.
And like I said, companions, yeah, they have to rework the way it functions. We need more wolves. We need tankier wolves. And they just need to, I don't know, man. Adding attack speed, adding movement speed for your companions on your Storm Companion pants. Like, I feel like that unique needs a rework. It should affect all of your companions. There's too many damage buckets for your companions, especially if you use Storm Companion pants. You have 3 different damage buckets that you're trying to build at the same time. It just does not work as well as it should. And even in this tier of a pit, you look at my werewolves, they're already half health, all of them. So my fear is, like, when you go up against a tier 200 boss or you go up against high tier pit enemies, they're just going to one-shot your wolves over and over again. And you're just going to basically be running around with Poison Creeper, subterranean aspect, like, just, and that's basically going to be your damage. Because even Ravens doesn't really, look at that. Like, if I was to run Ravens in a high tier, these enemies should basically get one shot by one tick of Ravens. But it's just not the case. Like, Ravens still doesn't do much damage whatsoever. Not to mention that you would have to heavily invest in the radius, the size increase of your Raven's attack to actually get any benefit from it. Because usually it's really small. And I don't know if you want to waste affixes on Raven, you know, Raven size. It's like a lot. Like, every affix right now is incredibly important. Every single affix you put on your gear is incredibly important. So it's like you can't afford to waste anything. But for bosses, I feel like that, like, they work really well. You see how fast I delete a boss. Like it's not really that hard for bossing. We'll just keep going up and up and up. But tier 100, pretty easy. You can get through a tier 100 dungeon, so you should be able to level your glyphs pretty fast. It shouldn't be no issue for glyph leveling. I really do like this size increase for your ravens, but I just feel like that should be built into the skill. Like, in my opinion, that should just be built right into the skill. I feel like your raven should be just as big. You see there, like not having unstoppable on your bar, and I have unstoppable, but you know, it's on my evade. My evade was on cooldown, but not having that radius really kind of makes the skill even worse. If they would build that in, make it about as big as your poison creeper, I would be fine with that. I don't think it would be overpowered, just because ravens inherently isn't that strong. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the wolves, the damage is there, bro. Like, the damage is there. They're doing a decent amount of damage here without me utilizing, like, their active skill. But you see I have one wolf, and it's one wolf left, and the rest are dead. And so, I mean, that's the biggest issue. Like, the damage is definitely there. We just need more wolves. They kill enemies pretty fast, when that's just their passive ability. But there you go. They're crowd controlled. They're not able to do damage. They're stunned. They can't do anything. They're gonna, like, they can't even fight this pack of enemies, you know, really well. And the fact that there's only 3 of them makes it even worse. And we're not even close to what I would consider high tier. Like, what level of these enemies? We're not even at tier 100 right now. Like, when we get to closer to a tier 100, I mean, we still can clear tier 100 pretty easily. But we're not even there yet, and they're already kind of having issues in terms of, like, survivability. I wish also that, I don't know, I just feel like the bestial rampage is really nice, but 2 seconds to get your bonus damage off of that is pretty long. Like, that's half the duration of your your debilitating roar. So hopefully they'll do something about that. But you can see the boss damage is pretty good, man. I feel like the boss damage is there. Look, what was that? A bunch of eyeballs. Yeah, and not just that. If they die, at least they'll have, like, blocked up the area, you know, taken some damage. They, like, tanked up some of the enemies. But I still feel like it really puts you at a disadvantage. Like, that's a big part of your damage. That's a huge part of your damage. Like, wolves is a massive part of your damage, and anytime they die, like, one of the biggest issues with wolves when I was fighting Uber Lilith this season, one of the biggest issues is when they would die, they would constantly spawn outside of the arena and just get one shot repeatedly over and over again. They stand in AoEs, they stand in anything. Like they're not really actively trying to avoid damage pools, things like that. And I mean, I wouldn't expect them to be able to, you know, make them super smart or anything, but just because of that, I wish they would be a lot more tanky. And maybe even, you know, if give us an aspect that makes it where they can't be stunned. I don't know. Something, maybe a key passive where your companions can't be stunned, or but again, look how far ahead of them I am, and look how far behind they are. They're basically catching up to me with 40-something% movement speed. That was my fault. I thought I could get away from it faster. I also wanted to just continue on with the dungeon. But see, if I'm using Lightning Storm, I'm just killing this stuff. I'm moving and killing and moving and killing. I'm not waiting for my wolves. I'm not doing anything. I'm not putting myself in danger to reset my companion skills with Pack Leader. I'm just lightning. You know, it's like that meme, that old meme. Lightning bolt, and I just keep running and running and running. Same thing with Tornado. You drop a bunch of tornadoes, you just keep going. You're not sitting here trying to fish out Pack Leader procs. And I do like the playstyle. Like, I like having to be more aware of my surroundings, but it's like, look at this. Look at this hot mess. Everything is blocking your view. You have 17 different AoEs going off. Enemies shooting different stuff at you. Which ones, MR? I've already got the new uniques, and I can tell you about, well, I got the ring, and I can tell you all about the ring if you want to know about the ring. I haven't gotten, what's the other one? I haven't gotten the I think it's a roar one or something like that. I'll show it to you after I finish this one, then I'll give you a brief explanation. Absolutely, definitely, brother. Give me let me get through this, and then we'll do it. I'll give you a brief explanation about it. Kind of share with you my experience with the ring. And see, this is another problem with companions. Like, look at all these enemies. Like, all of these enemies, and it's basically me trying to fish out Pack Leader procs over and over again. Now, if I use Lightning Storm, that whole pack of enemies gone in the blink of an eye. I use Tornado, all those enemies gone in the blink of an eye. So it just becomes pointless. Like, it's more frustrating to deal with than it is like. And this is only going to get worse as you get into higher tiers. So that's the overall issue. Ooh, what is that? A butcher's axe. Nice. I get that. I've gotten that 3 times now. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, like I said, I'm going to make all my posts out on the forums. I'm going to make my own videos about it and stuff like that. I'm going to put out my own opinion. And, you know, but I don't know if they'll dramatically change companions before Season 4 for the Druid. I think this is their dramatic change. And it's just not, in my opinion, it's not enough from what I've currently seen. Now, with the new mechanic and everything that's coming in Season 4, my opinion could change. If they do make any buffs, my opinion could change. But right now, I don't think it's that good. So, MR. So, for the new ring, brother, the affixes, willpower and attack speed, I'm fine with. The other 2 affixes, lucky hit to slow an enemy, spirit cost reduction, absolutely trash. How this ring functions. So, when I initially read about this ring, I was very hopeful. Like, I thought it was going to make trample slide builds. I thought it was going to make trample slide builds and subterranean builds and and hybrid builds of both of those incredibly good. What I found out is that this ring does not affect trample slide. It does not affect the trample earth aspect. It also does not affect the subterranean aspect. In fact, in order for you to get anything useful out of this ring, you literally have to equip landslide and cast it. So it basically makes this ring absolutely trash. You can't even get it to work with free procs of landslide off of Nature's Fury. It doesn't work with that either. It has to be a direct cast with landslide, which landslide is the worst. Like, it's one of the worst core skills. Yeah, it's absolutely awful, bro. Absolutely awful. And I'll demonstrate that for you real quick, just so you know that I'm not like trying to pull a fast one on you. So we'll go out here real fast, and I'll cast a subterranean real quick, and you'll see no AoE. But when I equipped it and cast it, you'll see the AoE. So let's get off our horse. Okay, so here comes the subterranean. No AoE there. And then I go into my skills, go ahead and equip it, and there it is. There's your AoE. It's basically a terrible Ursine horror. And it actually does pretty decent damage when you get the second portion of it to proc, that 30% chance to summon landslide pillars. But when that doesn't work, it's just... It doesn't really... there's no point to use it. There's absolutely no point. So that's one of the things I have written down on this piece of paper that I'm going to be putting in there. Like, I'm going to be trying to get whoever's attention I can to possibly make that ring affect your trample slide and affect your subterranean, because without that being the case, it's absolutely useless. It doesn't do anything. I don't have the other... What's the other unique that they released? Whatever it is, I don't have it. So I'm gonna hold on to this just in case, but it really isn't that good. All right, so we're doing monster level 150. I don't... It doesn't... I can try to make that happen. I can try to make the second portion happen after the fact. I can go ahead and give that a shot. Oh, I forgot to swap my... I forgot to swap out my skill real quick. I can try to make that happen, but I don't know. It would be really clunky. I don't think it lasts long enough for you to get the most benefit out of... I don't... You know... Because the area is so small, I could try to make that work, but I don't... Let me see. I'd have to equip something different. I'll only equip Claw here, and I'll take off my debilitating roar, and I'll try to make that happen to see if it does anything. But that's a lot of work for something so minuscule, in my opinion. It's like quite a bit of effort to try to get something to work. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna keep trying. I don't think so. We're gonna keep going though. Oh, did I not put the... Hold on. Jesus. Let me put the ring on. For crying out loud. I need a mulligan. Give me just a second. We're going to make this... We're going to try this out. Okay. Man, I swear keep thinking I'm playing like PoE. Not PoE, but Last Epoch. All right, we'll get rid of shepherds. We'll equip that, and then we'll go back in. All right, now we're gonna do it. The new unique boots. I mean, yeah, it's just a lot to give up for the new unique boots. Like the damage, that's a lot to give up that aspect slot, like a mobility aspect slot. I don't know if I would do that. I don't see anything happening. I'm just gonna keep trying though. Yeah, I don't know if it does, because I feel like everything has to do with, like, direct casts. It's also kind of hard to tell with the animation of Subterranean, because it kind of covers up the whole area. But I mean, the new unique boots just give you stacking damage bonuses, which is, you know, like I said, it's kind of nice. But it's like you know, I like Metamorphosis. I like having Metamorphosis. I think it works with direct cast of Landslide, but I don't think it works with Subterranean. Because it looks like it does. It looks like I'm seeing multiple Landslide procs. Oh, I don't know, bro. I assume you just kind of like kill stuff and you can get it. I don't know if it drops from a specific boss. And I don't know how many players use Druid as a main, man. I don't know. What happened? Let me just reset that. No, no. Yeah, I like making builds with Druid, man. I really enjoy the class. I like the aesthetic of the class. Yeah, I just feel, man, I wouldn't want to like constantly try to get landslide procs. It's like landslide's already a pretty clunky core skill, and then you're trying to get it to, you're basically trying to get your landslide out, and then you're also trying to get other damage sources out. It's such a small area too, like it doesn't really, it's not really covering a whole lot. Feels so clunky. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it only works with direct landslide procs. Like you have to use landslide and then you get it to proc, and then you have to use landslide again. Oh no, I know how to maximize procs on pack leader. You just get a bunch of crit chance and you're pretty much okay there after that. A bunch of crit chance and some lucky hit and you're good. I'm really just trying to see if this ring can work with subterranean in any type of way, but it doesn't appear to. It doesn't work with subterranean, which means it's not going to work with trample slide. If it doesn't work with subterranean to get this kind of workaround to actually get procs off of the passive on the ring. Yeah, it just seems like you have to directly cast landslide all the time. You'd have to make a dedicated landslide build, and all you would do is just cast landslide. Yeah, just keep if you want, just keep testing it out if you can. If you don't have a if you have a PC or you can use the PTR. But I don't see it working. It seems like it only works when you directly cast landslide and then directly cast landslide on top of that. It could just be an oversight. I don't know. But I'll definitely put it. I'm definitely going to put it in my forum post, and I'm definitely going to put it in a video. So hopefully they will adjust it, because if they don't, it's really underwhelming. I have not heard of it, no. But I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's probably a couple bugs. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Druid having companions isn't a bug. But I think more people are probably trying it out because of the changes that they made. I just, Well, see, Mike, the thing is that, you know, wolves are supposed to be like, okay, they cast rabies. Oh, and they cast lightning storm if you use storm companion pants. They do have that. They do have something like that in the, but they don't cast anything. Like, they never cast the lightning storm. They rarely cast the rabies. Like, it doesn't happen. It's like they have it, but they don't use it. And if they do, you've already killed whatever, you know, you probably already killed whatever they used it on, or it didn't do any damage. And as you can see, like, I have one wolf left, and that wasn't even a tier 100. I think that you could probably do that, like a hybrid wolf companion lightning storm setup, but the truth is you're probably just making a really bad lightning storm build at that point, because they're never going to cast lightning storm and all of your damage is going to come from lightning storm, and your wolves are basically just going to be, you know, sitting there. That's probably what it would look like. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 95% sure that that's probably what would probably happen. You're gonna be watching your wolves look at you while you cast lightning storm and kill everything.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
If they're alive. Well, like I was saying earlier, like I was saying earlier about the scaling. So the problem, like the fundamental problem with companions, there's a few here. So wolves, you need more wolves. They need to be tankier. Your ravens, the AoE needs to be much larger on the active skill. Okay, those three things are very important. Also, the Storm Companion pants only affect your wolves. Instead of giving you plus companion ranks, it gives you plus ranks to wolves. Instead of turning all of your companion damage into lightning damage, it just makes your wolves lightning damage. So when you use Storm Companion pants, you now have 3 separate damage buckets. So you have physical damage for your ravens, you have poison damage for your poison creeper, and then you have lightning damage for your wolves. So now you have 3 different damage buckets that you're trying to scale. None of them are gonna scale high enough. Then if you're basically running around trying to proc pack leader. So you have to use like claw to do that, because claw is the easiest way to get a lucky hit on Druid. And when you're running around trying to proc pack leader, you're putting yourself in danger because you have to be in melee range. So you have to be really tanky. But now they've removed all of the damage reduction rolls out of the game. And so you're far less tanky than you were previously. And you're trying to get this to proc, and if it doesn't proc, you're never going to get to use your companion skills, and your wolves die, then you have no wolf active skill. It just becomes like this really, it can get really annoying really fast. It can become very difficult very quickly. There's just no like cohesiveness to your companion setup, right? So Storm Companion pants are pretty much, if I want to scale my damage appropriately, I'd have to not use Storm Companion pants. Or I would have to just fully scale lightning damage and not even worry about the other 2 companion skills. Which would just leave Ravens basically being a buff skill for crit chance, and that's exactly what Poison Creeper would be. A buff skill for crit chance that basically does all of its damage through landslide, because you're using subterranean at that point. So it's just like, it's more or less like your companion build is just a worse version of other builds that exist, instead of being like a true companion build. There's just a lot of problems. And even with the movement speed, you can see here, even with the movement speed, on my wolves are all dead. And we're only at level 152. My wolves are all dead. All of my wolves are dead. Now, they do good damage, don't get me wrong, they do fine damage, but they're all dead again. Look, they're almost dead again. Now, I could use Howl if I had Howl equipped, but where do I get my damage reduction? Howl will heal me, I won't have damage reduction. I could heal them, but they'll probably still die. They'll get one shot anyway. Oh yeah, Pulverize, bro. I think Pulverize is going to be fine. Oh yeah, I've got attack speed on. So on my gear, I have attack speed. I have wolf attack speed here. And then I have wolf attack speed on one other piece right here. So I've got 2 rolls of wolf attack speed. And I think that is all the ones I was able to get without, I even bricked an item trying to get wolf attack speed. So I have it on there. But the thing is they do fine damage. They just also die really fast. And you're basically depending on your creeper subterranean aspect to do all the damage. At the end of the day, you're still hoping to proc your poison creeper multiple times to do all the damage, or at least most of the damage. But if you look at Ravens, even with Ravens, look at the damage. It barely does anything. If I left my wolves to try to kill a pack of enemies, it would take them forever. Like, they would probably die killing this pack. Like, if I just step back and let them kind of go to work, it's just going to take forever. They just really, I don't know, it just doesn't really feel like they deal a lot of damage. When you start scaling into higher tier pit levels, like this is what, not even we're not even like a tier 100 right now, or we're just at a tier 100 dungeon right now. But yeah, there's lots of ways you could work it. It's just, I feel like at the end of the day, you're just gonna get, they're just gonna get one shot by everything, and you're just gonna be trying to proc out pack leader to get your landslide procs off of your subterranean aspect. And even that sometimes doesn't seem like your pack leader wants to reset like it should. Feels like sometimes it does get kind of like locked out of resetting. And I do have a maxed out Wilds glyph on with it stuck into, I think it's the Inner Beast board with like tons of int nodes. But the boss damage seems decent, just because they can focus in on everything and you're focusing your attacks on one thing. But my Paragon board is set up with all the int nodes in Wilds, so I have a massive amount of companion skill damage. So it's like 54 int nodes there, 267% companion damage. The only thing I could probably do better is get like companion skill or something with companion damage somewhere on my gear pieces, like just to further increase the companion damage. I'm getting, I don't know about Boulder Lightning Storm, but I'm sure it would work. Yeah, overall, I think it'd be better to make builds that are just focusing on your damage and not necessarily make builds that are focusing on anything else. Like where you're directly dealing damage. Any builds like Lightning Storm, like where NATO, like Boulder Shred, or any variation of Boulder Cane, or anything where you're directly dealing damage is probably the way to go. I still feel like Companions needs a lot of work. I don't think they're going to be moving... Yeah, no problem, brother. I don't think they're going to be moving the level cap up to 150, Mike. I haven't heard anything about that. I wouldn't expect them to probably do that. 100 seems like where it's at for most everything. Yeah, I think I'm going to start working on a Lightning Storm setup. I think I am. I just need to get a Tempest Roar, but I can work on a human variation first. I have a Zenith Ring, so that's good. I need a Tempest Roar, though. I'd really love to get a Tempest Roar. Just so I could constantly proc my Zenith Ring and use Trample, so I could always stay unstoppable. Let me leave this character. So these are the builds I plan on trying. These are all the... Like, this is a defensive skill character a Boulder King character, Landslide, Stormclaw, Tornadoes, Lightning Storm, and then my companion. So we'll just go to Lightning Storm. I know, Chuck. Well, that's just because Druid didn't get any love, bro. Like, Druid got no love, so people are still like, you know, they're playing with all the fun stuff. So with Zenith Ring, what you do is you get what you do is you get a Tempest Roar, Chuck, and your Tempest Roar will turn your Lightning Storm into a Werewolf skill. So you kill an enemy with your Werewolf skill means you can use your next Werebear skill is free. So what you do is you kill an enemy with Lightning Storm, and then you can trample for free. You kill an enemy with Lightning Storm, you can trample for free. And then you just keep repeating that process over and over again. No, companion... I disagree. Hard disagree there, Mike. Companions should be able... You should be able to build an entire build around companions. They shouldn't just be there to buff your character. If they exist, they should. There's no point to have companions that just simply buff your character. Like, having them be able to be your main source of damage should be a possibility. And then if you want to make a build where your companions are just buffing your character, I think that's fine. But giving more choice for build viability is always better than having less. And you have an entire tree of abilities. You have an entire tree of abilities that are completely useless. Like, what good was... So wolves can't buff your character at all. Like, wolves don't buff you at all. They don't do anything. Ravens, they passively give you crit chance. You're left with Poison Creeper. That's the only real companion skill. No, I mean, you're not, here's the thing. You're not wrong about how, I guess your perception of companions wouldn't be wrong based on a lot of how most games treat companions. I absolutely agree that most games, your companions are typically absolutely useless. They just buff your character. However, I would much more prefer that we would have something similar to the Necromancer, where you could build a companion build and then be your basic, your basic source of damage. Like, that's where your damage comes from. Instead of like, oh, well, you can get some damage, but you're going to have to leap through hoops to do it, and it's still not going to be that good. I just have to set this up for Lightning Storm, guys. What's up, my son? Let me go real quick. This just takes a second. I gotta set this whole thing up. The Paragon board and everything. Let's go. Okay. And then we use, I think I go exploit here. And then, wait. This one is, I have a better Paragon board than this one. I wish I had my, I could mirror my build from what I have on my character. Just kind of have it up beside the screen so I could just kind of copy it over. So I have a really good setup here. not this one. Yo, just keep signing me out of my mobilytics. Sorry guys, bear with me. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I gotta set this whole thing up real quick. Get the whole build set up. Okay. One. Come on. Let me in my mobilytics. Okay. There we go. Now I can set it up. Okay. Here we go. I just had to pull up. For some reason, it keeps kicking me out of mobilytics, and I have to sign in constantly. All right. Then it's ancestral guidance. Fang and Claw. Well, I don't need Fang and Claw right now because I don't have. We'll use Earth and Sky until I get Tempest Roar. Where's Earth and Sky at? There we go. We'll use Earth and Sky for right now. And then we're going to go into Thunderstruck, which this is, I think, the biggest buff to Lightning Storm this season. Thunderstruck, because the Thunderstruck node is uncapped, and because we can get such high rolls to damage to close and damage to distant enemies, I feel like it's going to make this build really powerful. Did I use... I can't remember if I was using Electrocution. I'll just go ahead and set up like I normally do, but I know I made some changes here on the build that I have. Then come up here. And then over here, I believe I picked this up. So this is the big one right here. Because this is uncapped, this multiplicative damage bonus is uncapped, you can get some pretty high rolls of damage to close and damage to distant enemies on your weapons now. And then Constricting Tendrils. This is Territorial. And I always make sure I pick up all of the glyph nodes for Territorial. We'll just go here. We got Earth and Devastation and Spirit. And then I think the last one is Lust for Carnage. But because we're using human right now, we don't really need to go. We'll go for Lust for Carnage just to have the board there. But we'll go for something a bit different here. Because ultimately, that's what we're going to end up using. Is Lust for Carnage. So we can pick up that legendary node. And then slot in. We'll go Fulminate. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll typically run down here and pick this up and then, you know, just kind of follow things along. Oh, this is what I did. So I take this out. We'll go put this here. Put Spirit here. Where'd it go? There we go. Spirit goes here. We'll do Electrocution here. There we go. Take this out. And we'll go here. Grab that. And then go this way. Pull these out. There we go. That's better. And then we'll just slot in some health stuff just for fun for right now. Just to make us a little more tanky. Make sure we have everything on all of our nodes. Okay. Good there. Good there. And good there. Grab some resistances. And I think there's a little bit of health up here somewhere. Constricting tendrils. There we go. Okay. And then for our skills, go there. I like to use, I was using Shred, but we're not going to use that anymore. Wild Impulses, because it works finally. Use all the companions because, well, you know, companions are still important. We don't really need the crit anymore because of how high the crit chance can get. So that saves us some points. We'll go Trample here. Petrify. Actually, I think I'll put Petrify here, and I'll put Trample on the right trigger. I think is how I had it set up. And then, what was I using? I don't think I was using Nature's Fury. I think I was using Ursine Strength. We can go Nature's Fury for right now until I get everything set up. That. Make sure we have our companion on. Oh, I need to have a basic skill. That is what I do need. So we'll take this out. We'll put 2 points into that for right now. We'll swap those around until I get what I need. Let's see. I need Ravens on my bar. So we'll unslot Trample for right now until we can get rid of this basic attack. I would like to have Earth and Bulwark, to be honest. I might end up swapping some stuff around eventually. Do that. We'll grab a point in that. 3 points in that. This I'm going to test out. This is something I want to test out. I want to see if you can snapshot this into your lightning storm. Usually I don't have this many points left over, so we're just going to go with it. Now we just need movement speed. We need lots of movement speed. All right, let's go back over here.
Need something for it?
Let's look at these real quick. I think I'd rather have this helmet on. I have some gear in there. I actually don't want to look through everything.
What do you need?
Let me see if I have a better axe. Any like 925 axes. There we go. Willpower, damage over time. Not the best. Max life, damage, attack speed, willpower, damage. That one's better.
What will it be?
Let's go imprint some stuff. Let's go ahead and use Juggernaut. We'll go ahead and use Aspect of Might as well. And we're gonna grab up Stampede. I'm gonna use Shepherd's Aspect. Like every core skill build we'll use this season. Oh, let me Yo, come on now. And then Lightning. Dancer. And all this stuff will be changed around because we'll have ascetic wraps. We're going to have like multiple other things. Let's just use Undying. Why not? Use some Undying. Let's go ahead and use where's the oh no. Mobility. There we go. Metamorphosis. And then what do we got? We'll go ahead and equip the. Nah, I don't want to kill my damage too bad. Oh, you know what would be pretty good if we use Umbral. Maybe Umbral to help with resources. 1 to 6, fine. Might get some use out of Umbral aspect. And then we'll use Rune Worker. Where are you at, Rune Worker? There we go. Run some Rune Worker. That'll be useful for right now. Like I should just go ahead and use these points. Why not generate more spirit? There, and then grab some more resistances, and yeah, we'll just throw that there. That's good enough. Utility. More lucky hit stuff. Freeze is fine. That's cool. And then we'll do more chance to freeze. Sounds good. Storm critical strike chance. That's what we're gonna look for. Nope. Nope. See, this is what I mean. You could brick your item doing this. Because you can't really choose. I keep getting Cataclysm and I keep getting Hurricane. What is going on, man? Give me doesn't want to give me lightning bolt damage. It doesn't want to give me storm crit. Come on. There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whatever. That's fine. We're just going to keep getting lucky hand. Oh, we got more freeze, guys. We're getting tons of freeze here. Dodge chance, and then we'll go for more worldly freeze. Another freeze. All right. It's like really, that's pretty interesting. Movement speed. Thank you. Who cares about the other stuff? And then we'll go for more freeze. Okay, we got stunned this time. All right. Something different. Decided to mix it up for us. I always go mobility here. I gotta have movement speed. Digigrade gate. That has to be, talk about useless. Giving you Digigrade gate ranks. So Digigrade gate gives you 3% movement speed per rank. How does that add up to 12% movement speed? Flat 12% too. Like you might as, that's just weird the way they have that. We'll go offensive. We'll go for more storm. I'm probably overkilling the storm crit chance, but I just want to see how high of a crit chance we can get. There we go. We'll take the 4%. I wonder if this lightning bolt damage applies to your storm, your lightning storm, actually. Or if it only applies to skills that have a lightning bolt, which is probably how it is going to function. Because your lightning storm lightning bolts don't count as lightning bolts. But your runeworker lightning bolts count as lightning bolts. Jesus. How many times can you get hurricane in a row? Let's see. We'll go for resource whatever, because we don't have any more. There we go. Resource cost reduction. We'll take it for right now. Lightning bolt damage. Nice. So our runeworker should be hitting pretty hard. I wonder if that will also apply to your storm bolts. Resource cost reduction. Nice. And then for the final one. There we go. And then we will go for storm augments. I don't know what lightning storm duration, if that just applies to your to the duration of your lightning storm. So that sounds pretty bad. And I think the elemental surge getting like a lucky hit chance to proc like 23k lightning damage would be really good. I might try that duration. It just sounds weird. I don't know how that, like, the only way I could think that would work is if it affected the duration that your lightning storm stays, like, at max. Perfect. Okay. So we are full of lightning damage. And now let's go roll our gear. So we don't need resistances. Go lucky hit is fine. We don't need cyclone armor. Go willpower. What can you get on here? Anything better than that? No, not for what I have. Not for what I have. Poison resist. We're gonna go for crit chance, obviously. We'll take lucky hit there, but we want crit. There we go. That's good enough. 8.5, I'm happy with that. Get rid of the fire resist. We'll go willpower. I'm fine with that. Get rid of the cold resist for movement speed. Oh my god, dude. There we go. So far, Dak, I feel like Companion Druid's still probably going to be probably about the middle of the pack, man. I don't think it's really going to do too much. I spent the better half of the stream like doing Companion, and where the damage is really nice, your poor werewolves die so quick, man. It's kind of just is what it is. There's some fundamental changes they need to make to it before it's going to be where it should be at. We need more werewolves. We need tankier werewolves. They need to be more aggressive. They actually need to go out and seek a target to attack a target. Storm Companion pants need a complete rework. There's just so many things that need to change. We're going to get rid of this lightning resist. Overpower. We'll go for crit damage. That's fine too. Flat damage I'm okay with. Crit strike chance. Max life. I'm fine with that. That doesn't need to change. And then max life 15. Maximum resources. We'll change that to crit chance. So you get 10% crit chance on your amulet, 10% crit chance on your gloves, 10% crit chance on your totem. So you end up with like crazy amounts of crit chance, guys. So I really feel like I feel like storm skills in general are going to be pretty insane. So just looking at what I have now, just base. I haven't done any min-maxing, nothing like that. My resistances are capped. My crit chance is at almost 50%. And that's without min-maxing, that's without masterworking, that's without anything extra. 50% crit chance, without an elixir, anything. So, I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy how high you can get your crit chance. And then now the jeweler, you can craft stupid amounts of willpower onto your gear. So we'll go 5, and we'll actually get more crit damage out of this on our weapons. And then for our jewelry, we'll probably throw in some skulls. And then we'll throw some skulls in. And then we'll throw that there. And then I don't know if I have enough to socket. I don't. So I don't have enough to socket yet. Alright, let's go somewhere and do something. Actually, let's just go straight on over and see what happens if I do a pit level. I am interested to see what happens. Oh, I'm not going to use rabies. I don't know how well rabies functions, though. It could be pretty good.
Not while I'm in town.
Oh, I gotta go to a tier 4. I forget. That puts me in tier 2. Yeah, I don't know if it scales well. I still feel like poison damage could possibly not scale well into the end game. My overall issue is just how poison is applied. Like, it doesn't ever seem like it does a lot in terms of damage. When you start scaling enemy health and you get into the late game, it feels like it doesn't hit very hard. Let's see what I can do here. I can try to get a rabies build in. If everything goes pretty smooth, I can try to get a rabies build in. Let's check out this new petrify that kills everything. And this is without, like, that's without anything. Like, I just ran over and whacked me. I obviously need to be more tanky. But that's without, like, all the extra stuff. Well, that's really cool. Like, look at him, he's frozen over there. Homie can't even attack me. This is going to be pretty interesting. I just kill stuff before it even gets to me. It's all frozen. Can't move. I don't even have like damage to close and damage to distant enemies on my character either. So I'm missing a huge chunk of multiplicative damage. I think once you get like damage to close, damage to distant on your character, you're going to have quite a bit of overall damage to your Thunderstruck node. So we'll have to go farm up some gear. Imagine once we have the ascetic wraps, we have the Tebow's will, we have all the different items. Frozen. That's actually pretty cool. Except we need tankiness. I don't believe Druid will have anything like that, bro. I don't think Druid's going to have anything that's really crazy. There really wasn't any significant changes that they made. Honestly, a lot of the changes they made were not good. Like, they changed some things that really they heightened senses and quick shift, stuff like that. Some of the stuff that they changed really wasn't for the better. Man, I really wish they had gave us boss materials or like gave us access to like all the unique items. Sucks having to farm this stuff up. So I don't, like you can see, I don't think lightning bolt damage actually affects your storm, your actual lightning storm. So probably best just to go with damage. I wish they would not make that distinction. Like, how does lightning bolts, how is that not affected by your lightning, like how does that not affect your lightning storm? Your lightning storm casts lightning bolts. Kind of doesn't make any sense. I don't know why there's that different, like that separation in terms of damage. Granted, giving you 100% lightning bolt damage would be really OP if it affected your lightning storm. But it is super weird that it doesn't. Maybe I should use Perfect Storm for right now. It just comes over and whacks me. Alright, so we got to work on our tankiness and we got to get some better gear. Yeah, we definitely need like the ascetic wraps. We definitely need quite a few things. Alrighty, let's head on out of here. We're gonna go do probably just keep farming boss materials. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Mike. You're sitting. It's like there's this separation between lightning bolt damage and lightning storm damage, but your lightning storm is casting lightning bolts, yet it doesn't affect it. Like I said, I truly feel like they have no idea what they're doing with the Druid class. I think they just kind of like go in with Druid and throw some shit together, and they're like, "Yeah, that works. Okay, guys," and then they go right back to working on every other class. They're like, oh, innate bulwark is broken in season 1. We'll fix it. Oh, rampaging werebeast has like an infinitely stacking crit damage multiplier. Yeah, that's probably not good. We'll take that out. Poison shreds double dipping on your paragon nodes. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, the class is fine now. We'll just move on. Like, we have so much is needed. So much is needed to make this class really make sense. They take away all of the stuff that was basically, which I like. I like when they take away bug stuff, but it's kind of no point to take away all the buggy stuff from Druid and every other class is broken. And the crazy thing is like your lightning bolts don't even really scale well. Like your lightning bolt damage is awful. I just wanted to kind of test it out to see. The only thing that's good about lightning bolt is rune worker. For some reason, rune worker scales really well. I don't know why rune worker scales so well and everything else doesn't, but it does. Oh, nice. Got an extra living still here. God, I cannot wait, man. I really hope I can get some items. Give me Mad Wolf's Glee. Give me anything. For the love of God, give me anything. Oh, I forgot to put that third point in Petrify. Let me not forget, because Petrify's third point actually does something now. This is so good. I love the fact that everybody has to pay attention to everybody else. It makes it so much more fun to actually engage with the boss. I don't think I did any damage though. I think I pretty much just kind of like... I leeched that right there. I think I've almost bricked my build just because I put so much into lightning storm damage. I don't even think you need that extra crit chance, to be honest. I think that's a bit overkill. You don't even need the extra crit chance. You should probably just go straight damage. Just go more and more damage. I tested the landslide ring, bro, and it's not good at all. It doesn't work with trample, and it doesn't work with trample, and it doesn't work with subterranean. You have to have landslide equipped just to get it to work, and landslide's the worst core skill. One of the worst core skills in the game. And you have to cast Landslide. You have no choice, so it doesn't work with anything that makes Landslide good. Yeah, I don't know why, bro. I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess because they thought it would be better that way. It doesn't make any sense to me. The only thing that makes Landslide good is Trample Slide and Subterranean. Like, the Trample Earth aspect and Subterranean that's it. And for some reason they decided that, I guess they thought Landslide... There's a lot of things that don't make any sense with Druid, bro. Like, we have 3 key passives that are absolutely trash. That are not even useful anymore. All of our ultimates are going to be pretty much useless outside of, like, Direwolf, Direbear. And honestly, I think, like, Wear NATO, because of the double casting you can do with Wear NATO, I think that one's going to be probably the go-to build. The fact that they didn't I don't even know what the Lightning Storm duration is supposed to add to Lightning Storm, other than, like, duration to your max Lightning Storm, which no one really cares about anyway. Like, who's, like, asking for more duration on Lightning Storm? I didn't even know that would be something people would consider. If anything, I'd want more Lightning Storm bolts or, like, something like that. Like, chance to channel Lightning Storm multiple times, I don't know, in one cast. Something like that, but I don't know if they have the same ideas in mind. I'm gonna look at the damage to close and damage to distant enemies too. Because that's a huge part of your storm builds, and you have to have that on your builds. Why is this guy not respawning? Oh my god. Wasn't even paying attention. So Boulder Cane is getting... Basically, Boulder Cane is getting buffed because you're going to be able to double cast boulders. So that's a big buff. Double casting boulders is a huge buff to Boulder Cane. The only issue I would see with Boulder Cane, though, is, like, getting close to enemies. Like, you're going to have to dive into enemies. And if you dive into enemies, there's a chance that you'll die. And if you constantly die, it's going to be really frustrating to play, like, a melee build. So that's my only concern with that. I would be worried, like, you're just going to die over and over again. I wish they need to take the death penalty away from the Cinders, man. Like, why do they have a death penalty? It's already annoying enough to try to farm. It feels... Am I the only one? I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, but I feel like Cinders have been cut in half. I feel like how fast you can farm your Cinders, I feel like it's been cut in half. I haven't had anybody else say anything about it, so if anybody else is experiencing that, I don't feel like I'm getting as many Cinders from kills. I don't know if it will be. I don't know if it will be because I don't know how tanky you'll be. Like, that's the problem. I don't know how tanky your character is going to be by the time you get done making your character kind of fully built out. And I would probably lean towards abilities that, you know, can attack from range than I would something where you have to get really close to enemies. Especially when you're like pushing higher tier content. I mean, if you run into a suppressor enemy or you run into a waller or a wind waller and you have to basically build your entire boulder setup back up. Without the damage reduction, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, but now you don't have the damage reduction. That's the difference. Now you don't have massive damage reduction rolls on your gear pieces keeping you alive. Now you're actually susceptible to getting blown up pretty easily. So that's why I might not consider running something like Boulder Cane. I don't think it won't be good. It would just be dependent on how tanky you can make your character by the end of the game. There's your all your dust devils, super spawn dust devils. And the funny thing is you get that for free. All you have to do is cast your double swing and you get those. So you're, wow, okay. I was a bit delayed. Not getting any cinders now. This is a terrible idea. Okay, I'm done killing this boss. I'm gonna keep dying and not getting anything. And I need gear right now. I need Duriel. I need Mad Wolf's Glee. I also need to go back and change all my gear out now because everything's kind of jacked up. The other interesting thing about it is like your dancing bolts are probably not considered lightning bolts too, so you're not even getting damage off of your dancing bolts. Oh, I wanted to check something too. Let me check my Paragon board real quick. Let me see something. Yeah, so that's what I thought. You're losing a lot of multiplicative damage there just because we don't have damage to close and damage to distant on our rings right away. I have everything else. Yeah. I know they said they increased mob density, but it doesn't look like it.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
My God, what I would do to have just a pair of T-bows, Will.
I must wait. Time to do that.
Hey, I think I haven't seen a Screaming Hell type fade in a minute. Yo, that's like the first one I've seen. What's a joke?
I must wait.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Barb definitely is. I mean, that's the biggest issue with Barb. Like, I would honestly, I said earlier, I would honestly trade my entire Spirit Boon board for one amulet slot. Like, one extra amulet slot, I would give the entire Spirit Boon board. Because I would have one more aspect, and then I would also have another option for stats that I actually like to have. Yeah, I don't honestly know what they're looking at in terms of like class balance, like what their overall goal is.
I need more time.
Honestly, kind of want to turn this into a tornado setup. I feel like that's probably going to be where it's at. You get that double cast on Tornado, plus Tornado already has a built-in double cast in the skill already. So if you get like a double cast, that's a lot of tornadoes. It's just unfortunate that you have to have specific unique items. So I'm basically trying to get Duriel mats. And lots of Duriel mats. Or at least a decent few rotations, like maybe 5 rotations I can do in a group. I wonder how well this is going to hold up with the
I must wait.
oh wow. God, I need so many unique items for this. Just getting a pair of ascetic wraps is going to be really useful. I will say that's one thing I do like about like trample slide and stuff is that you don't need a lot of items. Jesus, and then I die and lose all of those cinders. It's so punishing. Like, you honestly shouldn't die anyway. If I had everything set up right, you wouldn't die. I wouldn't die. But dang, like, you lose all of those cinders just for one death. It gets cut right in half. That's a bit excessive. And you can't even recover them. I don't know. I'm gonna write that down. I don't think there should be a death penalty. right? Yeah, I don't agree with that. Not the way with the fact that you need to farm Helltide and you have to do it to get living still from the chest and everything. Giving you a death penalty, like cutting your cinders in half, and they don't even carry over to the next Helltide, I feel like that's a bit much. Now, obviously, like I said, for me, with a perfectly built character, probably never going to die inside of a Helltide, rarely, if at all. But even so, there are plenty of players who will probably die inside of Helltides, have issues building out their character, especially new players coming to the game. I can't imagine you're trying to farm out materials and you're sitting here dying in a Helltide and you have to constantly farm more and more and more. It's like you'll never leave them. It's like, again, they're just tiptoeing over to Blood Harvest events. Just go ahead and commit. Like, commit to the Blood Harvest event. That's what people liked. That's what you're basically creating. Just go ahead and carry over your cinders. Don't create a death penalty, stuff like that. Just so strange when they do that. If something's good, make it, you know, just put it the way that people like it. Yeah, she's super tough. I really enjoy that boss. Like, you really have to engage with the mechanics. Everybody has to pay attention. You know, you can't stack up on top of each other. You really do have to pay attention. It is a lot of fun. I like the boss a lot. Yeah, I'm not going to go over there. I'm not going to get baited into killing that. Trying to kill that boss again and it one-shots me. I'll go over there once I get the chest open. I only got 6 minutes anyway. Then I won't care. Where's the chest at? I've already farmed like 3 chests worth of cinders and I'm sitting here dying multiple times. Maybe I can stand up here and get credit for it. I have to take off some of these things. Drop some of these items. Hey, don't bring that boss over here. You go over there with your hurricanes. Or your tornadoes. We need more spinning stuff. Oh my god. I give up. I don't want it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the Helltide until I get better gear. Why did I... Okay, I'm leaving the Helltide. I don't want the Helltide. I need to do some whispers. What I would do, man, I swear they should have just gave us... I truly do feel like they should have just gave us boss materials and stuff to kill the bosses. And I really don't, man. I really don't want to farm like Helltides right now. I don't want to farm Helltides to farm the bosses, to farm, like... I don't know. I've been farming hell tides. I want to just test stuff out.
Be some steel you need. What's still got some good in it?
Let's see. Unbrick my stuff. Probably the best choice. I don't really need a helmet. I probably need to swap out the tempering on this amulet. But I need movement speed. That's like a triple roll, guys. Look at that. I didn't even notice that. I'm gonna keep that ring then. Oh, the elixirs are amazing, bro. You can craft so many elixirs. I'll show you real quick. Let's go over here to the elixir crafter. Okay. You can craft a ton. At least the way it currently is. So all of these you can craft a ton of, and they have great buffs, attack speed, lucky hit percent, crit chance. And then you have advanced elixirs now too. So your advanced elixirs. And it doesn't seem like it's too expensive, like to craft them. So looks pretty good overall. Looks really good actually. And some of these are pretty powerful. I wonder if they have the crit chance elixir still outside of just the precision. Doesn't seem like it. Seemed like they kind of got rid of a lot of the different elixirs you could get in Hell Tides. So no go on lightning bolt damage. Don't ever get lightning bolt damage. It doesn't do anything. Let's see, max total armor. What can I get again? I don't know how many, I don't know. Let's go to the blacksmith. Yeah, so damage to close, damage to distant. Obviously, that's what you want. Damage to close, damage to distant on everything. That's what I should have used. I kind of just wanted to test out this stuff and see what lightning bolt damage did. So let me see if I can go ahead and fix some of my gear pieces.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Here's a good one.
That's fine. I need new gloves. Definitely damage to close or damage to distant. Not damage to crowd controlled. That's good. And then these look kind of interesting, but again, I just don't know. The one right there is tornado projectiles. Like, that one is definitely a big deal. I think tornado projectiles is going to be massive. But lightning storm duration, like, what in the hell does lightning storm duration, like, why would that be something you'd want on your gear? So I think at the end of the day, you're just going to want to go like elemental surge to get that lucky hit and chance to proc like lightning damage. Or if you're running a werebear, not a direwolf build, you could probably just go grizzly rage duration. I think that would be pretty good as well. But this elemental surge seems pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty big chunk of damage. Let's not do cold damage. fire damage. Cold damage. See, this is where I find this to be an issue. There we go. So if you have like a what, 1-5 there? I think what they need to do, in my opinion, with the Barbarian is that whatever weapon he's currently using is what aspect they get the benefit from. I think that would pretty much solve a lot of the problem. I don't want to do that again, just in case I lose that. And then this was... There we go. I just keep getting the damage to close enemies. There we go. Finally, shake it up a little bit. Give me some damage to distant. I'll take it. Alright, so now I should have a much better Thunderstruck node. Where's it at? Let me see. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, guys. 79% multiplicative damage, yo. With your storm skills. This is exactly what I was talking about, storm skills. 79%. And those aren't even good rolls. Like, I didn't even get the most out of it. 79% multiplicative damage. I'll be right back. I just gotta step away for a second. All right, let's get back at it. So this is exactly what I was talking about the uncapped multiplier you have on Thunderstruck. So this could go from 79 to 100% multiplicative damage. It's literally infinitely scaling. It's simply based off of your damage to close, damage to distant enemies. And this is why I think that builds that utilize like tornadoes are going to be insane. Double casting your tornado. You can double cast a tornado already, but then you have a chance to double cast. It's just going to be pretty crazy. I think it's going to be really really powerful. Let's go back over here now. I kind of want to test this out. So we did lose the crit chance, right? But we still have this elixir where, oh, I have it on my other character. Let me go back and get rid of these items. So 6% with a 35% crit damage additive crit damage. So there's so many things that just make storm skills really powerful. I want to test this. I want to test this out real fast, and I want to go ahead and try to see where. Man, I actually want to use crit chance here too. So how much crit chance do I have right now? That's my crit chance, 54, right? So 54, and I don't have crit on my amulet. So if I could get crit on my amulet with movement speed and willpower, so that's another 8% there. That's crazy. Let's try to get some movement speed on it. We'll get rid of this one. The rest, I think, is we'll just mark that one as something that we want to keep. And we still can get some damage on this totem. Let's see, this totem has crit chance, spirit on kill, and maximum resource. All right, hold on to that. We'll just get rid of everything else. Let's go throw on some movement speed. Oh, I went to the... I'm acting like I'm going to the original Occultist. Let's see if we can't get movement speed on this. Let's get rid of the shadow resist. Oh. Just movement speed, please. Yeah, I still feel like the gold cap is too high. It's like 5 milli. Like, that's too high. Way too high. They need to cut that in half. There we go. Alright, we got movement speed, and then we'll throw on the Shepherd's Aspect. Alright. Let's go ahead and masterwork it, or temper it. More mobility.
I'm back if you need the phone.
And then we'll go with see if we can't boost up our damage even more through the Thunderstruck node. No, we don't want that. Come on. Come on. Damage to close. Okay. It's not a good roll, but we'll keep it. So let's check our Thunderstruck node now. 92. So 92% multiplicative damage. That's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely insane. And that's, again, we're missing a ton. We're missing, not only we're not getting the master working, but we have, you can get 85 there. You can get 95 distant enemies. Now that's something to take into consideration. Do you want to go for damage to close enemies, or do you want to go for damage to distant enemies? That's another thing you could think about. We were missing some there too. 20% here, 20% here. We got really unlucky, actually, with some of these rolls. And we're almost at 100% multiplicative damage. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Deck. We don't know what the seasonal mechanic's going to be, and that's something I've repeatedly said. Hey, what's up, brother? Thanks, man. Hope you're having a good day or a good night. So I'm just trying to test out Lightning Storm now. I did Companions earlier. I'll probably end up revisiting everything throughout this week, but I'm trying to get in as much as I can. I need a lot of gear. Unfortunately, we're having to farm so many things still. And now let's look at our crit chance too. So we have 63% crit chance. Without everything being perfect, we have 63% crit chance. Almost 100% multiplicative damage with our Lightning Storm. That same multiplier would apply to tornadoes. So you can just imagine, like, you're going to be blowing enemies up left, right, and center. Especially when we get, like, T-bows. Especially, I can't even tell what we're hitting. But when we're getting T-bows, when we get the Ascetic Wraps, when we're getting Lightning Storm ranks there. If you decide to run, depending on what you decide to run, Mad Wolf's Glee plus Tempest Roar, you're getting more ranks there as well. There's just a lot. I feel like there's quite a bit. So we'll have to farm up stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just grind it out. And we're going to get as much as we can. I'll probably stream for a little bit longer. I've been streaming for like 5 hours now, so I'll probably stream for a little while longer, and then I'll have to get off here to do some stuff around the house and do some errands and everything, and then I'll make a video. And I also have to write out my forum post for the day as well. So Jesus, that's so much multiplicative damage, and the fact that it's not even close. Yeah, I tried the full damage wolves build, but it's just, in my opinion, it still runs into the same problem with companions. We need more wolves, and they need to be tankier. They're not very reactive as well. They need to be more aggressive. They need to be tankier. We need more of them. Ravens needs to be better. Like, the active skill on Ravens needs to automatically give you like a much larger AoE with its active skill. I just feel like without those things in place, it's still not going to work out super well when you start scaling into higher tier pits and stuff. I could be wrong though, like it all depends. But the wolves were already having a hard time staying alive as I got closer to like tier 100 pit, I think enemy level 152. I think that's like level 50 pit stuff. But I will say the boss damage is really good. So bossing was easy. Bossing's super easy. It was just everything else. Any time there would be a bunch of mobs, they would just kind of like, it would rely on me getting pack leader procs and spamming subterranean aspects, stuff like that. The wolves did a decent amount of damage. It's just they'd be too slow. They wouldn't be where they needed to go. They wouldn't go where they needed to go, or they would die. I would love to get Ghost Walker too. And at the end of the day too, I feel like it just, you know, everything else is just easier to play. It's just like, that's the problem. Companions are really fun, and I really enjoy the build. It's just everything else is so much easier to play. But I'll still be making a companion build though. Like season 4, still gonna make a companion build. I'll let him stay inside there and I'll just kill everything. I probably won't use it on hardcore though. I'm probably gonna make something like Lightning Storm or Tornado Druid for hardcore. Just because I think I'd prefer to be further away from the sources of damage. It does seem like you get a fair amount of like greater affix rolls, so it doesn't seem so bad for farming. And I did get one triple stat, so I don't know if you guys noticed, but my ring here, all greater affix rolls there, so that's pretty cool. I just can't imagine. Could you imagine getting a greater affix roll on your crit chance on your gloves or something? You're getting 15% crit chance on a greater affix roll. That's insanity. Like just on your amulet and your gloves alone, you'd have 30% crit chance with greater affix rolls. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty happy about that ring. I really do like this chance to freeze, chance to stun, lucky hit too. I think that's pretty cool. It's going to make for some unique setups. I just wish, again, I wish you could affect bosses more easily. It's a great way to mitigate damage without having damage reduction, just freezing enemies out. It'll be really useful for probably like trash mob clearing and stuff like that. And it's not too much of an investment to have like one affix that's dedicated to a chance to lucky hit. I'm already pretty happy overall with the damage that this is doing. Without all the added stuff to it. Let's get the chest. Yeah, I mean, bro, I almost have 100% multiplicative damage. I added like 60%, over 60% more damage. So, I definitely am quite a bit stronger. And once you get I can't imagine, like I said, once you get the ascetic wraps to get the extra ranks to your lightning storm, once you start going into a Shaco for human lightning storm, or if you choose to go with Tempest Roar and go into a werewolf, were lightning storm build, you're gonna have a lot of ranks to your lightning storm. And I don't even have ranks to lightning storm on my gloves, so that's a lot of damage that's not there. Anything that gives you ranks is gonna give you a ton of damage. So getting a pair of gloves with crit chance, and then, you know, lucky hit, which ascetic wraps have. Ranks to lightning storm. That's so insane. It does look cool. I will say that. It does look cool. I have not been disappointed by how cool a lot of the stuff with the Barbarian has been. It's just been so overtuned for the current difficulty of the game. Off of Galvanic Saint? Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't think they've adjusted some of the greater some of the affix rolls though, because some of them are still pretty low compared to the new stuff. So I think they still have to adjust that. Like some of the unique items are just, you know, basically what they are right now, without being adjusted for the new values. Same crit chance, same everything. So I hope they do adjust it.
I'm not ready yet.
I also seen that he took down a tier 200 boss with a group of guys. That's pretty cool. He seemed pretty excited about it. I was pretty, thought it was pretty neat. That's where I need T-bows. Oh, I absolutely cannot stand electrified obelisks. I feel like electrified obelisks should be targetable. You should be able to hit them when they spawn. They do way too much damage to not be targetable. And they have some funky mechanics too. Like they can spawn inside of your character. I just keep freezing him. Malignant Heart. There we go. Give me a Mad Wolf's Glee and a Storm a Crone Staff. I need a Crone Staff. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, game. That's nice. I said I need a Crone Staff. Here's a Crone Staff. Okay, one down. That's pretty good. Said, and I need a Crone Staff. There you go. Awesome. That's hilarious. I wish it worked like that with everything, yo. I need a Shaco. Shaco drops. I need Mad Wolf's Glee. Mad Wolf's Glee drops. I need a Tempest Roar. Bam. That's funny. So Stormclaw. We're gonna try out some Stormclaw. So I'll probably do that tomorrow for my stream. I'll probably do like Stormclaw for tomorrow. Stormclaw is a lot easier to build. You do not need so many unique items. Actually, you need far fewer than what I currently have. All you need is the Crone Staff. And I actually have a few Erda's rings as well, so we're good to go there. That's so nice. The game just gives me a really good Crone Staff. And it's 925, so. Such a nice change. I'm so happy they changed that to now where you're getting 925 gear from everything. But this is what I'm talking about, Kettle. You see how all of the affixes are exactly the same from the current vanilla items, like 35 non-physical, 47 damage to close. This has, I hope this isn't intentional. I think this is not supposed to stay like that, because if it does, it's going to make unique items really bad. Like, you got to imagine you're taking up 2 tempering slots for that staff. Like, those affixes need to be insanely high. for you to take up all of that. And the fact that I have to masterwork it too. That's crazy. Can't believe they gave me a crone staff. Well, stop showing up. I don't want to. Okay. Hey, anybody, by the way, anybody who wants to join in a party, guys, you guys are more than welcome to come and join me. My battle tag is in the description of the video, and that's for anything, guys. My battle tag is in the description of the video. Just send me a friend request. I'll accept it anytime I'm playing, whether it be PTR or in Season 4. I'll gladly join your group, or you can join my group, do leveling, bossing, all that stuff. So I've had a blast playing with everybody in Season 3. Typically, I would play like hardcore solo self-found, but ever since I started playing with a lot of people in Season 3, I've had a lot more fun. And so I think that's just going to be something I do continuously throughout when I stream, just playing with people. And just kind of working together and getting stuff done in the game. That way, it's just so much more fun to play that way. Oh, exquisite blood. Do you get boss summoning materials from every single chest? Have I been doing this all wrong? Yeah, definitely, bro. Like I said, my battle tag is in the description, so I will, as soon as you send me a request, I'll accept it. And that's on or off stream. I play with anybody on or off stream, unless I'm busy trying to test something out, or I'm making a video, trying to get content, stuff like that, for a video or something like that. I love to join in groups, get stuff done, do bossing, everything. Yo, I'm pretty excited about this lightning. I know we've been playing Lightning Storm all season, and I know we've been playing tornado builds and stuff, but I can't lie. I am pretty excited to see where I can take this Lightning Storm build, and I'm pretty excited to see where I can take a Stormclaw build this season. With a lot of these new affixes you can get on your gear. Because I do build my Stormclaw setup a lot different than a lot of other people. So I think I can utilize some of the different affixes that they offer up. Okay, so that's nothing there. I'll probably get my Stormclaw build set up off stream tonight, so that way it's ready for tomorrow. And we'll just be going crazy. I think all day I'll probably play Stormclaw. Maybe all day. Because that is my favorite build for Druid. Like, hands down, since the beginning of Season 2, when you could make a Stormclaw build really well, I've really enjoyed playing Stormclaw. Yeah, I knew I was going to die. Man, I cannot wait to get all the gear, man. There we go. Living still. A double roll on the pants. Hey, good morning. Right now, I'm just using, like, I have, Spirit Restore off of kills, and I'm, like, using my, Wind Shear to build up my Spirit when I don't have that, when I don't have enemies to kill. But typically, what I'll do is I'll have some form of Unstoppable on my bar, like Trample, and then I'll use, that combined with the Zenith Ring, and I'll have like werewolf form, and I'll basically turn your lightning storm into werewolf skill, so every time you kill an enemy you can use trample. And then I'll have Tebow's Will, and Tebow's Will, when you get unstoppable, you get resources back, and that's how I typically keep up my resources, just kind of balancing that out, getting a kill with lightning storm, trample to get unstoppable, and get the buff from Tebow's Will, and just repeat that process over and over again. Typically what I do. But now in this season, there are a ton of ways you can keep your resources up. There's multiple affixes that give you Spirit Restore on kill. You can also give yourself Spirit Regeneration. So there's that. But I'll probably still stick to using Tebow's Will, and even though the buff has been nerfed, the multiplicative damage buff has been nerfed, I don't really care too much. It's not that big of a deal to me. I can just use something different than trample if I want to. Use like instead of trample, just use barrier, just use bulwark. Go ahead and keep getting living still. Didn't they have it where the Legion event as well as the world boss would pop up on a small little area in your screen? Oh, the Zenith Ring? Yeah, I can show you the Zenith Ring. Let me farm up this stuff real fast, and then I'll go back to town, and I'll show you the Zenith Ring. I'm almost done in here. I wish every section of walls were destructible. I feel like it would be really nice. I feel like specifically for like Boulder Cane builds, if every portion of the wall was destructible, it would make it much easier to just kind of blow those walls up instead of them becoming such a nuisance. At the ball, no. Not at the boss, man. Waste of all your materials and everything. What boss was it? Oh, at the world boss? Dang. Well, at least you didn't have to summon anything. I didn't see the world boss that's covered up on my tablet. Yeah, I'm probably going to build out a lot of things differently, too. I love the new diamonds, like the amount of barrier gen they give you. You can have some pretty large barriers, man. 11% barrier regen is crazy. For just one gem. So you can have, I don't know, that stacks out pretty, like currently I think you could only have up to 25% barrier gen. It was something along those lines. Now you can have well over 50 just from your diamonds. So it's going to be interesting playing like a barrier setup. I probably should be playing that right now, to be honest. Especially with the change to Earth and Might. That's a huge change. Make me super tanky. I gotta remember, I gotta get my head out of the Gauntlet mindset. All my builds I've been making recently have been for Gauntlet. I'm kind of getting sidetracked here, killing stuff. Let me go back over here. I'm not dying. I ain't dying. You can get out of my face. Game's trying to kill me. Take half my cinders before I open the chest. Earth and Might, nothing's changed with Earth and Might. Mending Stone has changed, but nothing's changed with Earth and Might. Earth and Might is just bad now. Earth and Might is bad because you can get so much crit chance. So the whole point with Earth and Might was that it would give you 100% crit chance. Now you can get so much crit chance that it was already bad before, but it's incredibly bad now. There's no real reason to run it. Alright, let me show you that Zenith ring real quick. So this is the Zenith ring. Hunter Zenith ring. It just gives you crit, damage while shape shifted, heightened senses, and quick shift. But the part you're looking at is your werewolf here. When you kill an enemy with a shape shifting skill, so when you kill an enemy with a werewolf skill, your next non-ultimate werebear skill is costs no resources and has no cooldown. So that's why I use that. And you basically just use barrier. You just use trample, then cast your then start casting your skill again, then use barrier again, and you just repeat the process. I mean, trample again. Let's take that out. And then, we got to keep wild impulses now. I think we'll take this out too. What's this? After casting a companion skill, your next core and wrath skill damage and critical strike chance are increased by 15% up to 45%. So I wonder, here's what I wonder. Can you snapshot that? Like, that's the one question I do have. Yeah, no problem. That's the one question I do have. Can you snapshot that buff? Because if you can snapshot the buff, it's really good for Lightning Storm. If you can't snapshot the buff, it's not that big of a deal. I want to kind of look at that real fast. Okay, so you have the buff. What is that, 4 something? It actually does seem like it. Actually, it does look like it snapshots the buff. So you cast a companion skill. You get the buff. I'll wait for that to run out. Nice. I wish I had more spirit, but I don't know. I don't know if it snapshots the buff. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe only... If it only works on the first tick of damage, it's not worth it. Yeah, it doesn't look like you get to keep it. This would probably be really good for trample slide builds. But it does seem a little bit kind of gimmicky. Let's go ahead and do that. And throw that. Well, we can't really use it yet, so... When we can use it, we'll use it, but we can't use it yet.
I need more time.
Let me see. Did we get anything good here? We got our crone staff, so let's go ahead and throw that in the chest. Got max life there. We can toss that in there too. So we got lightning storm rings, but we need we can go ahead and use these gloves. I think having the lightning storm rings will be worth it, and we can get rid of lightning bolt there, so that'll be nice. So we got some pants. Some better pants. Look at that, 42.8% resource cost reduction on a weapon, yo. That's crazy. 42.8% resource cost reduction. 100 crit strike 100 critical strike damage. That's insane. That's a lot of you're basically, that's your dire werewolf right there. So you could probably make a tornado build, the human tornado build. You probably don't even need to use dire werewolf. That's insanity. 42.8%. +3 to boulder, +3 to hurricane. All right, let's tune up these gloves real quick. Jesus, I'm just such bad luck with these damage to close damage to distant enemies. There we go. I'll take that one. Utility. Let's go ahead and grab up some more freeze. We'll take it. And then we'll get some crit chance on there. So let's check out our Thunderstruck node now. 108% multiplicative damage. Crazy, crazy.
What will it be?
Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the Occultist real quick, because I gotta set some swap stuff out. Codex. Stampede. And then I don't think I'm really getting any use out of this Umbral aspect. Let's look for something different. Once per skill cost, balance aspect. Life you heal. I don't think I'm really getting anything out of that, to be honest. I might just go ahead and use it anyway, regardless. Keep it umbral. And then let's get some crit chance on the gloves. There we go. What does that put our crit chance? 58.1%. Let's make a elixir.
Well, you kettles. What do you want?
Precision. There we go. Make a bunch of these. All right. What summoning materials? So all we have is Galvanic Saint right now. Seems to be the case that I always have Galvanic Saint. I really wish that they would just remove all the requirements for like Knurling Head and stuff like that and just Malignant Hearts. Like just Malignant Hearts only. I don't know why you need to have to see if we can't make it over there. I don't know why you need to have all those summoning materials just to summon regular old Varshan. I think Malignant Hearts would be perfectly fine. Take up less space too. Oh god, I keep hitting. I don't think I'm gonna make it there on time. Oh, I made it. Made it. Wow. Just completely disappeared.
I need more time.
This is like base Lightning Storm 2. This is what it would be like. this is like season 2 lightning storm, no aesthetic wraps at all. Like you don't have anything like that, and it's hitting this hard. So I can't imagine what happens when I get everything kind of into the build the way I want it to be. I think I'll only use Lightning Dancer too. I don't even think I'll use Runeworker anymore. Your Lightning Bolt, your standard Lightning Storm hits way harder than Runeworker does. I'd rather just buff up the damage to the Lightning Storm.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
The freeze is hilarious, man. Let's go turn the stuff in.
I need more time.
I kind of want to jump back into that the pit to see how far I can go now. Or just try it one time. Do I have enough to do Varshawn? We have a bone. We're missing the hand.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Let's go run that pit level back one time just to see. I still need like getting that extra tankiness from Tebow's Will, having a barrier up, all that stuff. That's going to play a big part in how smooth a lot of these pit runs are. But I think this is just like a nice little point to test it out to see what the damage feels like. Did that not hit the did that not hit the guy in the bubble? Full health. Full health bar full of poison. I don't know the raging lightning storm rune. I'm not sure. What's my spirit boon? Yeah, so pretty smooth. Nothing too crazy. Everything's kind of just dying. I don't even have to get involved with anything. Look how far away. Just look how far away you can engage with the enemies. Like, they're so far away, and it's ridiculous. This is such a, like, just changing, even if they backed it out more, changing the field of view more for, you're just hitting things from outside of the room. This is exactly what I was expecting it to be like too. Like, you're just hitting stuff from outside of the room. You're not really putting yourself in danger. You can just stay in the back area. You're not worried about anything. I think this is above a tier 100 or just added tier 100. The boss is going to be the one part, because I need ascetic wraps for the boss though. Like boss, because you need that extra damage you get from getting that crit with the lightning bolt, the double lightning bolt on crit. That's what is going to be the most important for ascetic. That's why the ascetic wraps are really as good as they are. Look at that. Easy. Just didn't even have to worry about anything. And this is the only part that I'm worried about. This. With the boss. But even without the ascetic wraps, we're still hitting pretty decent. And my wolves are tanking up the boss too, so makes it even better. And we already have the stun on the enemy, the boss too. That was fast. Built the stagger up pretty quick. I think if we could just keep spamming out to get procs off of Nature's Fury, it's probably the most important thing. Whoa. Okay. I did not expect that. Yeah, look how fast the stagger bar builds with the freeze. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Well, I evaded, but I died. It's a lot of damage coming through there. All my resistances are pretty trash right now. Holy cow, man. That's crazy.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I'm getting away from it. Jesus. They really don't want you to win, do they? There we go. Die. Oi, oi, oi. That was tough. No mats, you're right. That's alright. We still got him down. We just need we need those ascetic wraps so we can really deal the damage to the boss. And then just having barrier and stuff like that will make us a lot more tanky. I'm just happy to kind of clear through that. That was really easy to clear through the trash mobs. We just need more damage, single target damage on the boss. All right. I guess the best way to farm out a lot of... we're going to have to do Tree of Whispers stuff. I really don't want to do it, but we're going to have to do it. Stockades. Just craft a bunch of sigils. I don't really want to take the time to craft sigils. I guess we'll just go and do the regular dungeon. I wish we could specifically craft what dungeons we want out of our sigils. It'd be nice, because then it would like kill two birds with one stone. You're just kind of farming up your Tree of Whispers, and you're also doing some nightmare dungeons instead of going on a rotation, and I don't know. That would probably be too convenient. At least you still get 925 gear from these enemies, so. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to kill all. Oh yeah, animus carriers. I always hate this area. You have to kind of do a whole wraparound. Go ahead and get this guy. Yo, and you can trade your uniques. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so nice. I forgot all about that. So when you do a party with people, if they get a unique that you want, like in other druids, they get a unique you want or you need, bam, you can just trade it to them. It's gonna make farming so much easier. The day that they will make enemies that don't explode when you kill them will be a great day. I don't know why that's such a popular thing. Where enemies die and leave like AoE pools of damage or explode, and the fact that the damage that they do when they die is far more than what they did when they were alive is kind of hilarious.
I need more time. I need more time.
Come on, come on. There we go. How much longer on this? 6 minutes. We'll go do another dungeon. Did I get that didn't run out, did it? I think the time ran out on that.
I need more time.
Yo, there's got to be a better way to get Varshan stuff. I don't want to keep doing these dungeons. What's this? We'll just do stuff inside the Helltide, I think. I really don't want to keep doing these dungeons. Slay 20 scorpions. And then we'll do the Legion events.
I need more time. I cannot do that here. I need more time.
Oh, it must be bugged up.
I must wait. I need time to do that.
What does this one say? Slay harbingers. Gladly. Come here, little treasure goblin.
I must wait.
We don't want to. We don't want a quest. Nobody wants to do a quest, guys. See, this is why we need a seasonal mechanic, because typically the seasonal mechanic makes it really where it's really easy to do Tree of Whispers, and you're not sitting here trying to run normal Tree of Whisper quests. It makes it so much better. Not that it takes too long to do Tree of Whisper stuff, but it isn't the funnest. Maybe I can check trade chat, see if anybody has like extra, like an extra Tempest or static wraps or anything. They want to trade unique for. I don't know if I have any that aren't bound to me.
I need time to do that.
I'm gonna need 1 minute. I'll go ahead and go over there. I think it will be. I think so. I mean, you could probably definitely make it work, but your werewolves are just. I mean, the thing is the werewolves are just not really gonna do. I don't think the werewolves are gonna be powerful enough. Like you'd have to give up Tebow's Will to run Storm Companion Pants. Yeah, I mean, I think that they could be. It would be fine. I don't think it would push like high tier pit. Like whatever. Like I said, whatever the meta ends up being for your druid, I don't think it would probably be. It'd probably be like middle of the pack. Your wolves just don't do enough. You need more werewolves, and you need tankier werewolves. That's a must. Like you need more werewolves and tankier werewolves. And Storm Companion Pants over like something like a Tebow's Will or other, you know, any other pair of pants that might be better. It's kind of a hard sell, but it would be good. It'd be the way to go for Lightning Storm, because then you could scale the lightning damage on your werewolves. That's actually kind of interesting. I wonder if your werewolves damage would scale off of Storm Companion Pants. Sorry, off of the Thunderstruck node. Because if your werewolf scaled off your Thunderstruck node, you know what? I might actually go ahead and try it out. I might log out of this one real fast just to swap out the Storm Companion Pants, and then sock it in werewolves and see what happens with the lightning damage. Because if a lot of the glyphs affect the damage, it'd be pretty nice. Because I could definitely see a use for it. I can definitely see a use for it. The amount of damage that the werewolves actually do is pretty significant. Yeah, in terms of like single target. So I'll actually go ahead and change that out. Since I don't have all the other uniques anyway, it's not really going to waste anything. I'm missing quite a few pieces of gear. This is just ridiculous. Like looking at all these, how does that even get by? That's the question I have. Like, how does that even, did they even test that? Sometimes I just think they don't test the things. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the problem. It's like we need more minions, and a lot of the changes they made to the minions too, they made them more aggressive, you know, stuff like that. We need those changes too to our companions. The werewolves just kind of sit behind you. They kind of don't even, you know, they don't really do anything. Even with Storm Companion Pants and giving them a lot more movement speed, they really don't even move very fast. They just stay behind you the whole time. And then when you want them to kill something, you activate the active skill and they teleport to it. So it's just kind of a whole miss. Like everything's a miss. No, there wasn't. It was only one extra wolf. You can't have a ton of wolves. It was only like one extra wolf in season 1 with the Malignant Heart. There was a Malignant Heart that gave you an extra wolf. It was only one, and it was only for a certain period of time. I know exactly what you're talking about. Malignant Hearts. I'm telling you, man, they should just give us Malignant Hearts. Like 10 wolves. I don't think I've ever seen that, but I could be wrong. It could, maybe somebody found a bug or something. But I also didn't really, I got kind of burned out with it on Season 1. I didn't like Season 1. There was not enough build viability in Season 1 for me to enjoy it. Let me go ahead and log out of this. Take the companion pants. I agree. I agree. Yeah, all of those things need to change. Ravens need to be reworked. Wolves need to be reworked. You know, I agree with you on that. There definitely has to be some significant changes with how they function. Because the way it currently sits, it just... Like, I'll still make a companion build for Season 4 because I do enjoy companions. But there needs to be a lot of changes to how companions fundamentally interact with everything else. Like, how the skills work and how aggressive they are. Yeah, I think Season 4 is going to have, like, I think Season 4 is going to exceed Season 2. Just going to pop off these Storm Companion pants real fast and drop them in the chest. And then pick them up. Another problem is, like, I think the best way, this is me, how I would have personally made the Storm Companion pants function. So, since it's only for your wolves, what I would have done is when you cast your Lightning Storm, I would have the werewolves also cast Lightning Storm. So basically your wolves and you are all casting Lightning Storm. So it's like you're casting Lightning Storm and then your werewolves are casting a secondary Lightning Storm that's channeling at the same time. That's how I would have created it. Like, if they did it like that, I could definitely see there being a lot more viability in terms of how these pants actually function. So let's go ahead and do that. Swap that. And then find one of the items that I don't need. Let's just go ahead and toss out this Umbral aspect. I don't think it's doing anything. And we'll use the aspect of the alpha. And then we'll go into our skills and we will go ahead and spec into some wolves. Let's see. We don't need too many points. We're not using this right now, so that's fine. Go ahead there. Go ahead there. That. And then let's take this here. I'm not really getting any use out of Envenom. Let's take this too. We don't need that. Alright, there we go. So now we have the wolves, and they are Storm Companion wolves. Since we're here, let's go ahead and do this 55 over again. Now, obviously, this isn't perfectly set up, but we'll see what happens. I want to see if their damage is really good. Yeah, see, I don't think it actually scales too well. Like, I don't think they get the benefit of your Thunderstruck node. If they got the benefit of your Thunderstruck node, I think it would be really good. Let's see. Oh, well, something just blew me up. I was just kind of seeing if they were actually doing damage. It's like they just kind of sit back behind you like this. They don't even keep up with you.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I just feel like if they got more benefit out of a lot of your other damage modifiers, then sure, but it still feels like they're not really, especially without a Wilds glyph. Without the Wilds glyph, I mean, it really doesn't feel that good. And I don't think equipping a Wilds glyph would be smart. I mean, you lose so much damage from having a glyph that doesn't really benefit your overall Lightning Storm. Yeah, they just take too much damage. Like, this is not... That's the part that's not changeable, right? Like, I could make them deal more damage. I cannot make them take more damage. The only thing I could do is have, like, Cyclone. But then having Cyclone... I mean... Honestly, the biggest issue with Druid overall is that every single build has to have Shepherds and has to have Stampede. And then you have to run all 3 Companions for core skills and for core skill builds, which is pretty much the majority of the builds. Like, you always have to have those specific skills on your bar to deal damage. And if you could only have like werewolves on your bar and you could use other defensive skills, things like that, that'd be really nice, but you can't. You have to have every single, you know, companion skill. I think that's a big problem. Oh, and I'll read that in just a second. I was trying to read it while I was running around there. I have my tablet below my monitor. That's why I read all the chat and stuff. So if you ever see me kind of running into walls and stuff, it's typically because I'm trying to read chat. See, your last rate should give you defense speed, sort of like that. Man, I cannot wait to get some uniques on this build. Did that little ball, that one lightning ball, just kill me? Yeah, I don't really like having wolves. And hardcore is going to be pretty interesting. Jesus. That tiny little AoE blew my entire character up.
I need time
Okay, we're just gonna quit out of that. Yeah, so that's basically how I would like it to be. I'd like that. What I would like is for them to remove lacerate, and that they would instead give us something like a companion ultimate, something like a big grizzly bear, and that dire wolf, they would change grizzly rage to just dire rage, and it would affect both werewolf and werebear. And you could change it like barbarian changes the weapon type that they use for their skills. And I think that would be a lot better. And then, yeah, the fundamental difference between werebear and werewolf should always be damage and damage reduction versus movement speed and attack speed. I think that's perfectly fine. Or evade if you wanted to have evade on there. Let me repair my stuff real quick. Yeah, I just don't think Storm Companion pants are really that decent. They definitely need to be reworked a bit. Oy, oy, oy. Here, I'm gonna see if anybody has some some uniques to trade or something. I have to check my chest to see if I have any uniques that can be traded. Because I don't want to constantly run this stuff, man.
I need more time.
See, do I have anything that I want to give up? I don't think anything is bound to me. Let me see if anybody has something to trade. What? Tempest Roar. How does T-Bows? T-I-B-A-U. I don't know. I'll just put Tiv's Will. I doubt it, though. Let's go do the Galvanic Saint real fast. I mean, I think that you could make an argument to make wolves without the storm pants, honestly. Because the problem with the storm pants is they create a third damage bucket on your companions. So you could probably scale out your physical damage pretty well and buff up your werewolves that way. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, no matter whether you have the Storm Companion pants or not, they're still not going to be the best overall. They die too quick. They're not fast. They don't, you know, seek enemies and attack enemies. The active skill does pretty decent damage. It just doesn't hit a lot of enemies. All I know is I need some ascetic wraps, okay? Everything else I don't care about. Penitent Greaves. All right, come on now.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, a better ring. I don't really need these greaves. I do have 2 shards of agony, though. Let's go do, use this exquisite blood real fast. Let me TP. I wish you could just TP to the boss. Man, I can't imagine all this crit chance you're gonna have. How many procs off of your ascetic wraps you're gonna get? I think you're just gonna blow bosses up, honestly, with all the different, with the large amount of crit chance that you're gonna have. It's pretty much you're always gonna get that double lightning bolt on a single target. What are they doing? Do you need people? Okay, never mind. I'm only really interested in getting some Duriel runs. What are these boots? The new boots? casting skill has a 30% chance to cast a 30% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill that is currently on cooldown. This effect can occur once every 12 seconds. That is so much. That's a mouthful, man. That can only occur every 12 seconds. So, I mean, what good would that be? I don't understand. I'm sure maybe it would be good for some builds. Doesn't sound good to me. I'll hold on to them just to test them out, I guess. Those actually do sound pretty bad.
I need more time.
All right. Now that we're out of our boss materials, well, I guess we're gonna have to go do some Tree of Whispers. Maybe I can just do these Harvest Highland events. I kind of don't mind doing those. The Fetid Mausoleum isn't too bad. I can run that dungeon. Let's go do that. Let's run Fetid Mausoleum. Hopefully I can get a couple of the trembling hands or whatever. I only have like one mucus egg. Now instead of a Hodo Barb, we're looking for a Dust Devil Barb. A Dust Devil Barb that can kill Duriel. We need one Dusty Barb. I don't really hang around for that. Doesn't seem interesting. Kill all the enemies. The hell? Give me just a second. I gotta plug up my headset. There we go. I'm happy they reverted that elixir drop rate back. What's up? Hey, big man. What's up, big man? Is he okay? Thanks for being good. Let's go get this last corpse pile. I feel like we're going to be hitting some crazy numbers with Lightning Storm. If I can get like maybe 2 Duriel summons, I can do like a small rotation with some people, get some items. Let's go with one-hand weapons. Did I get a hand? I don't think so. I got another malignant heart. We'll do some swapping around. I have 2 bone, 2 head. I need 2 hand, and then I'll probably swap out for some more. Let's go to see, crit strike chance. That's what I needed. Crit strike, willpower. And then we can go ahead and do like lucky hit, willpower. Let's go ahead and equip this one. See if we can't get crit chance on there. Over max life. Get that 10% crit chance. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. After a while, that's all you're going to be keeping. So you'll never really be filtering through your gear. You're just going to be looking for those extra crit chance. We'll go ahead and sock it. Let's go ahead and put a different power on here. I wonder if I should use something different. Up to a 20% chance. Vampire Curse, which makes enemies vulnerable. Let's try Overcharge. Why not? We'll go ahead and try it out with Lightning Storm. I usually don't because of how difficult it is to get a lucky hit with lightning. But you know, now there's a higher chance for it to proc. So let's go see if we can do some swapping out of some materials real quick, and then we'll try to do some Varshan, and then we will go to do Duriel if we can get the right summoning stuff.
I need more time.
All right. Give me some Trembling Hand. So we need 2. So we have 2 of each. And then there we go. Maybe we can get a Mad Wolves out of here. Nothing? Well, at least I got a mucus egg. I'm happy with that. We got boots. I don't really need boots, but we got them. We get a lot of these, man. This is like my, Jesus. How many sets of these have I gotten? Oh, let me go ahead and temper this too. This thing loves giving me the lowest roll of the damage to close, damage to distant enemies. Every single time. Yeah, it just keeps giving me the lowest roll. Whatever, I'll take it. And then maybe I should try out the lightning storm duration on Druid. I don't know, that just sounds bad. Poison. Poison. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and set these boots in the inventory, even though I don't think I'm going to use them. My stash. Maybe we get like a Duriel rotation. Like just a small Duriel rotation.
First Carlo, now Leo. There's something out there killing us and
Just keep farming stuff. How long is this going to be up for? 5 more minutes? Okay. Got one person. I'll just quit looking for more. We need matchmaking. Oh, he's out there playing around in the PvP. Why would you want to play around in PvP right now? He's tainted. Come on, there has to be somebody out there with some Duriel mats. I don't want to go kill Duriel by myself, waste an entire run on Duriel. There's gotta be some people out there, right? Let me see if I can invite him again. Just keep trying to invite him. Yeah, he's probably got a relog. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna need like massive amounts of HP. Cannot. Did I activate that? Okay, it did. see. I didn't mean to caps it. Must have fat fingered the caps lock. So annoying running around with no resources. Maybe I should just go kill Duriel myself and just pray that I get something that I need. It's over there. And I also need to just run Nightmare Dungeons too, so I can get ascetic wraps. Like a bunch of runs. Oy, 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 come on. Get in here. Thank you. Let's go down to the cellar. Go turn this bad boy in. Hopefully we can get another trembling hand.
Not while I'm in town. It is done.
There we go. Also got a helmet with a greater affix, 8 spirit per second willpower, and lightning res. I think I'll just keep the one I have. Come on, Mad Wolf's Glee. Silly's Prayer with a max life on it. That's pretty cool. I'll keep a hold of that just in case I decide to make a pulverized setup. That's going to be the new chase item, the uniques
Time to do that.
with the greater affixes. I feel like the trade websites are going to go crazy with pricing. They're already pretty crazy, to be honest. Yeah, that is it. That is the downside of solo play. That's okay, though.
Don't ruin all that work.
We have 2 summons now. Maybe that'll be more enticing. Get those 8 Duriel runs in. Get a pair of Tebow's Will. Get a Tempest Roar helmet. We'll be cooking.
I need more time. I'm out of spirits.
I feel like everybody right now should have Duriel rotations. Period. No excuses. Maybe if I go over there, buy Duriel, there'll be some people standing outside. That's what I'll do. I'll go over there and pitch a tent. There has to be somebody with some Duriel rotations. Yeah, that damage is actually pretty decent, guys. Without ascetic wraps or anything, that was some pretty decent damage. Yes, indeed. Let's go over here. Kill this boss. Kill the Blood Maiden. The angry Blood Maiden. Go inside his little bubble here. Get out of the bubble. Oh, run away. Let's just go over here and see if anybody's staying outside the cave. I know, right? We'll work for materials. Come on, give me the trembling hands. I'll do anything. Oh, are people messaging me? Oh, they are. I have 5 mats. 1, 3, 5. How many times? I don't like the whisper. I wish people just talk in trade chat. It's easier to invite people from trade chat. You don't have to like friend request them. Come on, pale brown horse. Let's see, anybody chilling out here? Nobody's chilling out here. You want in? There we go. We have one. One person. We need 2 more. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's so hard to notice. It just pops up down there. Come on, man. See, someone else is in there. Look at the guys like Helltide not dropping cinders. Exactly. I'm telling you. They did something with the drop rate on the cinders. No doubt. Both show. They definitely took down. They nerfed the amount of cinders that get dropped. I know I'm not filling this by myself here. It definitely takes me longer to get cinders. Getting a lot of viscous blood.
I need time to do that.
If they did that, someone needs to headbutt the person who did that. Like, there's something you just don't like. What's the point in increasing mob density? And I'm speculating here because I didn't see anything in the patch notes, but I'm telling you, it feels like they nerfed the drop rate on cinders. What's the point of increasing mob density and everything else if you're just going to drop the amount of cinders that you can get? Don't do it. Just make it better. I can hear my son. My boy sounds hungry. I think my wife is making him a bottle. He gets so mad. Good God. That's a calm child, but when he's hungry, boy, you about to know about it. Come on, man. Give me 2 people. Oh, someone's mad, boy. They said, I want my master working now. 3 in a row at 80%. Bro has bad luck. Man's losing his mind. It's gonna get worse than that. Wait till you get like your top, tippy top, where your, you know, your percentage chance to increase your master working's way lower than that. Look at that hot breath coming out of thing's mouth. Boy, it's all red and fiery like. Come on, there has to be some people out there with Duriel mats. I can't be the only guy here. Well, I got a guy in my party. What is Wolf's Honor? I wonder if that is the mechanic, the seasonal mechanic or something. I keep seeing Wolf's Honor, and I wonder if that might have something to do with the seasonal mechanic. The forces of hell grow. Come on. Come on out.
I need more time.
I need cinders. Just don't kill me. That's all I ask. Don't like one-shot me. I don't want to lose cinders. I just want to gain cinders. Just pop up randomly. Get the freeze on him. If I can get the freeze on him. I mean, it's hitting me with the what the curse is, the Harry Potter curse or whatever. It's throwing some kind of wand spell at me. I mean, zapped the heck out of me. Yeah, probably might be a bug, man. I know about that. I just never seen Wolf's Honor pop up anywhere. Yeah, it probably is a bug. Probably right. Let me find 2 more people. I agree. They definitely need to change shepherds, and they definitely need to change how... Like, I can't stand the pet meta, bro. I'm right there with you. Cannot stand the pet meta. It's ridiculous. It really cripples build creativity. I just don't know why. Like, I don't know why they didn't make any significant changes overall to the Druid. It would have been nice. Instead, they buffed shepherds. Instead, they made it better. They made it affect wrath skills. I just think that's so... It's not good. It takes up all of your slots on your character. And there are other aspects, but they're just not even close to as good. It's like they're not even remotely close to as good as Shepherds. Shepherds is just so ridiculously powerful, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it really doesn't make any sense how powerful Shepherds is compared to every other aspect. And when you really think about it, they even nerfed retaliation. They nerfed it from 40 to 30%. And then they even fixed it now. They fixed it for this season, so now it's not double multiplying. So basically, all you want to have is Stampede and Shepherds. So I really don't like that. I feel like it's just really stupid. I mean, there's nothing better than Shepherds. Just works too well. Multiplier, you can have so much. And it's not really creative. Like, it doesn't force to use every single pet skill. Hey, get away from me, lady. Ring. Yo, I'm just getting ring after ring after ring. This build is it's a version of my lightning storm build for doing the gauntlet. It's down in the description of the video. It should be the Quicksilver build. The Paragon board should be that. So that's all I would follow, is the Paragon board. Everything that I have is down in the description of the stream. So every build I've made this season. I haven't really updated anything recently just because I've kind of gotten tired of the season overall. I'm just doing the PTR. Once I'm done with the PTR, I'm probably going to play a lot more Last Epoch until Season 4 launches. And then when Season 4 comes out, I'm going to be like blasting like crazy. But I'll be making a lot of builds. Every single build that I made this season, I'll probably make next season. So first two builds will probably be like Stormclaw, followed by like maybe a Were-NATO build or something like that, and then I'll probably do Lightning Storm and just kind of go down the line. All right, let me see if I can find. Let's go over here now. Maybe we can pick up some Tree Whispers quests over there. Assist who? Oh, it says assist Iron Wolves. That's what it is. Okay. So there's some kind of quests here. Kettle. That says assist Iron Wolves. So that's probably what that's coming from. Yeah, definitely tomorrow's stream, we're just doing Stormclaw all day, I think. Well, I mean, not all day, for probably as much as we did the companion build today, since I did pretty much most of my stream, like 5 hours of my stream, I did the companion setup. I just didn't feel like there was really much more I could add to it once I got the companion pants. Obviously, you could min-max it and it could be better. It could be more powerful, but I just don't think at the end of the day it's going to fundamentally change how companions function. So until they do that, I don't think companion builds are going to be that good. Man, I love the fact that we get distilled fear out here. I should probably start making groups, to be honest, for even doing distilled fear runs. Or I should say Beast in the Ice runs. Just so that way I can get the ascetic wraps. Maybe I'll get lucky. Oh no, I'm not doing this, yeah. Now without a barrier, I'm not doing that. It's nice to see how many Forgotten Souls we're getting now, too. Oh my god, I thought I got out of it. I thought I moved out of it. Guess I was wrong. Come on, there has to be some people with some drill mats. Maybe this guy can just duo it and get like 4 runs in. I think that'd probably be for the maybe. I don't know. I just have to hope I don't get anything really bad. Let's see if I can ask him if he wants to duo. Still be better than running it by myself and get 4 runs out of 2. Maybe I'll get lucky, or maybe he'll get lucky and get like an extra pair of T-bows will. I definitely don't want any God Slayer, that's for sure. Tempest Roar. Give me Tempest Roar.
I'm not ready.
What? Bro, how many? I just said. Can we merge the party? Oh, he's already summoned him. That's why. I wish we could let me see something real quick. Friend. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of the party. Let's see. Invite me and then invite him. There we go. Perfect. There we go. I think we finally got it. And there was one more person I seen. I guess, I don't know. I didn't see, I didn't notice it, but maybe not. Maybe because so many other things drop Helltide. I mean, so many other things drop, Forgotten Souls. Okay. Yeah, maybe they changed it. Bro. Oh my god, yo. Look at that crazy madness. Look at the madness, guys. That's insanity. My whole screen was full of tornadoes. No, definitely, definitely can't be what they intended, bro. I wouldn't say that would be something. I mean, at least I don't think so. I don't think it would be, but you know, seems like they don't know how to make a barb without breaking it. I don't understand. That's crazy.
The Lord is ready for whatever you need.
Just filled the whole screen full of tornadoes and earthquakes. So they was doing some kind of earthquake stuff too. So instead of Hoda Barb, we're looking for Tornado Barb. God dang. It just never stops. We got Flicker Step. The lag, absolutely. Crash some people, bro. It's gonna crash some people. It's crazy. Look at that. Like, how is that I don't know, man. I don't know how they... Joker's just filling the whole screen full of tornadoes. Or dust devils, I should say. Come on, helmet or pants. I don't need a ring, dude. Unless it's unless you're gonna give me a... Please don't do this to me. Don't give me these crappy rings. I don't want a ring right now. Two X falls and one pair of boots. Come on, give me Tempest. Give me something. I'd rather have Tempest than T-bows, to be honest. It's just spawning multiple off of one double swing. It's just spawning like a ton of tornadoes. Wait, this is a level 200. Why did he summon a level 200? Why would he summon a level 200 boss? Yo, why did he do that? Alright. I don't know the mechanics of Duriel, but I guess we're gonna find out. I can't really avoid his turn him away. Bro, why would you summon a level 200 boss? Yeah, make Dust Devils viable. Make Dust Devils fill your whole screen. I guess we'll just keep trying now. He summoned a Uber boss. Guess we just have to kind of brute force it. This is not going to be possible, I think. Do we stand behind him? Gotta pull him away from that. Woo! Keep him busy, wolves. Okay. We're not gonna get this guy down. Oh, bro, I could have swore I dodged it. I dodged it, but my he killed me right before the dodge went down. Oh my god, dude. Yes, fill the whole area full of spiraling death clouds. Stop running into the poison. They're all running into the poison. Well, this turned out to be funny. Somebody just randomly, accidentally... Really? You gave up that fast? That's crazy. That guy gave up quick. Yeah, there's no way. I agree. Can't believe that dude wasted all of his mats on accident and we're not even going to be able to do this. Well, that guy just blew through a lot of Duriel rotations. Well, that's unfortunate. So I'm stuck with some X-Fall rings. I have no idea. I don't think that it's even possible that we actually do that anyway. Let's see. Maybe I can... Can't you re-roll these? Let's see. Sure. I don't think why it would hurt. I know I can stay alive. Maybe one of them can swap into a different character. I think he's going to try Necro. Like, I think it's possible. The amount of damage he was doing to it with a 4-man feels like he could have definitely, just with a 2-man or something like that, 3-man. But if he has his Necro come in, maybe that we'll see some minion action. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy if we waste this. Okay. Look at all the look at all the skeletons, man. Maybe they can blow him up. With the minions. Yeah, it looks like a lot of damage, bro. Those minions do quite a bit of damage, bro. I'm just saying, that's a lot faster. It was faster. Yeah, look at how fast his HP's dropping. Well, it was dropping. Now it's not dropping. Did all his minions die? His HP was going down there. You gotta look out for the that attack there, that specific attack. Wow, I can't even see. We got one. He's stunned up. Oh, wow. What is that? What is that under the ground? You know, this really pays off being able to hit from so far away. those maggots, bro. I think as long as we heal him, as like work together to heal each other up, like pick each other up, we'll be okay. Yeah, the minions are like, is he stuck in the corner? Oh, no, 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 go back to the corner. The minions are doing work, bro. They're sucking out, they're absorbing so much of the damage. Even my wolves are taking up a lot of the damage. So it's kind of nice. Oh, I didn't even notice it. I took my eyes off the screen, like, just for a brief second there. Oh yeah, definitely gotta add my elixir. Hide behind this necro. No, I got him. Nice. Just kind of stay to this corner. I feel like if I'm right here on this corner, it's not easy for him to hit me. Somebody's down. Oh, I got him up though. Last second, but I got him up. Bro, you gotta come pick me up now, bro. Come pick me up. I died picking you up. Pick me up, man. We might actually get this, guys. That's crazy. If we can get this, that's crazy.
I'm not ready.
Oh, oh. I cannot see with all of that, I can barely see with any of that flying across my screen. Nice. Maybe heal up. Come on, get up, up, up. Up you go. Do your little barbarian. Tornado dust him up. Blind him. God, I can't see. As soon as he starts using that, I can't see anything. I just know I'm hitting him because I can see it on my, I can see the numbers on the edge of my screen. Yo, I think if my companions would be tearing him up too, be, oh shit. Come on, get up. Pick me up, bro. Okay.
I must wait a moment.
I'm gonna go over here and pick him up. Maybe we got it all wrong. Maybe companions are the key. Yo, this is actually pretty cool. I love how we're like picking each other up and everything, like working together. Don't run into the poison. This guy ran right into the poison. Ah, jeez, man. I was trying to pick him up. Don't run into the poison. Stay out of the poison. Okay, you're up. Come on, save the day, Necro. That's up. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can't even see. No! No way! Yo! I ran out of potions. I feel like I think we can get it. I feel like we can get it. It was very close. It's just hard to see when he starts casting all those whirlwinds. And then it's the he has this big AoE poison puddle that he starts spitting out that it's really hard to see it as well. And then these guys here. I think I'm gonna try to use less potions. Okay. Tried to evade out of that, but I ended up kind of just metamorphing into the wall there. Man, I really wish I had better better damage. That one right there, that little puddle there. We were living for quite some time. I don't know what happened. I feel like we kind of choked there at the end. As long as you're like off to the side, it's not too bad. And kill all these little maggots. I can't see. That's so ridiculous. Okay, that was definitely better. Okay. I'll just look at my mini map. Whenever he starts spinning up with all the tornadoes, just look at my mini map. Honestly, guys, looking at my werewolves, they actually seem like they're tanking this boss a little bit here. I think I might actually change my mind on whether or not these wolves can survive a tier 200 boss, because it looks like they're actually surviving Druid pretty easily. It makes me want to swap over to my pet build and actually try it out here. Oh my god, yo. That is crazy. Yeah, as long as I stay like in back of my werewolf, I'm pretty safe from a lot of his AoE damage. Not his AoE damage, but those stupid spike balls he sends out. The AoE stuff I'm not safe from at all. You just have to focus on one of his I'm gonna grab up that potion. Jesus. Yeah, look at my wolves there. Maybe it's something from the necromancer. Maybe he's getting buffed by the necro. I don't know. They seem like they're regenerating HP. Yeah, we're not dying as much this time. I should be using my boon that resets my ultimate, honestly. Oh, let me pick him up. Ooh. Let me see if I can't swap my... Oh. I like to swap out my spear boon. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's not choke. Now I'll be able to really spam out my ultimate. I think just keeping him locked down. Get back in there, wolves. Come on, get up, up, up. Oh, staying in the poison. Down again. Oh. I think we, all right, I'm not going to say anything. I think we can get him. But I don't know. Yeah, bro, Necro minions, OP, bro. Okay. I can't move. Get out of the corner, bro. What happened? How did everybody die? We can get it. I know we can get it. I felt like I lost control of my character. I don't know. I was trying to move out of the way, but I couldn't. I think I just kept getting knocked back or something. Let me see real quick. I wish I could put on like maybe I could swap out Nature's Fury and into Earth Sign Strength. Let's see, we'll try that out. And then keep that. This isn't really useful. Can't immobilize anything. I think we'll go ahead and use that. We need that. I forgot to put the extra point in that. Okay, I think this should be better. Oh, I like to have the extra pets. I mean, Bulwark would... I don't think it's... like, Bulwark would probably work well. I was thinking about putting Bulwark on, but... Let's try it this way, and if I can't get it this way, we'll do it the other way. Okay. Hitting millies. I can't. Oh my god, yo. Yeah, we'll be able to kill him faster like this, because now I'll be able to use my ultimate a lot more. That poison pool in the front right there, that one does a lot of damage. I mean, we have the damage to kill him. I'm surprised we don't do more damage to him when he's stunned like that. It doesn't seem like the damage increases that much. He's staggered. Yeah, the wolves are a big help with blocking that little frontal cone spike. Oh yeah. That was the big AoE poison that he spits right in front of him. It's hard to see that one with the tornadoes flying all over the place. Go back over there, wolves. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the wolves just standing there. They should be on the boss. Like, obviously we're in the boss room. You should be attacking the boss. Now we just have to be careful. That last little part of his health, man, he kind of like rages out and starts going crazy. I'll try to save like an ultimate for that last section. Come on. Let's not... What? What am I poisoned by? I think I walked across the poison puddle and didn't notice it. Yeah. Just let the necro keep hitting him. Dude, he just died again. Man's running all over the place. He's like just running everywhere. I can't see. I'll have to wait till the puddles disappear. He's got to relax on those tornadoes all of a sudden. It's like it can't see anything. I'm gonna stay way far away. There it is. That's the... We got him! We got him, Bo! 200. Duriel 200 down. We got it. Look at all the loot. It's not a whole lot, I guess. We got a brimstone. I don't know what that is. We got him. We did it. We defeated the... He dead, baby. That there Duriel is dead, man. Oh, GG. We killed the Uber Duriel. And I got a horse for it. I got Banished Lords. And I got Banished Lords. And I got Dolmen Stone. And I got a T-Bow's Will. Nice. Ah, T-Bow's Will. Looking good. Let's go. I'll save, let's see if anybody needs... Let's see, I have one that gives 32, one that gives 50. I put ED on it. Oh, it is ED. I thought... So I have a pretty good one here. 56. Look at the... With the stats, guys. Look at the triple roll right there. Triple roll on Banished Lords. Crit, core skill +2, resource generation. That's actually really good. That's really good. Nice. I have a flicker. All right, so we have, so now we just equip our Zenith ring over our wolf companions, I think. Well, we'll just swap it out. We'll keep this ring. We'll keep this ring and we'll swap this ring. I don't know. We'll take this one out. Go ahead and mark it. There we go. Then we should be able to take out our basic attack. And then use trample. Well, I need a Tempest Roar. Dang. I need a Tempest Roar. Maybe we can do Bulwark for right now. And we'll do Bulwark with Nature's Fury. We'll do Bulwark, Nature's Fury. And that should help. Let's go ahead and put 1 point so we get the unstoppable. Do 1 point there. And that's what we'll do for right now. Yo, that's awesome. We got that kill. We got that uber Duriel kill. I'm gonna stick that Banished Lords in there. I'm gonna hold on to this just in case anybody needs a Banished Lords if you guys need one. I'm gonna hold on to both of these. If I'm ever playing with one of you guys and you guys need a Banished Lords. That was good stuff.
I cannot do that here.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. I'm appreciative that you're here and enjoying the stream with me. Let's see, did we get any good items? We got a pretty decent ring here. 2 greater affix rolls. You can reroll these, I believe, too. Let me go ahead and, I believe you can reroll these into something and still keep the greater affix roll. I think so. Yeah. Right? No, never mind. Never mind, you cannot. You cannot do that. I'm completely wrong. So you cannot keep the greater affix roll. Yeah. That's alright. It wasn't anything I wanted anyway. I was just hoping I could possibly keep it. That's my ring. So you need a better necklace anyway. Maybe an extra one. I still have Duriel mats for 1 run. Crit Strike, max resource. We'll hold on to that. I'll put that in the chest for another setup. The rest of this stuff can go. Make sure we have everything that we don't want to get rid of. Sure. Well, since we did the 200, maybe I will get lucky. Maybe I will get a Tempest Roar. Why not, right? I have 1 more run. Let's go ahead and see. Maybe we get lucky. I'll take a temp restore, or I'll take a, nah, really, I just want a temp restore. Did I swap out, I swapped to, I did, I swapped to Nature. Oh, I gotta get the, I forgot to put the symbiotic aspect on. I'll put it on my chest. This is gonna be, annoying. I'll just teleport back in. Let me put the symbiotic aspect on my chest and then I'll do it.
I need time to do that.
Let's go ahead and drop that on the chest piece. There we go. 4.5 seconds.
Not while I'm in town.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, see, I have to be able to cool my bulwark down faster. Yeah, definitely trample would be better. Oh wow, the poison still hits pretty decent. Just by myself. I think I need to put my basic attack back on. I thought I'd have enough regen for it, but I don't.
I'm not ready.
There we go. So we'll swap that back. And I got a ring. Another X-Fall ring, guys. Somebody, listen, one of the party members, one of my party members, they were supposed to summon a Nurmoduriel, but somehow they summoned a Echo, and we ended up getting the Tormented Duriel. Then they left out of the party, and then we finished that Duriel. That's exactly how it happened. And I have 1, 2, 3 X-Fall rings. I think we're good on X-Fall rings. Yeah, somebody accidentally summoned one, so. I think what I'll do is I'll just take off, you know, actually, and when I'm not bossing, this is probably still perfectly fine to run. So basically, to summon a tormented version, you have to have extra summoning materials, and then you have to have Stygian stones. So I actually have a Stygian stone here, and I think I have some more on my other character. And you basically have your Stygian stones with that, and you'll be able to summon them. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on. Yeah, that necro carry, it was just basically his minions. Well, it was his minions and my werewolves that were blocking a lot of the little AoE cone that the boss would launch. And just his minions and my werewolves were just kind of tanking up a lot of the damage that he would shoot out. So it helped out a lot. And then just the minion damage. Obviously, the minion damage is crazy. Can't deny that. Yeah, this would be so nice to have with Trample Slide. Well, not Trample Slide, but just Trample. Like, have the Zenith Ring on. Oh yeah, you can't switch your gear out. Okay. Yeah, I think once I get the Tempest Roar with Trample on, it's going to be way easier to keep this Unstoppable up and keep my resource up, and getting the extra resources off of critical hits. It's going to be so much better, because then I'll actually go ahead and move my Paragon points back around to pick up less for Carnage. And obviously, when I get a pair of Ascetic Wraps too, that'll be really big. Oh wow. I also have to look back at my previous Lightning Storm build for this season to see what I did for tankiness, so that way I can set it up correctly when we're not taking so much damage. I think having Might would be probably the best option overall for damage reduction. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, I definitely that's like the third or fourth time that's happened where I use my evade and I still get hit by whatever was there behind. I hope that changes. I hope that's just a PTR or something, like latency. Wow, my dude just blew poison right on top of me. Here we go with the boss. The boss being like ridiculously. Definitely need tankiness. Can't get away without tankiness this time. Wow, like that is a ton of damage. I think I'm gonna figure out the tankiness. Yo. Oh, all my stuff is broken. All right, well, whatever. I have to look back and see what I did, but it's really not applicable because of the plain simple fact that we don't have damage reduction. We don't have any damage reduction, so how am I going to actually... I feel like they might have went a little too crazy with removing all of the damage reduction. They just might have been a little too crazy with the damage reduction. Probably should have kept some of it. Maybe not all of it, but some of it would have been nice. I'm going to put that back to Might, since I'm not able to actually utilize my Tivo's Will yet. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there for the stream for today. I'll probably work a little bit more on this offline, try to get some of the items I need, and I will probably put a video out on all the different changes I think I could think of for today. And then tomorrow I plan on basically dedicating that stream to doing Stormclaw. So if you're interested in that build, I'll probably be running that for the majority of the stream. But for right now, I'm a little bit tired and I need to get some stuff done around the house and, you know, do some things IRL. So anyway, guys, I appreciate every single one of you guys for stopping by the stream, all of your conversation and chat. And again, if you stop by, any questions you have, feel free to ask them. I have no problem answering them. And if you even feel inclined, you can join a party with me and we'll go ahead and get through the PTR together. But anyway, with all that being said, as always, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful day or a wonderful night, depending on wherever you're from. And again, I appreciate every single one of you guys. And peace out, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.